Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 74 petitions.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mrs. Aglukuk, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to enact the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act and the Northwest Territories Surface Rights Board Act, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading in this bill, prendre l'action de ce projet de loi.
Good. Monsieur Duncan, il est debout.
Okay. Is he standing to speak? Okay. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mrs. Aglukuk, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation et
presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Present in both official languages the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91(1)(2), the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the order for the second reading of a private member's bill originating in the Senate, and recommends that the item listed herein, which has been determined should not be designated non-votable and be considered by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Monsieur Pachetti, appuyé par Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Pachetti, seconded by, seeks permission to introduce a bill to amend the Income Tax Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take the floor to introduce my private member's bill. This bill would amend the Income Tax Act to make travel within Canada more affordable for Canadians, allowing taxpayers a deduction for the cost of their plane airfares and their dependents when they travel by train or bus if they visit at least 3 different provinces. There would be a 75% deduction for bus tickets, train fares, and so on, to a maximum of $1,000 per year.
Charles is trying to foster a sense of connection between our people, since some Canadians live more than 9,000 kilometers apart. The cost of traveling such long distances are often prohibitive, especially due to the fact that traveling a similar distance to either U.S., Europe, or the Caribbean can often be significantly less expensive. I believe that facilitating travel within Canada is an ideal way to promote Canada's rich cultural diversity, and that if it were easier for Canadians to visit distant provinces, it would not only foster a stronger knowledge of our shared history, but it would also promote a sense of unity, understanding among Canadians who would otherwise seldom interact. Mr. Speaker, being a Member of Parliament has allowed me to discover my country as I've travelled across Canada by road, sea, rail, and for various reasons. It's been one of the most rewarding aspects of my job, and would like to make it easier for Canadians to go where I've gone, see what I've seen, and meet who I've met, because I'm sure that if more Canadians have a chance to discover their Canada, as I have been fortunate enough to do, our country would be more united as ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Pachetti, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading du bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. L'honorable député de Chambly-Bourdois.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bourdois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition supporting C-400 put forward by my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. As a member for the Montérégie, I know that the housing problem goes beyond the big cities, and very few people are aware of that. So I'm pleased to support her bill and to present this petition in favor of that bill, hoping that one day this government will adopt a national housing strategy. This is a pressing problem for all Canadians and Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition regarding CCSVI. Conservative senators are refusing to hear from those who have MS. Can anyone imagine a committee silencing a cancer patient, a heart patient, or someone living in poverty? Why then are MS patients being silenced, as well-known Canadian CCSVI expert Dr. Sandy MacDonald? Why is the government shutting down these important voices? Petitioners call for the Minister of Health to undertake Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis at multiple sites across Canada and to require follow-up care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition calling on the government to restore funding for Development and Peace 2011. Thank you.
Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present two petitions today. The first is from members across Toronto who are petitioning the government because the Oshawa Port Authority has given permission to Farmtech Energy to build an ethanol-producing facility at the Oshawa Harbourfront on Crown land, adjacent to a sensitive wetland, home to species at risk, a wildlife preserve, and a provincial park, and no public consultation was undertaken with the residents or elected council members of Oshawa or the regional municipality of Durham, and a complete environmental assessment was not undertaken. And the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to divest the Federal Port Authority to the City of Oshawa, to halt the construction of the ethanol facility, and to instruct that public hearings be held and a complete environmental assessment be conducted at the site and surrounding areas. And Mr. Speaker, I also have another petition here signed by hundreds of people who live within my riding of Scarborough Rouge River, who are calling for the repeal of Bill C-31, which they are calling the Punishing Refugees Act. And because Bill C-31 concentrates more power in the hands of the minister by allowing him or her to name safe countries for refugees around the world and restricts access to humanitarian compassionate consideration, the undersigned petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to repeal Bill C-31, the Punishing Refugees Act, and to return to the framework of the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, passed with support of all parties in the previous Parliament.
Honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a petition today from constituents in my riding calling on the House to pass Bill C-398 without significant amendment and to facilitate the immediate and substantial flow of life-saving generic medicines to developing countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions today. The first is I present a petition on the ELA. Residents of Vancouver, Burnaby, and New Westminster, BC are unhappy with the government's decision to close the experimental lakes area in northwestern Ontario. These petitioners note that closing that world-renowned facility will jeopardize unique research and our understanding of human impacts on lakes, rivers, and fish. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to suicide. It gives me pleasure today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Thunder Bay and Ottawa on the topic of suicide in Canada. Mr. Speaker, suicide kills 10 Canadians every single day. It's the second biggest killer of Canadian youth. Canada is the only industrialized country in the world without a national suicide prevention strategy, and therefore these petitioners urge Parliament to act on bills C-297 and C-300 dealing with suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by many people in Ontario calling on the Government of Canada to press the UN to establish an independent international mechanism to ensure accountability and justice, because according to a report on accountability in Sri Lanka, a number of serious violations of human rights were found. Human rights violations by the government of Sri Lanka and the LTTE, including war crimes and crimes against humanity. So I'm very happy to table this petition in the House today.
Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
I have a petition here, and the petitioners are asking for a Royal Commission on the Environment and Health. The petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to appoint a Royal Commission on the Environment and Health with a mandate to examine and make recommendations regarding all aspects of the environmental and health impacts of industrial activity in Canada, and secondly, the application of the precautionary principle which protects public health and the environment from uncertain risks to the regulation of both industrial processes and the production, distribution, and availability of consumer goods in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada's experimental lakes area is known throughout the world as a facility that protects and researches important information in regards to preserving our aquatic system. And this petition is asking or calling upon the government to reverse the decision to close the ELA research station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting a petition to revoke C-31, which will limit immigrants' rights and their refugee claims, and it will give more and more power, arbitrary power, to the minister responsible for the file. So I'm tabling this petition on behalf of my constituents.
Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q 896 and 897. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed in order. Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Government Whip, that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama, not more than 2 further sitting days shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the second day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the Agreement on the Environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the Agreement on Labor Cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama, not more than 2 further sitting days shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the second day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. We'll try to keep questions and comments to around a minute and the responses to a similar length, and as we've done in the past, preference will be given to MPs from the opposition. However, government members will be recognized from time to time as well. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's the 29th time that this government has moved closure on a piece of legislation since the last election. They are seeking to break a record that no government should seek to break. Now, let's find out what the justification is for shutting down debate in Parliament on this particular piece of legislation. This is a free trade deal with Panama, which represents in 2011 a staggering 0.03% of our overall global trade. 0.03%, and the government, the House Leader himself, claims that this is a critical piece of trade negotiations that without it the Canadian economy would certainly falter and fail. This is their excuse. This is their reason for once again limiting debate in the House of Commons, something that they used to deride when, as members of the opposition, they sought MPs to be able to do our jobs. Now, the central piece in this particular trade deal that is causing Canadians much concern is not about the amount of trade going back and forth between our two countries, but the fact that Panama remains a serious tax haven for large corporations and individuals to hide their money and not pay their fair share of taxes. This is one of the things that the NDP is trying to convince the government this needs to change in this bill. The response from the Conservatives is not to make those changes, but instead shut down debate, shut Canadians out of the process and say, if we don't move 0.03% of our trade up to, say, 0.05% of our trade, clearly millions of Canadians will be thrown out of work. This doesn't make sense. What makes sense is to actually improve legislation. Let the House of Commons do its work. Allow MPs to actually earn their pay, which we do on this side. On their side, they seek time allocation 30 times almost now, Mr. Speaker. 30 times since the last election. These guys are breaking records no government should ever seek to break. Will the government House Leader realize that actually improving legislation is something that the House ought to be engaged with, not engaged with these draconian shutdowns of Parliament's job? Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, trade is critically important for Canadian workers, Canadian jobs, and Canadian exports to Panama have been increasing at a dramatic rate. And last year, our trade with Panama, our exports to Panama were just in goods alone over $110 million, and that was an increase of 20% over 2 years earlier. This agreement was entered into 2.5 years ago with Panama. Relations have been going well, but we also have to realize that when we compete, when our workers compete in the global market, they are competing against others. And our main competitors in Panama, indeed in the entire Western Hemisphere, are always the Americans. And effective a week ago tomorrow, that is last Wednesday, October 31st, the United States Free Trade Agreement with Panama finally came into force and effect. That means now Canadian workers, because we have not yet got this through the House, because of the difficulties we've had with the opposition, Canadian workers are now being asked by the opposition to compete with the Americans with their one hand tied behind their backs. Canadian workers are not going to be able to compete when their labours are taxed by the Panamanian government at a higher rate than their American brethren. In order for us to compete and create jobs, our workers need to be able to have the exact same advantages, the best advantages we can give them, so that they have the lowest cost tax structure, not by taking it in lower wages, but by paying less in duties and tariffs on the things they export to Panama. That's critical for Canadians to compete and create jobs in this country by having trade with Panama.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Oh.
It took a while.
It certainly is morning. I thought, somebody else was speaking and I didn't have my headpiece on. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say it's a pleasure to rise today to speak on this particular motion. It's actually a huge disappointment. We've had so many time allocations that even my head spins, and it doesn't spin that easily. And once again, the question I have that comes into my mind is, why is this government so determined to shut down parliamentary oversight over a free trade agreement with Panama? We have the time. There is no urgency on this. Workers are not sitting at home. Canadians are not sitting at home thinking, when are we going to sign this agreement? And yet it's important when we enter, especially bilateral free trade agreements, which we know are not always the best, it is best if we take the time to examine and let the parliamentarians do their job. So my question to my esteemed colleague across the way, what does this government have to hide?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, certainly not the facts that she has ignored. She asserts that Canadian workers are not at home wondering when the Canadian government is going to sign this agreement. She's quite right. They aren't wondering it because they've been paying attention. They know we signed this agreement 2.5 years ago. They know that. She may not know that. But it's surprising that she rises to debate this matter without even realizing that was an agreement that was signed 2.5 years ago. Canadian workers are wondering, why does that party want to hold it up so that they have to compete at a disadvantage with Americans, so that they have to start losing their market share, so that Canadian exports, being taxed higher than American exports, are going to get locked out of the Panamanian market. So that is my question for her. Why is the NDP so determined to make sure that Canadian workers' labours are taxed at a higher rate than their American brethren, why their products face higher tariffs? Why does she want to keep that condition, which has now been in place for 6 days, in place for the foreseeable future? She says it's not urgent, it's not important. It doesn't matter if Canadians can compete, because she doesn't believe the Canadian workers can compete. She doesn't think it matters whether or not we get into that Panamanian market. Well, I can tell you, Canadians that are manufacturing goods to send to Panama do care. They do care about their jobs. They want to keep their jobs. They want to keep manufacturing and exporting, and we're on their side to make sure that keeps happening.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been a parliamentarian for over 20 years now, and I've had to deal with the closure motions from New Democrat governments in Manitoba, progressive Conservative governments in Manitoba. But I must say, never before have I ever experienced a government that is so persistent on using time allocation, a form of closure, it is closure, as frequently as this particular government House Leader. I quickly do up a list. We had the Canadian Wheat Board, the Pool Pension Program, the Copyright Bill, the Gun Registry, Back to Work legislation, Financial System Review, budgets. Mr. Speaker, it's virtually endless. And at some point, the government House Leader has to reflect on his ability to be able to negotiate in good faith with opposition parties. If you want to be able to have the House function more smoothly and being able to pass legislation, you have to be able to sit down at a table in good faith and negotiate with House leaders. And, Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is, why has the government House Leader not recognized the value in terms of sitting down with opposition House leaders and trying to work through House business in a fashion in which the government would not be so dependent on having to bring in time allocation on virtually every piece of legislation nowadays, and their excuse is, well, it's important. It has to get done. Well, Mr. Speaker, what's important is the government House Leader needs to recognize that he has negotiating responsibilities with the House leaders to try to push through an agenda that is far more fair and takes into consideration what the opposition also would like to see happen.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, my understanding is that, or at least I thought up till now, the Liberal Party actually supported the free trade agreement with Panama. And the reason I thought they did that is because It offers important benefits for Canada. It certainly is to those workers that are producing that over $100 million in goods. We haven't even talked about services. Significant Canadian services that get exported into that marketplace. And, of course, the prospect for further growth in that trade at the rate it's been growing, 20% over just 2 years, a significant growth in trade. And who's it been benefiting? It's been benefiting workers in machinery, those who are producing precious stones and metals, meat, aerospace products, mineral fuels and oil, vegetables. In fact, a lot of our agricultural sector, those producing pulses and lentils, peas, frozen potato products, I know that's important in Atlantic Canada, for example, electrical and electronic equipment, paper and paperboard, pharmaceuticals, and I could go on. A significant, diverse amount of Canadians who work in those sectors who stand to benefit, who already do benefit, who stand to lose. So my understanding always was that the Liberal Party thought this was important, that the Liberal Party thought 2.5 years since the signing of agreement was a reasonable time frame in which to actually decide to implement it and get this House to pass legislation. That's why I thought the Liberal Party was supportive. Apparently I am mistaken.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the government House leader, has taken the example of the U.S., but the Americans waited before they signed their agreement to ensure that there was a tax information exchange agreement in place in order to fight against the tax havens that my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley mentioned earlier, and my colleague from Vancouver-Ingsway introduced a motion to that effect in the Committee on International Trade, asking the government to wait for such an agreement to be signed before the passage of this free trade agreement. Last Friday, the minister talked about C-24 and said that there were negotiations that had begun. Why does the government not want to wait for an agreement that would ensure the protection of taxpayers as well as the disclosure of financial information to fight against tax havens be signed before concluding this debate and before passing such a free trade agreement? It is such an important issue for people to ensure fair treatment of all taxpayers who pay taxes in order to ensure that we can really deal with this issue of tax havens. That's what the Americans did. We want to follow the American example, American competition. Why not follow their example with regard to the respect of Canadian taxpayers? Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm always amused at how the NDP, which have spoken against every single trade agreement we've ever proposed in this House, they have spoken against every single one, including the Canada-Jordan trade agreement. They like to pretend they didn't, but I can pull out Hansard here where they spoke against it repeatedly and opposed that agreement. But the reality is, every time there's a different creative argument about why they need to oppose it. And here it's one about, and they're always outdated, as is their opposition to trade. And here it's one about complaints about Panama and whether or not they are sufficiently transparent and represent a tax haven. Of course, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development some time ago placed Panama among the jurisdictions that is now significantly in compliance with their international expectations. We, of course, have been significantly advancing our negotiations and expect to have our mutual agreement in place very, very soon. But that doesn't stop the NDP from reaching for any new excuse, and I'm quite confident that were that agreement already in place, if they didn't want to wait another short period of time for it to be in place, if we're already in place, they'd find another reason why we shouldn't have this agreement, because fundamentally the NDP simply oppose trade. And it's a perplexing thing, because if you've been in Canada since its beginning, and certainly over the past several decades, you know that Canadian jobs, Canadian workers depend on our export markets overwhelmingly. Our prosperity, our jobs depend on it. That's why this government is delivering on that.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments from Malpeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the House Leader in his earlier remarks said he was mistaken on where the Liberal Party is at. He may have been mistaken. No, he's not. We have supported this agreement, and we've supported it for a very, very long time. But the need for time allocation on C-24, Mr. Speaker, is absurd. This is a government, and the House Leader acknowledged it in the House, that has failed completely to bring legislation through the House in a timely fashion. And I see him attacking the NDP. I've seen the NDP members at this committee because I sit in this committee, Mr. Speaker. They have some legitimate concerns, but they also have a legitimate right to timely debate. and I don't think they've been obstructionist. I don't see the need for time allocation. I think the government should allow the debate to go for its full extent. And for the minister to say in his numbers, it's interesting how they work, Mr. Speaker. This is an important deal, and we're worried that the Americans has one, and because the government delayed for 38 months, that's why we don't have this legislation, and the American agreement is coming into effect. But for him to say, you know, the exports have increased 20% over the last 2 years, yes, they have, but how big is that, Mr. Speaker? You know, the Canada-Panama agreement is 0.03% of Canada's trade around the world. So, you know, for them to blow the numbers out of proportion as this is the end of the world if we don't debate it properly is ridiculous, and the government itself should accept its responsibility. You know, they can't even abuse democracy in a way that makes sense. If they're going to abuse democracy, they should have done it 30 months ago and got the legislation through then. So my question to the House Leader is, would he begin his answer with, first of all, an apology for the mishandling of this legislation, bearing in mind that the Liberal Party has supported it in this Parliament and the previous one, and the legislation could have been implemented in the previous one if the government had did its job and allowed Parliament to operate as it should.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who poses a question comes from Prince Edward Island. The main agricultural export to Panama from Canada is potatoes, something I know his province has a significant stake in. And then he poses a question, what's the hurry? The hurry is this. Since about a week ago, his farmers are now being asked to compete at a disadvantage with Americans who are now going to get access to the market duty-free, and Canadians are standing by with an agreement not yet in place. That's the urgency. That's their principal competitor. So I ask him to go back to his constituents, to the people of Prince Edward Island who are engaged in the potato industry, both in the principal growing of the product and the manufacturing into the frozen potato products that are the principal export agriculturally to Panama, and say to them, I rose in the House this week to make sure that you have to wait longer to have access to that market, to make sure that you're at risk of losing access for your products that you produce into the Panamanian market. I'm very proud that I stood up against PEI farmers this week. Will he go back and do that? Because that is exactly what this member has done in the House today.
Questions and comments? Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we are wondering what the haste is, perhaps to see the results of the American presidential election. And we could talk a lot about free trade. It's the third decade where Canada was previously 65% dependent on the manufacturing sector, and now we're at 45%. 20% of our economy dropped in the last 3 decades because of free trade agreements that were not beneficial to us and to the manufacturing sector. And why? Because we can't give the social, economic, and moral workplace to properly evolve in a competitive environment as we have seen with globalization. So that's what we want to talk about in greater depth with regard to C24, and we'll continue to do so right to the end. Right to the end, to defend our small and medium-sized businesses who are the drivers of our economy in the regions, and this is what we're talking about, and there's no haste to deal with this today.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I thank the member for vigorously and openly defending the NDP agenda, which is anti-trade. And it's a desire to go back to a better day when Canadians were poor, when we could not export our products. It's a desire to amputate 2/3 of the Canadian economy, which is trade-based. So ask yourself, if you took an economy and you shut down 2/3 of it by cutting off trade, the NDP plan, what kind of economy would you have? A lot poorer one. But you know what? They have a plan to deal with that. The plan that will save our economy once they shut down trade. And it's a $21.5 billion carbon tax. If our workers were not already sufficiently handicapped by tariffs, by countries with whom we don't have trade agreements, while others are getting into those markets, let's handicap them a little bit further by making the costs of their inputs a little bit higher, their own personal cost of living a little bit higher, forcing them to demand wages that are higher just to pay their taxes, making them again less competitive. And where would that leave our economy? A very, very sad, depressed state. That's the NDP plan for the economy: shut down trade and higher taxes.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it personally offensive that the minister seems to have something against persons with disability because he keeps on using the offensive word handicap in this House, and I don't understand what he has against persons with disability that he's once again over and over using that very offensive word in this House of Commons. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I'll go on to my question about this motion for closure. To talk about the Labour Cooperation Agreement, it would require both parties to actually respect their commitments under the International Labour Organization's 1998 Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. All of Canada's bilateral agreements, bilateral labour cooperation agreements that have been ratified since 1998, including Jordan, Colombia, Peru, and Costa Rica, have made reference to the obligations under this declaration that would protect. It's important to protect the right to collectively bargain, to abolish child labour, to eliminate compulsory labour, and to prohibit employment discrimination. Canada and Panama would, if we move forward with this, also agree to minimum employment standards, minimum occupational health and safety standards, and minimum compensation for sick and injured workers. So I guess it's continuing on from his attack on the differently abled Canadians, differently abled people, and why does the government want to invoke closure yet once again? And like our House Leader mentioned, almost the 30th time since this last election.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, first I'll remember this is not a motion for closure. I don't know if she was paying attention. This is actually a motion under a different rubric. It's called time allocation, different part of the standing orders. I invite her to familiarize herself with the rules of the House of Commons. She did, however, cover the elements that are part of the labour agreement that are very important for the protection of our workers, for ensuring that they are on a level playing field, to ensure that they don't work at a disadvantage compared with workers elsewhere. And those are things in the labour agreement such as the elimination of child labour, the elimination of forced labour and discrimination, respect of the freedom of association, protection of the right to collective bargaining, and of course protections in regard to occupational health and safety, including compensation in cases of injury or illness, employment standards, including minimum wage and overtime pay, non-discrimination and inspective working conditions for migrant workers. These are things that are mutually protected in this agreement that ensures that our workers have fair access to that market for the goods and products, that they aren't competing at a disadvantage, and that is what we're seeking to do here. So having enumerated those so well, I would hope she would become an enthusiastic supporter of this opportunity to create jobs and opportunities for Canadian workers to sell their goods and services into the Panamanian market, no longer at a disadvantage, not at a disadvantage compared with Americans, but on a level playing field where I know Canadian workers can compete.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many rules and regulations in this House, many terminology. One of the ones that I've come to know, and thanks to Conservatives, is closure. And that's shutting down the very debate, a rigorous debate about the legislation that's being introduced in this House. And we do that to look at it, the laws we're passing in this House, that they're conforming to Canadian values, they're conforming to constitutional, they're conforming to what we want to do with this country, yet the Conservatives are shutting that down. And let me, Mr. Speaker, tell you about the trade policy of the Conservatives. When the Conservatives came into power in 2006, we had $25 billion in trade surplus. And what is today, Mr. Speaker, is $50 billion in deficit. That is their record. That is the Conservative record, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask my colleague, what is the reason? What are they trying to hide in shutting down this debate, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, this agreement been around for 2.5 years since I was there for the signing ceremony as Trade Minister, and it's been there for everyone to see. We've had legislation in this House for some time. What we're trying to do, and the reason it's become so urgent, is because we now are in a situation where we are almost a week into a very unlevel playing field, where American workers, American companies have the benefit of a trade agreement in force with Panama, and Canada is now behind them. Canadian workers are now behind them. So when the question is asked, why is this urgent? Why must we take action now? Well, guess what? Once you change your customer, when a Canadian company loses a contract to an American company, they're no longer the customer. The American company will be the customer going forward. We're at risk of losing those contracts now. And what happens every time one of those contracts is lost? Canadian jobs are lost. That's the urgency. We want to see Canadian jobs grow, not guarantee the loss of Canadian jobs through delay of this agreement. The NDP apparently says, don't worry, lose those contracts, let those Canadian jobs be lost. We want more time to debate an agreement that's been around for 2.5 years. We don't agree with that lax attitude. We understand that in the world of global competition, you have to be nimble, you have to compete, you have to give Canadian workers every advantage we can give them. That's what we're doing here on this side.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't look so old, I don't think, but I have been following politics for some 40 years. And I've never seen a House leader, a parliamentary leader, blame the opposition for everything in such a way. He's hitting us with the same stick. The carbon tax joke comes up every day. I'd like there to be a tax on ignorance myself. I don't understand why he doesn't get to the crux of the problem. If Canada is disadvantaged in comparison with the United States, it's because they drag their feet. And they didn't ensure that this accord be signed. They didn't sign the tax information exchange agreement as the Americans did with Panama. So if they find themselves in this situation where there are people in PEI who are waiting to sell their potatoes, well, we're not the ones who are to blame. They are the ones who dragged their feet and didn't do their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member raises the question of the NDP proposed carbon tax, and he doesn't like it being discussed in this House. Well, you know, it's been said that the NDP have never met a tax they didn't like, and they're always creatively trying to come up with new ones. He has a new one, a tax on ignorance. Now, I'm not going to get into speculating on who might be asked to pay that tax, but I can tell you on this side, we're fundamentally opposed to that tax too. Not just the NDP carbon tax, even the tax on ignorance that the NDP is now proposing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also troubled by the fact that the NDP continues to try to stifle development and trade opportunities. And I come from a riding that has a great amount of agriculture, food processing, primary agriculture, grains and oil seeds. And this particular trade bill would certainly improve the lot of our agricultural community in terms of the kinds of things we're able to export. Meat, vegetables, peas, even the forestry industry, Mr. Speaker, is the paper and paperboard products. So I'd like my colleague to comment on the importance of this for the agricultural community in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank the honourable member who indeed represents a community that has had a long and proud tradition in Canada's agricultural sector, particularly in meats and processed meats, where they have been very much pioneers and done very, very well. And, you know, there are two segments where we do stand to gain a great deal under this agreement, where I know Canadian farmers, and I'm sure he's heard it from his constituents, stand to gain a deal, and that is in pork and beef. Canadian beef producers, Canadian pork producers have become some of the most successful in benefiting from exports to other markets. It's not surprising there are not too many NDP members who represent those kind of constituencies, but if they did, they would know and they would hear from their producers that they want access to these markets, and the Panamanian market is one of those places where we see a real opportunity with the way this agreement is structured to see benefits for Canadian beef and pork producers. That's why we want to deliver on this agreement and deliver on it soon for Canadians.
Very short time left, less than a minute. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Soon, perhaps, Mr. Speaker. The reason the government has to justify their actions today is they've hit the parliamentary panic button and said we need to shut down discussion. We need to close off debate because this is of such economic interest that they also have to go back in time and remember that they've killed this legislation. They've prorogued parliaments. They've called elections before the actual law said they were allowed to call elections. And yet all that time that this was delayed by their own actions, I guess Canadian farmers and Canadian businesses were suffering. Now they hit the panic button. Now they say Parliament must be curtailed for the 29th time. They can't justify these things to Canadians anymore. This is a tendency that this government often gives into, to say that Parliament shouldn't matter. The Parliament should be an encumbrance that a government has to get around rather than a place where we exchange things. He still hasn't answered the question. Does this free trade agreement finally take care of the tax havens that have been so rife with the Panamanians for so long, where Canadian businesses and wealthy Canadians have been hiding their money and not paying their fair share for all the services we so desperately need?
The Honourable Government House Leader, we're out of time. 1 minute, no more.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, the NDP continues to live in the past, both on the fundamental question of trade, which they oppose and consistently oppose, and on following developments in the compliance of countries like Panama with their international obligations. That's why the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development moved them off of the grey list and deemed them now substantially in compliance with those very tax issues of which he's concerned. The problem with the NDP is they will reach for any excuse to oppose a trade agreement. They've opposed trade agreements with the United States, with Mexico, with Colombia, with Jordan, with Panama, with Peru, with Iceland, with Liechtenstein, with Norway, with Switzerland, with Chile, with Costa Rica, with Israel, with Honduras, and now, of course, with Panama. They don't miss an opportunity to oppose more jobs and more opportunities for Canadians to export. Why? Because they believe in an old model where Canada is an island and not part of a larger world economically. That is the way of the past. That is the way of poverty. That is not the way of this government.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, move that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama, not more than 2 further sitting days, shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the second day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Fait-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favour of the motion, please signify by saying yea. Yea! All those opposed to the motion, please signify by saying nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La question est la
The
suivante.
question is as follows.
Mr. Van
Loan, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moved that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement
et de l'accord sur
and
l'environnement
the
entre le
agreement
Canada et la République du Panama
on
et de l'accord
the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama, not more than 2 further sitting days, shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time dispense, that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the second day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of this said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Panache. Mr. Panache. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukak. Mrs. Aglukak. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Shea. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Blaney. Monsieur Blaney. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Fantino. Monsieur Valcourt. Monsieur Valcourt. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightchrist. Mr. Brightchrist. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Anders. Mr. Anders. Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's. Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Velicott. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown Leeds Granville. Mr. Brown Leeds Granville. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rampel. Ms. Rampel. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Gauguin. Mr. Gauguin. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Delmaster. Mr. Delmaster. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe. Mrs. Troupe. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover. Mrs. Glover. Ms. Leach. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leon. Mr. Leon. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Decker. Mr. Decker. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Preston. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Tweed. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac. Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Bernoulli. Mr. Bernoulli. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mr. Cannon. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mrs. Davidson. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Mr. Braid. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Holder. Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColeman. Mr. McColeman. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country. The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country. The Western St. John. Mr. Western St. John. Mr. Woodward. Mr. Woodward. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Sopa. Mr. Sopa. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Adler. Mr. Adler. Mr.
Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Straw.
Mr.
Mr.
Straw.
Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Alan Weller.
Mr. Alan
Mr.
Weller.
Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutinsky.
Madame Boutinsky.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
Kingsway.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Madame
Delta.
Leblanc, La Salle-Mare.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mare.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur
Ms.
Toon.
Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandy.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Nunez Melo.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce,
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr.
Mr.
McCall.
Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Coderre.
Monsieur Coderre.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Carriagianus.
Mr. Carriagianus.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpolegia.
Mr. Scarpolegia.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria. Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May. Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 125, 125.
Je déclare la
I declare the motion carried.
carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Third reading of Bill C-24, the Canada-Panama Economic Growth and Prosperity Act.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
I would ask, before we start, for those of you who are not staying for the debate, to please move outside the chamber. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government is accusing us of ideological stubbornness and being against free trade, and yet our position is quite pragmatic. If we are opposed to a type of free trade, if the free trade that is being proposed to us by the other side is such that we're opposed because there is no economic strategy, no industry or energy strategy. Free trade agreements can't come out with things like the bazooka gum you find in an Archie comics. You have to know that these are legitimate issues. We're asking questions on behalf of Canadians. And we are concerned about the competency of this government to negotiate such kinds of agreements. I'm not a big expert in international trade, but the little bit that I do know, I have to say I'm concerned about the way the others opposite are behaving when we see that a negotiator is saying, well, there's just the issue of intellectual property. It won't take long. It's just a formality. But I think that these people don't really understand what's happening. For example, today we see the significance that this has when we talk about intellectual property. All the big conflicts and disputes, in fact, that are occurring in the area of international trade are usually about intellectual property. And this is just one aspect. Often, when there is a conflict after a treaty or agreement has been signed, the problem gets resolved not by lawyers, but rather by semantic debates. Often two words can cost billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs. For example, in Section 14 of the Free Trade Agreement with the United States, there were two words that were challenged. And it really concerned, in English, the word in comparison with and in relation to. And once they debated what those words really meant, it allowed the U.S. to ask for a high tax that almost destroyed the softwood lumber industry in Canada and cost tens of thousands of jobs.
À long terme,
in the long run, what is our country going to become? I remember when I was young and we made trains and locomotive engines. There was a big industry, and we exported these products, and the conditions changes, and soon we won't do anything, not even HoC. And we need an intelligent long-term trade strategy. In traveling outside the country, people tell me that Canada is a great country that has very consistent international policy positions, which does a lot for international development. And now I still hear that we are a great country, but people are saying, well, it takes a week to go from Montreal to Vancouver by car, and this isn't the kind of things, the greatness that we hope to have here. We're no longer being considered a great economic and diplomatic power, and I think that our image has to stop being tarnished. If the people on the opposite side started to think when we ask intelligent questions, that would be good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport. Just one moment, please.
For Winnipeg North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And I do have, I would like to actually be able to express, we do see the value of this particular agreement. And as my colleague from the Atlantic region had indicated earlier, the Liberal Party is indeed quite supportive of the agreement. But we also want to recognize that we have other trading partners. Those trading partners, in particular the United States, which is well over 70% of the economic trade and responsible for hundreds of thousands of jobs here in Canada. And I'm wondering if my colleague might want to provide comment in terms of, yes, it's important that we pass this particular agreement, and it will get passed now, Mr. Speaker, but the question is to what degree does he believe that we could be doing more with our trading partner just south of our border?
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. We don't live on an island in the Pacific and have big, important neighbors that we rely far too much on. But at the same time, we don't want to become Kazakhstan. And we don't want to be securing the border for them and become some kind of inexhaustible mine of natural resources while we export all our jobs south of the border. But we have to have a comprehensive trade strategy.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for his speech, which was very enlightening in terms of the really negative implications of these treaties and what they could set up for us. But there's an aspect that's really quite important to consider, which is, you know, if we look at Panamanian laws that protect labor issues, for example, President Martinelli announced unilateral amendments to those laws, and they would ban the automatic covering of union dues. And there were also different aspects covering various legal areas. So this is a regime that's completely imbalanced in terms of the labor code, and I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, indeed, among the issues, the questions that we had at the committee was the whole aspect of protection of human rights, environmental rights, and it seems like this aspect of the treaty has been neglected. There are agreements in principle, and there's lots of empty rhetoric, but there's no sanctions if anyone contravenes those rules, or the penalties are ridiculous. I think that if they were sincere on the other side, and if they really wanted it to be free trade that benefits all parties, they would have insisted on establishing real rules. And for example, in terms of the tax information, they would have asked for that to be settled before the ratification as the Americans did. So we can see the same negligence on the labor law and environmental law. There's lots of motherhood and apple pie and fantastic statements made that are empty of any meaning. It's the same. It was the same thing in Colombia, and it will be the same thing with China it'll be the same thing around the world if we let them do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today in this House to share how this government's free trade agreement with Panama complements our government's America strategy. But first of all, I'd like to speak about how our government's ambitious pro-trade plan and our global commerce strategy is creating new opportunities around the world for Canadian exporters. Our government's global commerce strategy, developed in close consultations with the Canadian business community, was our strategy to respond to the changes in global economy and to position Canada for long-term prosperity. The global commerce strategy identified 13 priority markets around the world where Canadian opportunities and interests had the greatest potential for growth. The strategy also sparked the most ambitious pro-trade plan in Canadian history. It has driven Canadian leadership on the world stage in support of trade, job creation, economic growth, and prosperity for hard-working Canadians and their families. The results, Mr. Speaker, have been very impressive. Under the global commerce strategy, Canada has concluded a free trade agreements with 9 countries, representing markets in combined of $1.5 trillion. We've begun deepening trade and investment ties with the largest, most dynamic, and fastest-growing countries in the world, including Brazil, India, Japan, and the European Union. We are also new foreign investment promotions and protection agreements with 14 additional countries. Mr. Speaker, the Americas are a priority market for our government. In fact, just this past year, our government announced plans to strengthen our engagement in the region to ensure that our efforts are focused where their impact will be the greatest. I must say, Mr. Speaker, and actually a lot of the members would understand or were there last night, we're meeting with different ambassadors from the Americas at a function with Parlamericas. And I had many ambassadors come up to me and say, you know what, it's nice to see Canada is now on our radar. It's nice to see that Canadians are traveling into their regions, doing business. It's nice to see that this government recognizes the potential that is located in both Central and South America and in the Caribbean. And they really appreciate the work that we've been doing in the foreign trade ends. And this Panama trade deal will just reinforce that. I'd like to share the House a bit more about how our free trade agreement with Panama fits in with our America strategies. The renewed strategy has 3 goals. 1, to increase Canadian and hemispheric economic opportunity. 2, to address security issues and advance freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law through capacity building. And 3, to build a stable foundation for Canadian engagement and increased influence in the hemisphere. This agreement definitely helps us do that. Mr. Speaker, strengthening economic ties are crucial in today's challenging and uncertain global economic climate. Expanding Canada's trade and investment in the Americas will help protect existing jobs and create new jobs and increase prosperity for all Canadians. Canada's efforts to increase economic opportunity depends on a deepening trade and investment ties by advancing our trade agreements. The Americas is a key region for Canadian bilateral trade initiatives. In fact, 7 of Canada's 10 concluded free trade agreements have been with countries in the Americas. But it's not enough simply to sign a trade agreement. And our government's America strategy is the needs to make Canadian companies aware of the advantage and opportunities of these trade agreements. Our government understands that through engagement, through development, trade, and commercial ties, that Canada can be supportive of change and growth in the Americas. Promoting freer trade in the Americas opens new doors and creates new opportunities for Canadian companies, increasing economic benefits for Canadians, including new jobs for hard-working Canadians right across this country from coast to coast to coast. Canada's efforts to liberalize trade with the Americas is working. We are removing barriers to trade and facilitating two-way commerce. The Americas offer great potential. Total trade growth between the countries in the Americas and Canada has increased by nearly 40% since 2005 to the 2010 period. In order to promote economic opportunity, our government's renewed America strategy will focus on intensifying trade promotion and trade relationship building efforts to ensure that Canadian business and exporters are taking full advantage of these new trade regions. A part of increasing economic opportunity with Panama, Canada is growing with economic partnerships and contribute to the long-term prosperity of both countries. Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure of traveling to Panama on numerous occasions through Parlamericas and both on personal trips myself, with my family. You know, here's a dynamic country. This is a country that has this thing called the Panama Canal going through it. That's pretty well 3/4 of the world's trade that goes on oceans goes through that canal. When you look at Panama and its situation in the Americas and how it's located with airlines such as Copa, it's becoming the hub for transportation going in and out of Central and South America. That's why I think it's very important we emphasize importance of this trade deal to make sure that we have opportunities and the ability to travel in and out of Panama so that we can do more business not only with Panama, but throughout the region. And Panama is a key component in that effort. This agreement and its parallel labor and environmental agreements will promote trade and investments while creating a winning advantage for Canadian businesses and exporters. To protect Canadian trade and commerce investments, the security situation of Central America must be taken into consideration and is core focus in our renewed America strategy. Panama has recognized its security challenges and has significantly increased spending on security. They have also committed to continued reforms to their security institutions. Panama continues to build a strong security cooperation with the United States and cooperation with its Central American neighbors under the Central American Integrity System, or CICA, Regional Security Strategy. Our government is pleased with the significant efforts that Panama is making to meet the security challenges in confronting the public security threats facing Central America. Mr. Speaker, international relationships are fundamental. Competition for market share is on the rise, and Canada must demonstrate that it is serious and a committed trading partner. Our government has continued to deliver on an ambitious pro-trade plan that is creating new opportunities not only in the Americas, but in the dynamic, high-growth markets around the world. Furthermore, while sustaining high engagement is essential, Canada will continue to benefit by building relationships more broadly across the private sector, government, and academia. Yes, you know, if you look back, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years, I've had the privilege of traveling into the region with the Prime Minister, reaching out to our trading partners, helping Canadian businesses secure access to opportunities that they see in those countries. We've also had the Governor General down in countries like Brazil promoting the educational systems that we have here in Canada. In fact, a country like Brazil is spending a large amount of cash sending students abroad, and a lot of our Canadian universities are taking advantage of that situation and are attracting them to Canada and educating them here in Canada. And you know what? All that can do when we build relations like that is foster growth between the two countries. And if you look at Brazil and how it's growing, that's not a bad country to be aligned with. All countries in America have a vested interest in prosperity, security, and stability. That is why our government is committed to building sustainable relationships with our like-minded neighbors. Through our strong bilateral relationships and increasing people-to-people ties generated through educational exchange, increased tourism and business links, our links with Panama are growing stronger every day. And every day, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing more and more opportunities for Canadian businesses and exporters. A good example, Mr. Speaker, just 3 weeks ago, I had a phone call from a colleague down in Panama that I'd met in one of the groups asking about Canadian beef. He was asking me, he says, how do I get a hold of Canadian beef? What's the role? What's the process to go through? You know, that's the thing that building relations can happen. So you can put them in touch with the appropriate people in the Canadian Beef Federation, and they can actually go there and they can actually make connections and use that new connection to sell more Canadian beef. Just one example of how farmers are going to benefit from this trade agreement. Another example is if you look at the wheat industry. We're going to actually have preferential access into Panama over the U.S. because the U.S. does not have its trade agreement done yet with Panama. So if you look at this, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have access for Canadian companies long before our competition and get in there and build those strong relationships before they do. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement are key components to advance the goals of the America strategies. And when you look at what's going on in the Americas, when you see the growth, the potential, when you look at the issues that they're facing, here's a country that really is reaching out to Canada, and this is a country that's been patiently waiting for this agreement to come forward. I know the former ambassador fairly well. He was anxious. He wanted to see this thing go through the House, and of course, unfortunately, he was recalled. But in the same breath, he could always wonder, why did it take so long? Why did it take so long? Because the people in Panama really wanted this trade agreement. In one of my trips to Panama, I had the opportunity to spend some time with one of the diputados in Panama and go and visit his riding and tour some of the needier areas, the poor and the slums areas, and experience what he faces in his job as a parliamentarian. It was heartwarming and heartbreaking in the same fashion. Heartwarming because what he was doing was making a difference in the individual lives in those people. Heartbreaking when you see the situations that their kids were growing up with and the implications of not having a strong economy brought about. You know, if anything we can do as Canada is not necessarily go around the world and preach. That's not who we are. But what we can do is go around and help people, assist them, give them economic opportunity, give them the ability to help themselves, give them the tools so that they can make their lives better. And how do you do that, Mr. Speaker? Well, one of the best ways is to trade with them, is to actually go and do business with them, to help them learn from us. And you know what? We're going to learn a lot from them. because they have a lot to teach us on how to handle business in the region. They know a lot of things that we can learn from our business sector also. That's one of the advantages I've had by being with Parliamericans, and I think that's one of the things that I promote Parliamericans when I talk to my colleagues in the House, is a chance for parliamentarians to travel into different countries within the region in a non-partisan manner. A good example is I traveled with my colleague from the Liberal Party into Panama this summer at an AGM with Parliamericans down there. We got a chance to talk to parliamentarians from all parties, and we actually had a chance to build some bridges. This is what also trade agreements do. It allows businesses to get together and build bridges, to seek out opportunities of mutual beneficial for both companies or both partners. That's what we're doing here, Mr. Speakers. We're just laying out the proper rules for doing this as we move forward and making it easier for our business community and our investors to go into different parts of the world, but in this case in Panama, and do business. And that's nothing but positive, not only for Canada, but positive for the Panamanians too. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll conclude there, but I just want to sum one thing up. And when you look at this trade agreements and all trade agreements, when we look down the road in the future, when we look at where we're going to leave this country for our kids and how we're moving forward, it's one of the things that I think we can do for our kids is give them opportunity, give them market access, let them know that the businesses they work for can not only export to the U.S. or Mexico, but it can export to Panama, to Chile, to Colombia, to Honduras, hopefully in the future. You know, those are the things that we can do to our kids to give them the opportunities. We can't give them everything, but we can give them chances and opportunities. And by promoting a bill like this is a good bill. This is what we're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave you with that, and I really think we should move this bill through forward fastly.
Hear, hear. Question commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague on the other side just spoke about the agreement with Japan and of the importance that Canada wants to, Canada showing some seriousness in its international dealings. I was in Japan in June with a delegation, and we never looked as foolish in our lives as when a former Japanese diplomat told us in a meeting on the last day of the visit that the consular services had been closed at the Tokyo embassy. We learned that from a Japanese colleague, and it seems to me that that doesn't look like we're very serious, particularly if Panama is important. Well, Japan must be 25 or 30 times more important to Canada. It's the best partner we could sign an agreement with, and so if we're doing foolish things like that, we're going to lose them, and we'll lose our opportunity there, and it will be much more serious than Panama. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, he makes a good point, and I'm glad to hear that he's talking about the NDP supporting a trade agreement with Japan, because that's something that we should be considering and doing in the future for sure. You know, as we go across the globe, we should be looking for opportunities like Japan. But you know, what we got in front of us today, Mr. Speaker, is Panama. And there's some key things that I think we need to remind ourselves and why this trade agreement is important with Panama. First of all, it's a strategic hub for the Americas, and it's an important logistical platform. It has the canal. It has airports. It is centered in the region as far as transportation or branching out to other countries within the region. It generates export and investment opportunities for Canadians by creating preferential and more predictable trade and investments. Those are things that Canadian businesses want. Panama is a good environment to investment. Panama is an emerging economy. People are buying their first TV. They're buying their first microwave. It's a growth economy that we can participate in. And not only that, when we provide that growth, when we see that growth happens, some of the other things disappear. For example, the drug trafficking, human smuggling. You take away the need for people to try to make monies by any means. When they can make a dollar fairly and squarely, that's what they'll do. And they actually reduce the amount of crime and violent crime in those regions, which is a benefit to us here in Canada because we are the consumers of some of these drugs that come this way. You know, this agreement will eliminate tariffs on 89% on non-agriculture imports from Canada. Majority of Panama's remaining non-agriculture tariffs will be eliminated between 5 and 10 years, including certain forest and paper products, certain iron, steel products, paints, soaps, and various manufactured goods. Again, I come from a riding that has a pulp mill. I have a riding that has forestry goods. They can now end up in Panama. That's great for my riding. That's great for all Canadians. I can't understand why the NDP, the anti-trade group that's sitting over there, just can't get it. Can't they understand that Canada is an exporting nation? If we want to see growth, if we want to give prosperity to our kids, this is what we have to do. We can never consume the resources that the gods have enriched us here in Canada. We have to be willing to trade. We have to be willing to exchange them for other values throughout the world. And that's what we're doing through a trade agreement like this.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my honourable colleague's comments, and one of the things that he talked about and increased opportunity for trade with Panama in forestry products and plants and trees. And Mr. Speaker, I want to break it down into the kind of lowest common denominator. So some of our opposition colleagues who are talking about voting against this agreement still have a chance on third reading to change their mind and support this agreement. And to my honourable colleague, the issue here is simple. Right now, in one commodity alone, and that's the Christmas tree industry in Nova Scotia, there's a tariff going into Panama of 18%. Now, 18% may not sound like a lot of money, but that's a lot of money. So we're paying, Nova Scotia Christmas tree growers are paying 18% tariff on trees going into Panama. They've been shipping Christmas trees to Panama since prior to the 1960s, Mr. Speaker. So over 50 years of business between Nova Scotia and Panama in that industry alone, with a punitive tariff of 18% that will be wiped out overnight. So that's an opportunity for a niche market for a small industry in Nova Scotia, but that small industry is worth about $30 million to the province of Nova Scotia. So it's items like that that often get overlooked in these trade agreements, however, that are significant for farm families and farm gate profits in rural Nova Scotia.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary. First of all, I need to thank him for his hard work and determination in getting this bill through. I think it's been in front of his committee 3 times, if I remember right. And I know he's been doing all the hard work, or a lot of the hard work with all the committee members, getting this bill to where it is today, and I want to thank him for that. But, he gives a good example with the Christmas trees. 18% tariff. 18% tariff for what? It's just a trade restriction. That's all it is. And why the NDP would want to see a tariff on Canadian companies is beyond me. Why the NDP would say, that's okay, you can sell your Christmas trees, but let them collect that 18% tariff, because that's what they're doing when they vote against this trade agreement. That's a classic example of NDP, because there's not a tax they don't like, even if it's a tax being collected by another country. And that's what's happening in this situation. This is what the Canada-Panama trade agreement resolves. It takes away that 18% tariff. It gives that company some stability of market access into Panama. It allows them to go in and fill in that niche market and maybe expand in that market. Not only in Panama, maybe they can use Panama as a bridging point to go to other countries within the region. We don't know what the potential is. That's up to that individual investor. All we can do here in government is take away the barriers and allow him to do the business that he wants to do. And that's what this trade agreement does.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Député de Honor.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Hochelaga, rather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No problem. In the member's speech, the member for Prince Albert, he said something along the lines of, through these free trade agreements, Canada can support change and growth in the Americas. A few years ago, I signed a petition about the free trade, the North American Free Trade Agreement. And this was a petition signed by all member countries. This was the Free Trade of the Americas Agreement. So what we said, that humans were just as important as economics in trade, and nobody talks about the Free Trade Agreement of the Americas, the FTAA, anymore, so it had an impact. But now the Canadian government is entering into bilateral agreements that are like the FTAA, but they don't have the human face, which people who signed the petition had called for. So my question is, why enter into agreements that don't fundamentally promote human rights in countries like Panama?
Albert.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and actually I think it was called CAFTA that was the trade agreement she's referring to. And actually there's really good reasons for my answer on this one. Bilaterals are very easy to do. You can do bilaterals with countries that want to do business with you. When you go to a multilateral stage or a venue, it's very difficult to get all the people to agree on the same topic or the same suggestions or the same issues. It's very tough to put together. Now, I think we should strive towards multilateral agreements like TPP and I guess in certain ways CETA. But in the same breath, we cannot wait for multilateral agreements to come forward like WTO. We need to be out there. We need to be out there like the people in Chile. I think Chile's got something like 60 trade agreements with different partners around the world. Canada needs to be doing the same thing. And if we can't do it through multilateral venues, then we need to be vigilant and keep doing it through bilaterals that we're doing today. Again, the focus here has to be on families, and that's what we're doing by providing Canadian business with market access to markets around the globe so that if one country like the U.S. decides not to trade with us, we have 10 more lining up to buy that product. And that's what we're doing with our trade policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And I guess one could always pose the question in terms of the length of time that it's taken to ultimately get this bill through the legislature. You know, the government has had the support of the Liberal Party throughout the process, from what I understand. And I wouldn't mind if the member would provide comment as to why he believes it's taken so long to get it through. Another thing, if he doesn't mind, just to provide comment, I know the Prime Minister is currently in India, and I believe he's going to Hong Kong and stopping in Philippines. And I'm wondering if he could provide his perspective in regards to Philippines. That's a country in which I've always argued that it would be great to see more freer trade between Canada and Philippines, and if in fact he believes that the Government of Canada at this time is prepared to make it a higher priority.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert, we're out of time, so quick answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, I guess I'd like to answer that same question. I'd like to know the answer why that hasn't happened before. And I think the NDP is probably solely responsible for seeing that being delayed in committee and being brought forward the way it has. In regards to the Prime Minister's trips, boy, it's nice to see a Prime Minister to be proud of going out on the global stage and actually attracting markets and increasing investment. That's a thing that we can be proud of, and I think we all should be proud of the fact that he's over there right now opening up markets for Canadian families and Canadian businesses.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today in the House and speak on Bill C-24, the Canada-Panama Trade Agreement, the full name, and act to implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the Agreement on the Environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the Agreement on Labour Cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama. Before I go too much farther, I would answer the question just raised by my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. And the reason that this agreement has taken so long to get through this House has been because the Conservative Party has prorogued this House twice, and twice before this bill was actually, that was before this House, was killed because the Prime Minister of this country prorogued Parliament and deprived parliamentarians of their opportunity to deal with it. So that's actually why this bill has been delayed, not because of anything the New Democrats have done. But again, it's always nice to add some factual basis to this House, as opposed to the government's general approach to rely on spin and accusation and oversimplification, as opposed to solid evidence-based approaches to government. Mr. Speaker, C-24, I'd like to describe for you briefly what it's about. Canada, by this bill, would eliminate all non-agricultural tariffs as well as most agricultural tariffs upon ratification of this agreement. Overall, this bill, if passed, would eliminate 99% of tariffs for imports from Panama, and a limited number of tariffs would be phased out over the next 15 years. Canada would not, by this agreement, eliminate over-quota tariffs on supply-managed goods, such as dairy, poultry, and eggs. Additionally, Canada would not eliminate its tariffs on certain sugar products, so this deal is not comprehensive, and it does not deal with certain sensitive agricultural issues that are often so delicately handled in trade agreements. This agreement would see Panama immediately eliminate on all non-agricultural tariffs for imports from Canada, and upon ratification, 90% of Canada's exports to Panama would enter the country duty-free, including many agricultural products. Other agricultural tariffs would be phased out within 5 to 10 years. A limited number of Panamanian tariff lines would be unaffected by the implementation of the proposed free trade agreement. Currently, Mr. Speaker, Panama's average most favored nation tariff rate, which is the lowest tariff rate that Panama offers to countries with which it does not have a free trade agreement, for non-agricultural products is 6.4%. And its average most favored nation tariff rate for agricultural products is 13.6%. However, some agricultural imports into Panama face tariff rates as high as 70%. This agreement deals with services as well, Mr. Speaker. It extends liberalization of trade and services beyond that established by the World Trade Organization's General Agreement on Trade in Services in Finance, Information and Communication Technology, Environmental Services, and Energy Services. This agreement facilitates border entry for service providers and business people. It would provide a framework for the eventual reciprocal recognition of professional licensing qualifications in both countries. Mr. Speaker, this deal also has a chapter on government procurement. It allows contractors to bid on government contracts in both Panama and Canada. Moreover, contractors from Canada would be eligible to bid on Panama Canal Authority contracts, and this agreement would prohibit government contracts with domestic content requirement rules that may impede potential suppliers or subcontractors from the partner country. Panama and Canada would both be required to post contract opportunities in a transparent manner for contractors from the partner country. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this deal would open up procurement in Canada to Panamanian businesses and vice versa. Mr. Speaker, there's a labour cooperation agreement appended to this agreement, referred to as a side deal on labour. It would require both parties to respect commitments under the International Labour Organization's 1998 Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights of Work, and it would protect the right to collective bargaining, obligate the parties to work towards abolishing child labour, eliminate compulsory labour, prohibit employment discrimination. Canada and Panama would also agree to minimum employment standards, occupational health and safety standards, and compensation for sick and injured workers. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, either country could request a consultation with respect to the other country's obligations under the proposed agreement. If the countries could not reach an agreement with respect to a complaint, a review panel would or could be established if a country persistently abrogated its obligations under the proposed agreement and if the matter is so-called trade-related, end quote. This independent review panel could impose monetary penalties which would be collected pursuant to a domestic court order. Those penalties would be limited to $15 million per year for each country and would be spent on programs in the country that violated the Labour Cooperation Agreement. Mr. Speaker, there's also a side agreement on the environment in this trade deal. Both Canada and Panama would be required not to weaken their environmental regulations, such as they are, in order to attract investment. Both countries would be required to enforce their existing environmental regulations, again, such as they are. To this end, mechanisms would be established to ensure that environmental impact assessments occur for proposed projects. In both countries, interested persons could request that the government investigate alleged violations of environmental rules. Furthermore, the agreement would provide a framework for environment cooperation between the countries with respect to environmental enforcement capacity, protection of biodiversity, conserving shared migratory or endangered species, and developing mechanisms to protect the environment. Disputes between the countries would be resolved through consultations and exchanges of information only. If those consultations and exchanges were unable to resolve the dispute, the offended party could request that an independent review panel be established to investigate the dispute. Mr. Speaker, we are opposing this bill for a number of reasons. Number one, Panama has an established, clear, and absolute long-standing reputation as a tax haven for tax evasion and tax avoidance. Second, Panama has a history of military dictatorship. It has a poor record of labor rights, human rights, and the deal side agreements for both labor and the environment are, as I will delineate, very weak. We are also very concerned, Third, that the agreement provides greater rights and powers to foreign investors. This is worrisome given controversies on the environment and human rights records of some Canadian mining firms in Panama. There are no penalties for environmental violation of this agreement whatsoever. In other words, if there is any single violation or multiple violation of the environmental side agreement, not one penny is provided for in this agreement to be levied in terms of fines or penalty. In other words, the environmental side agreement is suggested only. I'm going to deal first with the tax haven situation. Mr. Speaker, the amount of money invested in tax havens in the world globally at the moment is at an all-time high. In 2011, almost 25% of Canada's investment was invested in the world's top 12 world's tax havens. According to a Justice Network report from 2011, Canada loses an estimated $80 billion per year to all forms of tax evasion. The government does not have a system for estimating and publishing the amount of lost revenues due to offshore non-compliance. In 2011, there were more than 9,000 CRA employees working on taxpayer compliance. As of May 2012, 510 were assigned to the International Audit Program. That number has not changed since 2008, even though the use of offshore accounts has skyrocketed. The CRA's 2010 audit of its own enforcement branch confirms the agency's inability to pursue complex offshore cases worth millions of dollars. Instead, it prefers to chase down the so-called low-hanging fruit, such as small business and the self-employed. Now, Panama, as I said, has a long history of serving as a tax haven. Here's some of the testimony that we heard at committee in 2010 by Todd Tucker, who's a research director of Public Citizens Global Trade Watch. He testified that Panama offers foreign banks and firms a special offshore license to conduct business there. Not only are those businesses not taxed, but they're subject to little or no reporting requirements or regulations. According to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, the Panamanian government has little to no legal authority to ascertain key information about these offshore corporations, such as their ownership. Panama's financial secrecy practices also make it a major site for money laundering from places throughout the world. According to the U.S. State Department, major Colombian and Mexican drug cartels, as well as Colombian illegal armed groups, use Panama for drug trafficking and money laundering purposes. The funds generated from illegal activity are susceptible to being laundered through Panamanian banks, real estate developments, and more. Mr. Speaker, a recent Cornell University study analyzed all prosecutions over a 10-year period of the Internal Revenue Service of the United States, and it found that Panama was tied as the #1 country in the world as a source of drug laundered money and as a source as a tax haven. Now, there was some testimony at committee that the situation was so-called improving. Recently, Panama was removed from the so-called OECD gray list after implementing the standard for exchange of information when it signed a tax information exchange agreement with France. Panama now has 14 such agreements. In March 2012, Canada and Panama entered into negotiations of a tax information exchange agreement. However, importantly, Mr. Speaker, and critically for the opposition, this agreement has not yet been concluded or signed. This is very troubling considering the large amount of money laundering in Panama that I believe no one in this House disputes, including money from drug trafficking. Panama's lack of taxation transparency has led the OECD to continue to label the nation as a tax haven. I should point out that the so-called gray list, Mr. Speaker, is lifted from a country when it signs tax exchange information agreements with 12 countries. But notably, former President Sarkozy of France said, notwithstanding that Panama had signed more than 12, in other words 14, such agreements, he still did not consider Panama to have entered the legitimate world of open, transparent banking systems in the globe. Now, at committee, I questioned the government officials that testified about what due diligence Canada has done in determining the role of drug money in Panamanian banks and businesses. Astonishingly, they had done no study. Cameron McKay, a DFAID official, testified thus. We don't have figures in that regard, and to my knowledge, the Canadian government hasn't done any particular study. But we are all well aware, of course, that Central America is a region now that's suffering very seriously from the narco-trafficking trade. It's a serious issue across the region, including in Panama. That's from testimony on October 2nd, 2012. The U.S. Congress refused to ratify a free trade agreement with Panama before signing a tax information exchange agreement. According to witnesses, this agreement has, quote, a large loophole that allows Panama to sidestep tax transparency provisions if they are contrary to the public policy of Panama, end quote. Analyses of these agreements, these tax exchange information agreements, indicate that they are highly ineffective in preventing legal tax avoidance or illegal tax evasion unless they're carefully drafted. These agreements typically do not have an automatic information sharing provision. Rather, individual requests must be made. Furthermore, they generally do not require a partner country to provide information necessary for determining tax compliance in the other nation if it has not been previously created. In particular, it is typically necessary to know the name of the individual suspected of tax evasion to request the overseas tax information. Governments rarely have this information without a whistleblower. Now, prior to the clause-by-clause review of Bill C-24, the NDP official opposition proposed to the committee a motion which would stop the implementation of the Canada-Panama trade agreement until Panama agreed to sign a tax information exchange agreement, like the U.S. Congress did. My motion was defeated by the Conservatives and the Liberals, who argued that progress was being made on this matter with regard to negotiations underway to sign an agreement. However, we do not have a tax exchange information agreement between Canada and Panama today, as we sit and vote on this free trade agreement. So in other words, we're dealing with a noted tax haven, one of the most notorious drug laundering centers in the world. U.S. Congress said that it would not be safe or prudent to sign a free trade agreement with such a country until they first had a tax exchange information agreement in place. And yet in this House, the government is asking parliamentarians to go ahead and give most favored nation status, free trade agreement that will allow money and investment to flow with very little barriers between our two countries, when we do not have a tax exchange information agreement in place yet, but one might happen in the future. Mr. Speaker, that's imprudent, that's irresponsible. The U.S. Congress would not ratify their FTA with Panama before a tax exchange information agreement was signed. Why are we? Now, I want to talk a bit about the Labour Cooperation Agreement. It's not as strong as it could be. It has weak enforcement mechanisms. It invokes the International Labour Organization's core labour standards. However, according to testimony we received at committee, the agreement does not include specific protection for the right to organize and the right to strike. It provides instead for what so-called effective, end quote, recognition of the right to collective bargaining, making this deal weaker than others Canada has signed. Enforcement is weak, fines are small, there are no countervailing duties, there's no provision for abrogation or any other such remedy. Now, interesting, Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot of testimony that what Canadian business wants is a level playing field. Well, I questioned experts and witnesses at committee and asked what the minimum wage was in Panama. And the answer I got was between $1 and $2 per hour. How is that a level playing field for a Canadian employer in Canada who has to pay minimum wages of at least $9, $10 an hour, workers' compensation benefits, health benefits for their employees, Canada pension plan benefits, has to comply with a whole bunch of regulations that are part and parcel of a modern industrial economy. And they're supposed to compete on a so-called level playing field with the Panamanian employer that's paying their workers $1 to $2 an hour? Mr. Speaker, that is not a level playing field. It's not fair to Canadian business to sign and attack a trade agreement with a country that has such low standards. The agreement on the environment, as I've said, is a replication of environmental agreements we've signed before and doesn't provide for a single penny of penalty. What kind of agreement is there when you sign an agreement with another country that obligates it to certain environmental standards, but if they violate them, we send them a letter? We admonish them? That's irresponsible. A quote from Jennifer Moore from Mining Watch. Although this agreement includes an environmental side chapter, this is a non-binding declaration that relies on political will for its implementation, of which sort we have not seen in Panama. On the contrary, we've seen the undermining of environmental protections at the behest of Canadian companies. Mr. Speaker, this agreement has an investor-state dispute settlement, something that we've heard a lot about in this House over the last 2 weeks because one is contained in the Foreign Investment Protection Agreement with Canada and China. This deal will further entrench the ability of companies to sue governments for policies that are seen to hurt investments. They are administered through tribunals that do not live up to Canadian values of justice, where the judges do not have security of tenure and there's no effective appeal mechanism. In fact, there's about 60 international lawyers around the world who sit on these tribunals, and one recently said that he could not believe that any country in the world would give over to an unaccountable panel of 3 lawyers the power to strike down their domestic democratic legislation. And that's exactly what was said. Now, these investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms, Mr. Speaker, are very dangerous. We've seen in the FIPA that they could subject Canadian taxpayers to millions, perhaps billions of dollars of liabilities, simply for their government taking measures to protect Canadian business or the environment or social programs. And that's wrong, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the environment, there's a Mesoamerican corridor in Panama that is one of the most important biological and biodiverse areas of the world, where currently there's a worldwide attempt by mining companies to mine in that area. This is something that's very concerning to many environmentalists, where hundreds of different types of species are at risk through unrestricted mining activities, and we heard testimony at committee that this is also of major concern. Now, Panama accounts for less than 1% of our trade. Actually, Mr. Speaker, Panama accounts for 0.03% of Canada's trade. Now, the government always brags about the number of agreements that they sign. They've signed 9 agreements. You know with who? Panama, Jordan, Colombia, Honduras, Liechtenstein. Now, these are with great respect to these countries, not major economic powerhouses in the country. What the New Democrat opposition wants is a strategic trade policy where we restart the multilateral negotiations, where we sign trade deals with developed countries that have high standards and developing countries that are on progressive trajectories. Companies like Japan, like India, like Brazil, like South Africa, like the BRIC countries. These are the countries that we should be signing trade agreements with, not countries like Panama that are drug laundering centers, tax havens, and have low standards that will hurt Canadian business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I like some of the sentiment in what he is saying, and is concerned about this domestic situation in Panama right now. I'm going to make my question very simple because I want to explore how we go about improving the situation. One of the things I liked about the free trade agreements were the imperatives and the standards being set for labor standards and other standards in these particular agreements. But if every country treated Panama as isolating them because of their low wages and other things, how do they better themselves exactly? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a thoughtful question. I would turn it around and argue this, that if one were to make the argument that the only way to raise standards in another country were to engage in trade with them, then we should sign free trade agreements with every single country in the world, regardless of their domestic situation. That's clearly absurd. What we do is, when Canada is determining whether or not we should give most favored nation status to a country, we should have some strategic or policy framework with which to do so. We should be signing agreements with countries that are showing a positive move and development towards modern civilized standards. Obviously, we wouldn't want to sign a trade agreement with a country that had a terrible human rights record, that refused to conform to norms of civilized society. We wouldn't want to do that, would we? Now, in the case of Panama, again, I think they've made some progress towards eliminating its long-standing reputation as a tax haven, but they have not gotten there yet. And like the U.S. Congress, that said, we're not going to let investment flow from Panama to the United States when we know there's drug laundered money there and we know it's a tax haven until we have an effective tax exchange information agreement in place first, so we can be sure that drug money is not coming to the United States. Why are the Liberal Party and the Conservatives not taking the same standing here in Canada?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened fairly closely, I almost said intently, but closely, to my honourable colleague's speech, and I think he raises more questions than he actually supplies answers. And one of the issues that he talked at length about was leveling the playing field. And so on one hand, he wants to level the playing field with Panama, bringing, what many would say would be a third world country into the League of Manufacturing Nations and into more modern societies. And on the other hand, he says we can't do that because, they're working for $1 or $2 an hour in Panama, and we're working for much more than that here. So therefore, we can't compete against them somehow. But the whole point of free trade agreements is to boost the economy in a region, to boost the standard of living of people, to boost their access to education, to boost their access to health care, to improve the overall general climate and ability of those individuals to find work and in a modern society. So how can we, on one hand, level the playing field in some areas and not in others? Wouldn't you agree?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree that in general trade policy has got a number of aims, including, hopefully, the purpose of any trade agreement would be to boost the standard of living in each country. I think it's a fair question as to whether or not that actually happens with certain agreements. It depends on the countries involved, and it depends on the terms of the agreement. Unlike the Conservatives, who take it as an ideological article of faith, that simply signing a trade agreement has some magical powers to boost the standard of living in both countries, we on the official opposition side prefer to deal in the realm of evidence, and that's not necessarily the case. In the case of Panama, all we can do is deal with the situation that we have before us. And again, most favored nation status is a very special status that Canada accords to certain countries. We don't just give it to any country in the world. We give it to certain countries, and we hopefully have some policy rationale for doing so. On this side of the House, we don't think that signing a free trade deal with a drug laundering tax haven is a good idea. Now, the Conservatives say that they're a tough on crime and a law and order party. I don't know why they're making it easy for drug laundered profits to come into our country. And I think they should explain to Canadians why they don't listen to the official opposition's wise amendment, which is to hold off on this treaty until we have an effective tax information exchange agreement. That's what we've suggested. They've said no.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Borduas. The Minister of International Trade spoke last week, and I was able to ask the parliamentary leader that question again this morning when they implemented time allocation, that at this time there are negotiations underway in order to have an agreement on the tax information exchange in order to fight against tax havens. We often hear about this in Panama. Despite improvements, as my colleague said so well, the American Congress had the same philosophy, that is to wait until to sign this free trade agreement to ensure that this tax information exchange agreement be in place in order to ensure fair treatment for all taxpayers in our country. And I think that it's important to stress this. First of all, I'd like to have my colleagues' comments on this, but also when we talk about the way that we treat workers, my Liberal colleague earlier talked about the fact that this could improve the situation, but why rely on political will that is vague? Why not resolve this injustice first and then sign a free trade agreement?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's an excellent question. And again, I haven't heard any attempt even by the government to answer the question of why they wouldn't agree with the official opposition to Democrats and wait and make sure that we have the kind of tax transparency legislation in place that we know is necessary. Now, again, we're not dealing with a vacuum here. We're dealing with a country that is in the top 2 tax havens in the world. I think all Canadians remember the Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega. They remember that Panama was used as a base for running drugs with the Contras. This is not terribly long ago. Now, I understand Panama has recently emerged from dictatorship and is making some progress towards becoming a fully functioning democracy. But the testimony we heard in committee is that they're not there yet. They're not there yet. That Panama does not have yet a fully independent judiciary. They don't have a fully democratic system. Again, until Canadians can be sure that we're not signing an agreement that sees drug laundered profits come into our country, I don't think we should be according most favored nation status to that country. And I think most Canadians would agree with that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with much of what the member for Vancouver Kingsway had to say, but I disagree with holding up this legislation. I would ask the member, what would the cost of that wait be in terms of those export industries affected? And I'm thinking of potato exports from my own province. The government did have 38 months of which to deal with this legislation and could have, I think, negotiated some of the concerns that the member for Vancouver Kingsway has, but they failed to do that. They blame it on the opposition, but they had the support of us, of which they could have passed the legislation. But the change that has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that on October 31st, the United States, the FTA with them kicks into effect. And this is the second trade area now that we find ourselves at a disadvantage as Canadians, South Korea being the other one. And so I asked the member, has he done any economic analysis to see what that impact might be?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his great service to the committee. My honourable colleague was sitting in committee with me when we were questioning DFAID officials to get an idea of the economics involved here. And he, as well as I, heard the number that total trade between Panama and Canada amounts for 0.03% of our trade. So we're not talking about anything significant at all. In terms of trade, I think Panama ranks in the high 80s in terms of countries with which we trade around the world. Again, the difference between the Americans and Canada in this is that the Americans were prudent and made sure that they had the tax haven issue dealt with prior to according most favored nation status. And I think that was a wise move on the Americans' part. I'm not sure why the Liberal Party did not agree with the New Democrats that it would be prudent to do the same thing in Canada. You know, for our part, we're not saying that we're opposed necessarily to a free trade agreement with Panama, but we are opposed to a free trade agreement before we have the necessary checks and balances in place to make sure that we're not extending tax haven status from Panama to Canada. And right now, that cannot be said.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start into the main part of my speech, I think I'd take a bit of my time to continue my rebuttal of some of the comments made by my honourable colleague from the NDP. Mr. Speaker, and I want to lay this out in pretty general terms, there are a number of comments made that simply just don't wash. The reality is, you know, the comment was made, well, we can hold off on the treaty till we get a tax information exchange agreement. Yes, we can hold off on a treaty forever. We don't ever have to sign it. But we can also negotiate two different areas at the same time. And the reality is that Panama is off the OECD gray list. It is on the so-called white list because they've improved their tax information sharing with other nations. So that is no longer an issue for OECD countries. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, we're trading with Panama today. You know, the honourable member does a disservice, a total disservice to those companies, those Canadian companies that are trading with Panama now. There's $111 million worth of trade between Canada and Panama, and he shrugs that off as if that's nothing. A good deal of that trade's coming out of the province of Quebec, out of Atlantic Canada, out of Ontario, out of Western Canada, out of British Columbia. It's shared equally amongst the provinces. Everyone gains here, and it's an absolute disservice to somehow shrug and say $111 million worth of trade is not important. Well, I frankly disagree, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, when you look at the idea of rules-based trading and the idea of having a system that we understand what the tariffs are going in, they're going to be eliminated to zero. It's all about building capacity in Panama. You can't do that overnight. Panama has moved light years in the last 20 years, but they've moved in the right direction. Every single thing. You know, when the Panamanians took over the Panama Canal, the naysayers, which apparently the NDP belong in that group, the naysayers said they'd never operate it. They'd never be able to operate the Panama Canal. The Americans could operate it because the Americans can do anything. But you know what? The Panamanians took over the Panama Canal, and not only did they operate it, Mr. Speaker, they operated it well. And what's that done for the Panamanian psyche and Panamanian society? It's put hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue into Panama. And that hundreds of millions of dollars builds capacity, that very capacity that the NDP want to thwart in Panama. That is the capacity that builds roads, that builds hospitals, that sends kids to school. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, when we sign this free trade agreement with Panama, and they can get cheaper food brought into Panama because it'll be tariff-free, it will send kids to school with food in their belly. A terrible thought, apparently, for the NDP anti-trade group. I tell you, I shake my head, Mr. Speaker. I had great hopes for the NDP party in this Parliament. They came out, they said they would support trade. They were going to support trade. They were going to look at the trade deals for what they were. What they've done is they found a way not to support trade. Whether they like it, whether they don't like it, there's some good things, there's some bad things. At the end of the day, when the rubber hits the road, the final verdict is what counts. And if you don't support this trade agreement, then you don't support trade. Don't try to have it both ways. Don't try to equivocate and say somehow, well, maybe, possibly, tomorrow. Either you support trade, Mr. Speaker, or you don't support trade. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for putting up with that. It was important that I get that off my chest. I would like to get into the main part of my speech now, and I would say they want more. I would say that I'm pleased to be here today to talk about the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. The Free Trade Agreement will generate increased export and investment opportunities for Canadians by creating a preferential and more predictable trade and investment environment. Something that I talked about, Mr. Speaker, in my opening comments. When the Free Trade Agreement comes into force, Panamanian tariffs on over 90%, Mr. Speaker, of Canadian goods exported to that country will be eliminated immediately, and that's good news for Canadian exporters. For $111 million of merchandise trade between Canada and Panama, that is fantastic news. For Canadian service providers, the Free Trade Agreement will help expand market access opportunities in areas such as information and communication technology, energy and financial services. For Canadians looking to invest in Panama, the Free Trade Agreement includes a chapter of comprehensive rules governing investment. These rules provide greater protections and predictability for Canadian investors and their investments in Panama. At the same time, the Labour Cooperation Agreement will ensure that these economic advances are not made at the expense of workers' rights. Furthermore, the agreement on the environment commits both countries to pursue high levels of environmental protection, to improve and enforce their environmental laws effectively, to maintain appropriate environmental assessment procedures, and to ensure that they do not relax their environmental laws, to encourage trade and investment. Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak for a moment on that because I think that's key. That is actually absolutely key to protecting the environment. You know, every country in the world does not have the same standard of environmental protection. That is the reality of the world that we live in. For many of the G8 countries, for the more advanced economies, we can afford, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, to protect the environment. For growing economies, those dollars are taken from somewhere else to protect the economy. So the great thing about this chapter of the investment treaty is the fact that you can't allow your environmental protection rules to become slacker, or they can't be less for a Panamanian company versus a Canadian company. At the end of the day, it means that both countries must ensure they do not relax their environmental laws to encourage trade or investment. That is a step in the right direction, and is that type of those types of basic rules that will make a difference for the future of Panama. The same agreement on environment also includes provisions on encouraging the use of voluntary best practices of corporate social responsibility and a commitment to promote public awareness of the parties' environmental laws. The free trade agreement also provides Canadian exporters of goods and services greater market access to Panama's government procurement opportunities, including those related to the Panama Canal expansion and other infrastructure projects. Let me say a few words about the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal project is one of the largest and most ambitious projects in the region, expected to cost an estimated $5.3 billion. This agreement will better enable Canadian suppliers and investors from across the country to participate in this mega project by ensuring that Canadian goods and services have access to procurement by the Panama Canal Authority without discrimination. But it's not just about the canal, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'd like to broaden the discussion further to discuss many of the tremendous opportunities this agreement offers Canadians when it comes to government purchasing. Mr. Speaker, our government has been at the forefront of efforts to expand and secure access to foreign government procurement markets. According to OECD statistics, government purchasing plays a significant role in the economy of most countries, including Canada. It accounts for approximately 10 to 15% of a country's GDP, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars annually around the world. These markets present significant opportunities for Canadian suppliers, and our government is working hard to ensure Canadians have the tools available to take advantage of these opportunities. These obligations also support the interests of Canadian taxpayers, ensuring increased access, competition, and fairness in government procurement in Canada. What's wrong with the idea of the taxpayer getting the best possible value for their hard-earned tax dollars? There's nothing wrong with that principle, Mr. Speaker. These obligations also support the interests of Canadian taxpayers, ensuring access, competition, and fairness in government procurement. I said that twice, Mr. Speaker, because it is worth repeating. It's worth understanding the basic fairness of the procurement market and fairness that can be brought, rather, to the procurement market. Ultimately, suppliers, governments, and their taxpayers all benefit from these efforts. Our government seeks to accomplish these goals by negotiating agreements such as the World Trade Organization Agreement on Government Procurement and specific chapters in Canada's free trade agreements, such as the one with Panama. Earlier this year, our government welcomed the successful conclusion of negotiations to modernize the WTO agreement on government procurement. However, our efforts to secure and expand opportunities for Canadian suppliers to go beyond the World Trade Organization. Most of Canada's free trade agreements, from the North American Free Trade Agreement to Peru and Colombia, have obligations on government purchasing. These obligations are based on core principles, including a commitment to non-discrimination between domestic and foreign suppliers, as well as ensuring transparency and fair procedures. The Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement we're debating here today is another step in our efforts to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for hard-working Canadians. It has been said many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, Panama has a dynamic and rapidly growing economy, and Canada's businesses have long been interested in gaining or expanding access to this emerging market. Despite the global economic downturn since 2008, Panama's economy continues to show strong signs of growth. In fact, its political stability and progressive business environment has helped Panama achieve impressive average growth of 6 to 7% over the past several years. Panama is also an ideal location for Canadian businesses seeking to expand and build long-term business ventures in the Americas. As a gateway to the region, our trade agreement with Panama will make it easier for Canadians to establish that foothold in the Americas. Panama's government markets, particularly in the areas of infrastructure, transportation, and services, represent a significant opportunity for Canadian suppliers. The ambitious $5.3 billion expansion project for the Panama Canal I mentioned earlier is at the top of the list. The Panama Canal serves as a key hub between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans and is a significant driver of Panama's economy. Its expansion will bring about increased container traffic, some of which will access Canadian ports to supply the North American market. This is yet another example of why Canada must act quickly to implement this agreement. Canadian business can compete and win against the best in the world, but we must ensure that they have a fair opportunity to do so. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, opportunities exist beyond the canal. In 2010, the Panamanian government announced an infrastructure plan valued at $13.6 billion over 5 years. And numerous infrastructure projects are either under consideration or already in progress to build and improve roads, hospitals, bridges, and airports. Amongst these projects is the Panamanian government's plan to construct a metro system valued at $1.5 billion. These projects present many opportunities for Canadian companies and Canadian workers. But we need this agreement in force because Canadians can benefit from it. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, despite having signed nearly 2.5 years ago and having been debated in this place for nearly 60 hours, the opposition continues to accuse our government of rushing this deal. 2.5 years, 60 hours, that somehow means we're rushing the deal? I really beg to differ. We've seen time and time again, Mr. Speaker, how the NDP will use any excuse to oppose a trade agreement, and it's been that way ever since NAFTA. 25 years ago, they claimed the Canada-U.S. and North American free trade agreements would wipe out millions of jobs, compromise Canada's sovereignty over fresh water, and cause us to lose our Canadian culture. None of these claims came true. In fact, precisely the opposite happened. Since those agreements were signed, the Canadian economy has boomed, hardworking Canadians have benefited, and we still have full control over our water, and Canadian culture is more alive and well, and I dare say profitable, than it's ever been in the history of our country. But it's not only the NAFTA they oppose, Mr. Speaker. The NDP member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, when he was leader of the Nova Scotian NDP, called trade agreements job-destroying, and he said he would vow to fight all trade agreements. The member for Burnaby New Westminster and former NDP trade critic went so far as to work against Canadian exporters when he argued that Buy America was a perfectly logical policy. Protectionism is not logical, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing in protectionism that's logical. We shouldn't be surprised, Mr. Speaker, that this is yet another trade agreement the NDP has failed to support. In fact, they've stood in the way of our attempts to open up new markets for our exporters at every opportunity. Now, because of these delays, our competitors are catching up. Panama's free trade agreement with the European Union could enter into force as early as the end of this year. So let's consider that for a moment, Mr. Speaker. The European Union, who I would say most members in this House would look at the European Union and say, you know, they're a market-based economy. They have very high standards for labor relations and very high standards and a lot of respect for the environment. Certainly democratically based governments. They've done a tremendous job of putting 27 member states, soon to be 28 with Croatia, Mr. Speaker, together. And not only did they put them together, we need to look at the EU for a moment. They did all this because now they trade with one another. They broke down their trade barriers. They've got challenges. The entire world has challenges on the economy. But they moved forward because they tore down trade barriers. And they did that. And I'd ask the NDP to think about this for a moment. These are nations that 60 years ago were shooting at one another. And where are they today? The most powerful economy on the planet, 500 million people, the richest consumer economy in the world. Amazing, amazing, because they dared, Mr. Speaker, to tear down trade barriers. Even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Panama-U.S. Free Trade Agreement came into force just last week. Another democratically based government that, you know, has a high respect for the environment, high respect for labor. Our closest neighbor and largest trading partner, and they're trading with Panama, but somehow that's okay. We'll let these guys trade with Panama. We'll let the European Union trade with Panama, but it's somehow wrong for Canada to do the same thing so our companies can compete on equal footing. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, our companies need this agreement so they can take advantage of these commercial opportunities. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, that Canadian firms establish an early presence in order to capitalize on future opportunities that will arise in this emerging market and build solid relationships. Mr. Speaker, Canadian companies clearly have the expertise to meet Canada's development plans. The Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement will guarantee access for Canadian suppliers to these types of procurement opportunities, reducing the risk of doing business in the region. And moreover, the agreement will ensure that Canadian suppliers can compete on the same basis as their main competitors, the United States. Mr. Speaker, it's our job as members of Parliament, it's our job to make sure that Canadian companies have secure access to opportunities of this nature. So, Mr. Speaker, in summary, the time has come to move forward. I certainly still have, I still hold out hope for my NDP colleagues. I certainly believe that they do want to move to the center of the political spectrum. I think in their heart of hearts they understand that trade is good. They have some challenges maybe with some of their members, but you know, we all have challenges. We don't all agree on every single item. I understand that. But intuitively, Mr. Speaker, look at our folks that we're trading with around the world, especially the United States, especially the European Union. They're trading with Panama now. They're going to have their foot in the door ahead of us. We need to be there on equal footing with our foot in the door at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened almost intently to my honourable friend's comments. And one of the things that jumped out at me was he was saying that he doesn't believe in protectionism. He thinks that protectionism is a bad thing, and a bad thing for this government and a bad thing for Canada. And I guess that would explain, Mr. Speaker, why this government, with other trade deals, like with the EU, for example, are going to leave Canadian dairy farmers out to dry when supply management disappears in this country because of trade deals that this government calls protectionism go by the wayside. So I wonder if my friend would like to make a comment on that.
The Honourable Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question, and I appreciate the fact that he listened almost intently. And you know, and perhaps the honourable member should take a moment. I'm happy to provide a briefing on the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement with the European Union. Certainly, our position, as he well knows, and I'm sure agrees with, is that supply management is not on the table in those agreements. There's nothing in that agreement that changes a long-held Canadian position on supply management, and it certainly hasn't prevented us, furthermore, Mr. Speaker, from signing any other trade agreements, including NAFTA, including our agreement with Colombia, including our negotiations that are ongoing with Japan and TPP and others. Our position on protection of supply management hasn't affected us on any of them. And every government reserves the right to protect certain items, and those items are generally items like social services, items like health care, items like water, items like, and some that are trade restrictive, like items like supply management. And in every single trade agreement Canada has signed, we've protected those areas.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't always agree with the parliamentary secretary, but I would agree with him on this point that we are now in a bind because the United States has really activated their FTA effective October 31st. And we rapidly become at a disadvantage in that market. But I have to ask the parliamentary secretary, where has the government been for the last 38 months? They had the ability to put this bill through Parliament, and at this late hour, after the fact, they're now introducing closure to try and get it through, but we're already at a disadvantage at this point. But I have a different question. He may want to answer that, but I have a different question to the parliamentary secretary because the government has went to great lengths to talk about the advantages that we would have with an FTA and the expansion of the Panama Canal. Well, Mr. Speaker, the following quotation appeared in the United States Congressional Research Service report to Congress on the proposed U.S.-Panama FTA dated April 21, 2011. I'll quote it. Another unique feature of the FTA negotiations was the treatment of business issues with respect to the Panama Canal area. Its status as an autonomous legal entity under the Panamanian Constitution requires separate negotiations for procurement, government procurement, labor, investment, and other areas. The United States is the only country with which Panama has been willing to negotiate the issues related to the canal area in the FTA. End of quote. I asked the parliamentary secretary, where does Canada stand now with respect to procurement issues in the Panama Canal under that kind of an arrangement?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I would disagree, Mr. Speaker. I believe there are opportunities for procurement and the expansion of the Panama Canal. Now, the honourable member is well aware that we're getting into the final days of the expansion of the Panama Canal. I think we're about 2 years from opening date. And a lot of those contracts are let. But there's certainly procurement contracts and subcontracts that are available to Canadian companies. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, the great advantage to Canada with the advent of the twinning of the Panama Canal is upon that date, and you think of all the global commerce that's out there on the oceans, over 5% of it will go through the Panama Canal at one point or another. And when you put that global commerce up the east coast and up the west coast of Canada, coming from both directions, our coastal communities, and especially our ports like the Port of Vancouver, the Port of St. Rupert, the Port of St. John, New Brunswick, the Port of Halifax, the Port of St. John's, Newfoundland, those communities and cities stand to gain. Those gateway ports will bring more trade to both coasts of Canada. That's where the real opportunity in the Panama Canal will lie with opening date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his great intervention on promoting trade around the world. I come from a riding that has a lot of agricultural sectors. We have beef production, pork production, poultry, horticulture. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, we have Conestoga College, which just recently instituted a food processing center. And we have all kinds of food processing in our riding, whether it's Pillars Meats, in our area, Pillars Meats, Schneider's Meats, Conestoga Meat Packers, all kinds of opportunity for increased export. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague could comment on the importance to not only the primary producers of our grain and oilseeds and our poultry and pork and beef sectors, but also in terms of our food processing technology, that is certainly envied around the world, and we could certainly benefit the producers, benefit the processors as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I can't answer it much better than he posed it. The reality is absolutely there. Not just agriculture exports, but also food processing equipment and machinery. There are ample opportunities to export that type of technology into Panama or through Panama as a gateway into the rest of Central and South America. Certainly, there are a number of areas where we stand to gain: merchandise exports, agriculture exports, financial services. There is nothing but opportunity with this agreement. And I take great exception to any honourable member who would stand in this place and somehow say that $111 million of merchandise trade that we do with Panama today is somehow not important. I can tell you, for the companies that are doing that trade today, it's extremely important. And not only that, the future of the expansion of that trade, they're the first people able to take advantage of it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the committee, I'm always astounded by the answers the Parliamentary Secretary gives to justify certain things. On the tax haven, in my research, I found some sites that promote tax havens, promote them for individuals. For example, the best tax havens in 2012, they say, right, it's a European site. It says if you're an entrepreneur in Europe, we recommend about 10 different countries for tax havens, including Panama. Same thing for CCP Inc. They say when it comes to tax havens, our company can create all kinds of offshore tax havens in 5 offshore sites, including Panama. So Panama is a great site for tax havens, for example. There's a site that's available in French, English, and Russian. It gives you a very good idea of what a reliable site it is, how advanced it is. So how is it that the Parliamentary Secretary is condoning tax havens so readily, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member would agree with me in saying that no parliamentarians are condoning tax havens. At the same time, I think there needs to be a realization that all countries are moving forward at different rates, and all countries do not have the same capacity. So let's take a look at where the Panamanian government has moved on tax havens. They've signed tax information exchange agreements with 14 countries around the world. That fact alone has taken them off of the OECD gray list. They are now not on the gray list. They are on the so-called white list, or most favored nation status. The reality is the Panamanians are moving in the right direction. This is not a matter of condoning tax havens. This is a question of whether we're going to trade with a country with a formula that establishes rules-based trading. Because we're trading with them now. We're not suddenly going to start trading with Panama tomorrow. We're already doing it. The difference will be we'll have a clearly established set of rules to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise and make comment on the bill here before us, our free trade agreement with Panama. And before I get actually onto the substantive part of my arguments, I just want to touch base on a couple of things. We've heard a lot about, the NDP is against free trade. Well, the NDP has shown that it is for free trade when those free trade agreements are negotiated in a manner that protects human rights, that protects labour rights, that protects environment, that are transparent and that are sustainable. And we are so serious about free trade that our critic, and it was only the NDP critic, my esteemed friend from Kingsway, Vancouver, who took to committee stage 13 substantive amendments. If we were not serious and all we were interested in was just sort of saying, oh, we're opposed to this, but we're not. We wanted to make this free trade agreement work. So in order to make it work, we put in a lot of time, our critic and our whole team did. They took 13 amendments. How many amendments did the other opposition party take? 0. However, despite all the hard work we did, despite all the hard work, my colleagues across the aisle once again refused to budge and accept any amendments. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, one of the key things about being a parliamentarian and the whole purpose of the committee stage is for people from all political parties, the representatives there, to sit at committee stage and try to improve the legislation. But the arrogance from the other side is, and because they do have a majority, so of course they are not open to any amendments, and they have this bizarre idea that anything they propose is so superior and cannot possibly be corrected or amended by anybody else that, of course, they totally ignore the serious work done by parliamentarians to try to fix their legislation so that we can then support it. So if any blame is to end up anywhere, Mr. Speaker, it is on the government side, because once again they failed. They failed to allow parliamentarians to do their job, and they not only used their parliamentary majority at the committee stage to shut down all the amendments, but today, as we saw earlier, they used their majority to shut down debate. What do they have to hide? They just want to read out their same old mantra over and over again. We also hear from this government that this is all about improving trade. This is all about improvements for Canadians. Let me tell you, neither the former government, led by the Liberals, nor my friends across the aisle can be trusted to negotiate free trade agreements, because they did not and do not do the necessary oversight that is required. You know, my colleagues across the aisle love to quote dollars and figures. Let me quote some of them, and they are their figures. Okay, here we go. We've gone from a $26 billion trade surplus, and you know what, Mr. Speaker, I was so keen to speak on this that I forgot to say that I'll be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague from Surrey North. Anyway, as I was saying, we've gone from a trade surplus of $26 billion to, of course, a $50 billion trade deficit. Our manufacturing, which is our value-added jobs, trade deficit has gone up 6 times to over $90 billion. Those are decent-paying jobs that Canadians no longer hold, decent-paying jobs, because they have been given away. Export of raw materials. Of course, raw materials are not only our Canadians' raw materials, but that's also the inheritance of our children and grandchildren. Once again, export of raw materials without value-added jobs are up to $30 billion, but value-added exports are down to $35 billion. You know, Mr. Speaker, if I was an economist and an accountant, I would be looking at these figures and I would be saying, you know what, guys, go back to the drawing table and do some homework. That's the teacher part of me. And, you know, the other thing is, we also hear the Conservatives talking about this opening of the borders and free enterprise and all of this. And I'm always reminded, we hear a lot of that when it comes to great big tax breaks for international and national corporations. We hear about this when it comes to the free trade agreements. But when it comes to labour market adjustments, of course, all of that disappears, because then we pass legislation so that employers can pay 15% less to temporary foreign workers who we bring in to ensure that the free marketplace analogy isn't allowed to work when it comes to Canadians looking for jobs, and decent paying jobs, that is. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say that, I also heard my esteemed colleague from across the way talking about NAFTA and how wonderful it has been. I want to remind him of the reality of British Columbia, the beautiful province that I reside in and have pleasure to call home. What I watch and what we watch in BC is truckload after truckload of raw logs going over that border. And Mr. Speaker, with that, many of our towns in northern BC and in the interior have become ghost towns. As they've watched their logs, the manufacturing of those logs, the raw logs disappear over the border, gone with it have the jobs. And then, of course, we buy the manufactured products back. Let me tell you, you mentioned the word NAFTA in many towns in BC, and you do not get a pleasant reaction. And I would invite my colleagues to come across, and I've got my colleague from British Columbia sitting on the other side, and he knows what a heated topic this is in British Columbia about the raw logs just going over the border and how that has impacted our communities in a huge, huge way. And, Mr. Speaker, the other issue I have to touch on is the environment. One of the key areas for us to address is the environment, and free trade agreements is one of the ways we can do that. But this government, just as it is determined to undermine and dismantle environmental protection here, it is also, through these free trade agreements, going to be supporting environmental degradation in other countries as well. And I think that that is just unacceptable, and we really have to take a look at where we are going. And because, Mr. Speaker, you and I both know we don't live in little isolated cells. Environmental factors, global warming doesn't recognize borders and say, stop here and let me show my passport. So when pollution occurs in the Panama, it impacts us right here in British Columbia and across Canada and around the globe. And so we have to be cognizant of that. And of course, our mining companies are across in the Panama, their interests will be protected. And we're, happy about that. But you know what? There is a balance, quid pro in here. And that's the imbalance that makes us not support this particular free trade agreement. And this goes on to say that although this agreement includes an environmental side chapter, this is a non-binding declaration that relies on political will for its implementation, of which sort we have not seen in Panama. This is a direct quote from Jen Moore when he presented to the Mining Watch in Canada. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I do want to mention, of course, the money laundering, the tax haven that Panama is. And this government talks about security, talks about putting a halt to drugs. If somebody has 5 marijuana plants, we're going to give them 6 months minimum sentence. And yet, it is willing to sign an agreement with a country where even the OECD has recognized as being a state where money laundering takes place, and also that is a tax haven, and there is no transparency over all of those issues. So, Mr. Speaker, we have very serious concerns. That's why we're opposed to this agreement, and because the Conservatives refuse to take the very intelligent amendments put forward by our critic. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague, and she implies that a free trade agreement can somehow be unilaterally amended here in Parliament once all of the negotiations have occurred. But more troubling than that, Mr. Speaker, was her comment that her party supports free trade. I want to give her lots of time to answer this question. I'd like her to list all of the free trade agreements in the past 20 years that the NDP have supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that question. You know, as I have said, we will support free trade agreements. We will support free trade agreements. Mr. Speaker, I would like to be able to finish my response. And, you know, we would like to be able to support free trade agreements. We have supported the free trade agreement with Jordan. I was actually in this House when we voted for it, and I was very proud to do so. And I actually was looking forward to supporting this one. I was really looking forward to supporting it. And when I looked at the 13 amendments that our critic put forward after a great deal of thoughtful deliberations, if major amendments had been accepted, you know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP would have been rising in a wave. A wave. We would have been on our feet and we would have been voting for this. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, we take our parliamentary duties very, very seriously. We have to do due diligence. We have to protect the environment. We have to protect labour rights. And we have to protect Canadian jobs. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Mr. Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I share a lot of her concerns. However, she did say at one point that if she was an economist, she would instruct the government to go back to the drawing board. I was wondering if she could cite an economist that actually did say that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
You know what? I haven't had too many conversations with economists recently. I'll be very honest about that. But I have discussed free trade with many working people in British Columbia. I have discussed free trade with some of the logging companies. I have discussed free trade with some of the trucking companies. I have discussed free trade and its impact, especially as we've seen it in BC, with a very diverse communities. And you know what? All of them can see one thing very, very clearly, that you do not sign a free trade agreement that does not benefit Canadian workers.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker. Speaking of Canadian workers, I mean, listening to this debate, you got to think that these guys' response to a flood is, here, take a thimble. It's going to help. I mean, we've seen a gush of well-paid manufacturing jobs leave the province of Ontario and Quebec, and presided over by this government. And they come before the House today and they talk about good jobs and job creation. Let's see a job creation plan from this government. We've been asking for this since we got here in 2011, and we haven't seen a single one, Mr. Speaker. They want to talk about good jobs. Let's put one on the table. Let's not play around with the facts here around jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like my colleague to respond to that.
Delta.
You know, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have been waiting with bated breath. With bated breath for this government to table a plan that would actually grow decent paying jobs right here in Canada. But instead, what we have seen, a huge increase in the number of temporary foreign workers. Last year alone, we brought in 191,000 plus temporary foreign workers because employers can pay them less, and yet we don't give them any rights of residency or to a pathway to residency. And at the same time, we have a very high unemployment. We have the highest unemployment amongst our youth, and yet that's where the minister is saying we're going to encourage even more people to come. What about growing decent jobs for our young people who are graduating out of universities and out of colleges and out of high school? And what about decent paying jobs right across this country? Instead, Mr. Speaker, this government is trying to shut the door on EI.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House on behalf of the citizens of Surrey North to speak to Bill C-24, the free trade agreement with Canada and Panama. Firstly, I'd like to say that as an Asia-Pacific Gateway critic, as someone that is very concerned with Canada's rapidly growing trade deficit. I know my colleagues from the opposite side do not like facts and figures, but I'm going to give them some.
Or truth.
When this government came into power in 2006, our trade surplus was $25 billion. And, that's a fact. That's a fact. And they like to talk about trade, how they want to expand our markets. Under this government, that $25 billion surplus has turned into $50 billion deficit. $50 billion deficit. That is their record, Mr. Speaker, and they like to talk about numbers. I've got that off my chest, and I'll carry on with my speech. Mr. Speaker, I'm very supportive of an open and progressive approach to trade. That includes building a stronger economy and promoting Canada's interests. But unfortunately, this agreement does not fit the bill. But I will not be supporting this bill for a number of reasons. Chief among those reasons is that when this bill's previous incarnation, Bill C-46, was studied at the committee stage, we heard very compelling testimony from many witnesses regarding the use of Panama as a tax haven and tax evasion and tax avoidance country. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, Panama has a poor record of labor rights. Absolutely. The deal sides agreements for labor and the environment are very, very weak. Mr. Speaker, we are also very concerned that the agreement provides greater rights and powers to foreign investors. This is worrisome given controversies on the environment and human rights records of some Canadian mining firms in Panama. When Bill C-24 was studied, however, it was studied very briefly in the committee at the International Trade Committee. I'm a member of that. The testimony we heard confirms these issues continue to be a concern today. Motions and amendments that would address these glaring issues in the agreement were introduced by a member from Kingsway, Vancouver, our NDP international trade critic, but were opposed and defeated by both the Liberals and the Conservatives. And one of my greatest concerns, Mr. Speaker, after studying the situation in Panama more closely, is that while Canada and Panama are in process of negotiating for a tax information exchange agreement, tax disclosure issues have yet to be meaningfully addressed, despite protestations to the contrary from the Panamanian government and undoubtedly the Conservative government when we raise these issues. Mr. Speaker, this is a major issue. I would like to point out that U.S. Congress refused to ratify a free trade agreement with Panama before signing a tax information exchange agreement. Mr. Speaker, I think there's very compelling reason not to sign this agreement with Panama in the interest of Canadian taxpayers. In 2011, Canada's bilateral trade with Panama represented 0.03%, which is less than 1% of overall our global trade. This agreement represents conservative quantity over quality approach to trade deals. There is no need to rush into an agreement before meaningfully addressing the concerns about Panama being a tax haven. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak a little bit more in depth about the tax information exchange agreement because I think it's very concerning and one that should cause us to pause and think about this agreement before we enter into this agreement with Panama. In March 2012, Canada and Panama entered into a negotiation of a tax information exchange agreement. However, this agreement has not yet been signed. This is very troubling considering the large amount of money laundering in Panama, including money from drug trafficking that we've heard at the committee level. Panama's lack of taxation transparency has led the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development to label the nation a tax haven. As I said before, the U.S. Congress refused to ratify the free trade agreement with Panama before they signed a tax information exchange agreement, and I believe Canadian Parliament should be equally cautious. However, an analysis of these agreements also indicate that they are highly ineffective in preventing legal avoidance or illegal tax evasion. These agreements typically do not have an automatic information sharing provision, rather individual request must be made. Furthermore, they generally do not require a partner country to provide information necessary for determining tax compliance in other nations if it has not been previously created. Recently, Panama was removed from the so-called OECD gray list after substantially implementing the standard for exchange of information when it signed a tax information exchange agreement with France. I believe they have about 14 agreements in place. At committee, prior to clause-by-clause review of Bill C-24, my colleague, again, a member from Vancouver Kingsway, proposed to the International Trade Committee a motion which would stop the implementation of Canada-Panama trade agreement until Panama agreed to assign a tax information exchange agreement. Mr. Speaker, I too voted in favor of this motion. So did our other New Democrat colleagues, members of the committee. I supported this motion because it plainly does not make sense to sign a free trade agreement without a tax information exchange agreement in place. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the motion was defeated by the Conservatives along with the Liberals, who argued
tax havens.
Who argued that progress was being made with regards to negotiations being underway to sign an agreement. I strongly agree with this line of reasoning, Mr. Speaker. This is putting the cart before the horse, and there's no reason to rush this agreement through this Parliament. If we in fact are on our way to signing a tax information exchange agreement, my question to the government is, why not wait? What's the rush? Why don't we get that agreement in place before we sign an agreement with a nation that has been known to have money laundering, tax evasion schemes in place? So, that question has been answered by the government in place. Mr. Speaker, considering Panama's history and reputation on such matters, it should be clear why such an agreement is necessary before signing a trade deal, and the need to examine its terms to see its adequacies. The U.S. Congress would not ratify free trade agreement with Panama before tax information exchange agreement was signed. Why should we not even have the same basic requirement in Canada? Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't understand why or how it makes sense to the members of this House that intend to vote to pass this bill. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we proposed several reasonable amendments that would have made progressive changes to this bill. These included the addition of crucial concepts of sustainable development, sustainable investment, a requirement for tax transparency, and provisions to incorporate the bill provisions to incorporate in the bill the protection of labor rights, including the rights to collective bargaining. Other amendments would have required the Minister of Trade, International Trade, to consult with labor and trade unions, as well as work with human rights experts and organizations in order to create impact assessment for this trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is coming up here shortly. There are a number of many amendments. In total, 13 amendments were introduced, yet the Conservatives voted those down. I think they were reasonable amendments that would make a reasonable corrections to some of the things that the Conservatives have overlooked in agreeing to this particular agreement. Mr. Speaker, the NDP prefers a multilateral approach to trade and support trade agreements that expand Canadian export by reducing harmful barriers to trade and encourage the development of value-added industries. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude with saying the same thing I started with. Conservative trade record on international trade is very poor. When they took over government, it was $25 billion in surplus, and now we are $50 billion in deficit. I think we should look this deal over before passing it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are some things in which I do agree with the member. Given that the government government became, or the Conservatives became government of Canada, there was a significant trading surplus, and I do believe that the government policies of Chrétien and Paul Martin had a lot to do with that surplus. And it's unfortunate that, in fact, we do have this huge trade deficit now. And I think many Canadians are equally concerned about that trade deficit. Having said that, one of the ways in dealing with that trade deficit is to look at opportunities south of the border where we've lost a great deal of that trade. And it seems to me that the government is placing a very high priority on Panama. They've been working on this now for the last few years. So they've even had support from the Liberal Party anyways to try to get it through, and it could have gotten through 2 years ago. But they continue just to bring in this bill. My question to the member is, does he believe that the government is in fact neglecting other trade relations with other partners around the world at a fairly significant cost? And that's one of the reasons why we have this huge trade deficit that we have today.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the trade deficit has gone from $25 billion surplus to over $50 billion deficit, and that's absolutely correct. Not only that, the manufacturing trade deficit has ballooned 6 times. That's up to $90 billion. And that's, Mr. Speaker, manufacturing goods that we sell to other countries. They're the value-added products that we produce, and they produce good-paying jobs. And the member's absolutely right. We are encouraging the government to be more progressive in negotiating with trade agreements with other countries such as Japan. We got to look at India, Brazil, South Africa. Those are the growing countries where there's a growing market for our goods, and I think we should be doing that at all times.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River.
Speaker, I just wanted to ask my colleague across the way. It seems like he is one of the few in the NDP caucus that believes truly that trade is an important thing for Canada, especially being an exporting nation. But of course, Canada has a commodity that the opposition NDP seems to find opposition with in every place that they go, and that's the oil sector, the oil industry that is well represented within my constituency, but also contributes largely to the Canadian economy and benefits us all. Obviously, the opposition wants to bring forward a costly carbon tax for Canadian consumers, which is unfortunate, but also they have stood in the way of seeing this product moving to other jurisdictions. We see there's a need for it in Asia, there's a need for it in the States, there's a need for it in a whole host of places. There's a demand for the product in which we're producing, which does lead to high-paying jobs here in Canada. But unfortunately, the NDP continues to find opposition to that specific industry. I'm wondering if the member opposite would agree that, in fact, the oil industry is an important industry that we need to continue to work to elevate and to hold up as a commodity that can benefit from additional trade agreements.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, not only I'm supportive of an open, progressive approach to trade, my entire caucus, the NDP, is open to a progressive trade policy. But, the Conservative record on this, I look at them for the last 6 years. They'll beat drums and talk about, how they want to expand our markets and stuff. But their record, we had a $25 billion surplus in this country. And guess what? Today is $50 billion. That is their trade record, Mr. Speaker. And, their ideological approach it's not working. So we need to rethink, go strategically into countries that we can trade with, that we can send our manufactured goods, that we can create jobs here in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to be here and stand before this House and speak about the issue of the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. I've had the opportunity to listen to members opposite and some of the questions that have gone through with our colleagues. Let me start by saying, if I might, just to establish part of my bona fides in the sense that I've been on this trade committee since I was first elected, and I'm now in my 5th year. And it's been a privilege to be on that committee because it's been a very active committee. I'll touch on that in a moment. And it's rather interesting to hear members from the other side who talk about the issue of free trade and as if they were the primary proponents of it, when in fact, in my experience over this last 4 years and some, they just do not support free trade. I will grant that members opposite, without a voice vote, chose to support Jordan. And I salute them for that. But I would tell you that is a modest deal. It's an important deal for what we're going to establish in the Middle East, but it's only a piece of a much larger spectrum of what Canada is trying to do. And I'm not sure, as I address my comments, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether I want to address members opposite in terms of some of the things they've said, or whether I wanted to stay specifically to the point of the text that and the message I wanted to deliver, and perhaps I can share a bit of both of that for the benefit of the House. You know, it's rather interesting. Even yesterday, I was in the 10th largest city in Canada, London, Ontario, and our Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skill Development was with me, with the members from Elgin, Middlesex, London, and London North Centre. And the president and CEO of Purifics, a water treatment facility success story, said when asked by a person who wasn't in support of free trade, how can you justify it? And Mr. Butter's comment was, I would not be here were it not for free trade. And I deal with free trade in Europe, I deal with free trade in the United States, and it's critical to my success, my survival. It is the reason I'm in business today. And I can echo those comments, Mr. Speaker, right across the spectrum of businesses across our great country. And why do we think it is that the job creators of this country are the ones, Mr. Speaker, that support free trade? Because they know that their survival, Canada's survival, is as a trading nation. You would know, Mr. Speaker, because you seem wise, that 1 out of every 5 positions in this country are predicated on trade, and that is growing. And so I find it baffling that members opposite would stand up in this House, pretend to support free trade, when in fact they don't vote in favor of it. And I struggle with that very deeply, and I need them to search their souls, Mr. Speaker. You might advise them accordingly to consider that, to actually think about what it means to this country without free trade. It is that critical. You know, a couple of more things that I wanted to share with you, because I really think it's important. Member opposite in the last comment said it's only a small deal. Well, I suppose in some respects it's only a small deal. But could you tell me, Mr. Speaker, how small that is to the humble potato of Prince Edward Island that has a huge tariff on it when it delivers its potatoes whole and its frozen French fries to Panama and suffers a significant tariff? So tell me, my friends from PEI, what they would say. And I would think if they had any respect for the humble potato, what they would do, Mr. Speaker, is they would say, if for no other reason than that they would want to stand up and support this free trade deal. But there's much more, Mr. Speaker. In every province and every territory in this country, there are those industries that significantly benefit from free trade. I'd like to touch on those a little bit. Can members opposite tell me why they could justify having tariffs up to 15% in Nova Scotia on fish and seafood? I can't understand why they would want to do that. I can't understand, in Newfoundland, why members of this House would protest paper and paperboard products that, frankly, right now suffer tariffs up to and as much as 15%, and that kills jobs, Mr. Speaker. And this is a party opposite that talks about creating jobs. I'm not sure about that, because if they were, they'd look to Alberta. Now, I know they're challenged with some seats in Alberta, but let me tell you this. Forest products, 15% tariffs. Milling products, as much as 40% tariffs, Mr. Speaker. And members opposite would say that's not good enough for Albertans. Well, I'd say if they want to grow some seats in that section of the country, they might just want to say it's good for Alberta. And if it's good for Alberta, it might even be good for them if they would get behind this and endorse it. If they were from Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, they would say that pulses and cereals ranging from anywhere from 15% up to 40% of tariff. That's causing job-killing tariffs that prevent additional job creation in the province of Saskatchewan. If I was in Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, it would be oilseeds and pulses, again up to 15%. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that when we sign this free trade agreement with Panama, almost every tariff will be eliminated? And those that aren't are going to have a range of some 3 to 5 years. What would we, then they will be eliminated. What would our friends opposite say to the pork industry? I would actually ask them, and they have consistently heard from the pork industry that says, please, please let us do business. in Panama without the job-killing tariffs. That's what they tell us. So I wonder what some members opposite would say to that, Mr. Speaker, how they can stand up and say that they support trade when, in fact, it has not been their history. And I know, because I've sat in my chair every meeting, every week, in the Free Trade Committee, in the International Trade Committee, and that is not the position that they take. And I've already excused Jordan, and whatever excuse anyone might make about Jordan, and I have great respect for that trade agreement, but I'll tell you, it goes much more and greater and beyond that, Mr. Speaker. And if they do want to ever imagine that at some point they would, at some other spot other than that side of the House, they would have to come back and say that trade is good for Canada and good for Canadian jobs. And frankly, I don't hear it from them. I hear a lot of rhetoric, and I don't hear that. So when they say it's a small deal, I'm not going to say to these industries across provinces and territories across this country that actually, and companies and individual jobs that are dependent on exporting to Panama, that this is just a small deal. I think that's rude, and we would never be rude in this House, Mr. Speaker. You know, the interesting thing is they also say, what's the rush? Well, I'd like to inform the House, for those that don't know, here is the rush. Did they know, Mr. Speaker, that last week the United States did sign their deal, ratified it the United States signed it with Panama? And so you know what that does automatically? It automatically puts us at a significant disadvantage because we are now behind them. And we have to push this deal along. By the way, what's the rush, Mr. Speaker? Oh, my gosh. 2008 is when we started speaking about this. 2010 is when we brought it back. And you know what? It died in the last Parliament. We're trying to bring it back so that we can ensure that industry across this country is protected, because we want to do that with every opportunity. My colleague opposite also asked the question, or made the comment, that he would prefer to do multilaterals. Well, you know what? This government has always said that multilaterals are good, and if Doha were around, we would support that. But, Mr. Speaker, I fear that Doha is as dead as Elvis. And the problem with that is that what it's going to mean, Mr. Speaker, is that what we have to do is we have to look at bilaterals and opportunities where we can. Why do you think we are doing CETA, Mr. Speaker? That's 27 countries. Now, that's a bilateral technically, but it's 27 countries that we're doing business with. We did EFTA, which is 4 countries, the European Free Trade Agreement, which included Norway, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and Iceland, and that was important to them and important to us. I don't know why members opposite can't celebrate good news, Mr. Speaker. This is good news for Canada. It's great news for Canadian jobs. And you know what? If we get behind the United States in terms of ratifying these deals, good deals for Canada, then frankly it puts our workers and jobs in Canada at a huge, huge disadvantage. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting too, because I've heard of issues like environmental and labor rights. I think one of the things that I'm very proud of as to how our officials have established the negotiations that they have done with Panama, as they've done with other countries, is they've established a very, very proper, and you'll be pleased to hear this, Mr. Speaker, a very, very proper and very thorough dealing with the labor cooperation agreements with Panama and environmental cooperation agreements. And just a couple of things I'd like to emphasize, because I think it bears noting. Here's what it means for labor. And I would think members opposite, particularly in Her Majesty's official opposition, who seems that their only role is to oppose. Maybe someday in an off moment you can explain why they're given that title, because that's all they seem to want to do is oppose. And if they would just celebrate and get on board and say, you know what, we're going to put our politics aside, we're going to do what's right for Canada, we're going to do what's right for Canadians and for jobs in this country, then I would say that's the right thing, and they should get on side with that, Mr. Speaker, right away. So, you know, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, when I hear about the concerns that members opposite talk about with respect to labor. I want to touch on this. The labor cooperation agreement that we've put in place does several things. The right to freedom of association, the right to collective bargaining, the right to the abolition of child labor, the elimination of forced and compulsory labor, elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. You know, if members opposite were so compelled that they truly believed in that, then they would say, if for not that, forget the potato for just a moment, if they would only get behind this for the sake of labor in Panama. But you know what? Here's the thing that I think about. I'm glad that this does good things for the great people of Panama, whether it be from the environmental standpoint, whether it's from the labor cooperation standpoint, whether it's for their ability to improve their standard of living by being able to bring goods into our country. But, Mr. Speaker, what about Canada? Who's speaking for the Canadian worker? Who is speaking for Canadian jobs? Who is speaking for Canadian businesses that want this deal, Mr. Speaker? And isn't that the point? The Conservative Party is speaking for Canadian jobs, and I'm proud to be a member of that party that does that, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd like to touch on a couple of other things because we've heard of issues like money laundering and how it's rampant in Panama. So I decided to pull a little piece out of a very interesting publication. And you may know, Mr. Speaker, that Panama, and by the way, historically had challenges with respect to money laundering, and I will tell you, it has been so significant, their improvement, that they've been taken off the gray list because they have tried very hard to improve their financial institutions in this country. Not only that, but when we have great institutions like Scotiabank, who has been in Panama since 1983, and I think from a corporate social responsibility has helped show the way as to how to do business properly with financial institutions in Panama. In fact, as a result of that success, has become the 5th largest bank in Panama. And I say bravo to Scotiabank for their leadership and their commitment to corporate social responsibility. I think we can all be very proud of them, Mr. Speaker. Now, there's a few other things that, as I go on about this, that frustrate me about opposition to this. We've heard some discussion earlier today about the Panama Canal. You know, it's interesting. The Panama Canal is a project of some $5 or $6 billion. And I've heard it said in committee, and I've heard it said in this House, that somehow that has passed us by. Well, that's not exactly true. We had the ambassador of Panama to Canada come to our committee just a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, and you know what he said? He said there are huge opportunities still, not just with that $6 billion project, but there are offshoots of that relating to infrastructure that represent some $13.2 billion of economic benefit that will be available in the market. And would I not want to give businesses like Ellis Don, based out of London, Ontario, and McKay Cocker, based out of London, Ontario, who do great international work, and M.M. Dillon out of London, Ontario, that do great international work, would I not want to give them and all those other London, Ontario companies the great opportunity to do business? Why would they deny it, Mr. Speaker? That's just wrong. Why? So I say to you, Mr. Speaker, if they are truly committed to supporting jobs in all their communities, as I know this side is, what they would do is they would say, you know what, this is a deal that we must get behind. Maybe they have to think of it a bit like Jordan, that, you know what, it may not be the biggest deal. They've already said that. But it's important to various industries in every province and territory in this country. So if it's truly beneficial to them, and we know it to be, the Canadian Chambers of Commerce say so, local Chambers of Commerce say so, job creators say so. So if that's truly the case, Mr. Speaker, it begs the question why members opposite cannot just say, you know what, I want to do this for the sake of my community. I think that's the right thing that they need to do. And if they would only imagine that by getting behind a deal like this, they would be actually setting the stage for a very interesting dynamic, because Panama is the hub of Central America, which is the gateway, of course, as we all know, between two major oceans, and frankly, the gateway to South America. And if you know the focus that we have had around the world in terms of trade, with some of the deals that we've done. And, Mr. Speaker, we've done deals in Colombia. We've done deals in Peru. And by the way, just in case there's some confusion, we deal with every country in the world in trade today. Canada deals, businesses deal with every country in the world today. So what are they asking? They're asking for a rules-based system so they know what happens. And I think that's only right, that business has an expectation that when they do business in a foreign country, they know the consequences, they know the rights, they know the obligations. That seems to me to be a fundamental. And I would put my 30-plus years of business experience to say, Mr. Speaker, that if I wanted to do business in any country, I'd want to know the rules. Now, I heard a member opposite earlier today say, well, you know what we need to do? We need to do more business in the United States. And by the way, I don't think there's any member of this House that would challenge that. But what we want to do is decrease the dependency on our business with the United States. I want to grow that business, but I want to expand it right around the world. And that's why this government has been so committed to trade deals everywhere from South America. We've done that piece in Jordan. We've done EFTA. We are now negotiating CETA, which is the 27 countries of the European Union. We are negotiating the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We've just been recently invited in, and that's many countries in the Far East that will give us an opportunity, the gateway to Asia. And you know, there's also another opportunity, Mr. Speaker, that we haven't talked about, and that is that there are several countries that we already do trade with, in fact, have trade agreements with, but on a bilateral basis, that are coming together. And they're coming together in South America and Central America, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to establish more of that multilateral kind of concept, and we support that. But as long as a multilateral is not formal, I will do a bilateral with every country in the world that I get a chance. That's my commitment to Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker. So, I want to remind members that what we have here is we have a Canada opportunity, but we're already a little late. And we can't be late anymore. If we want to protect Canadian jobs and grow those opportunities, protect that humble potato and everything else that we do, I think we have an obligation to act expeditiously, to act as appropriately as we can to ensure, because they've already signed this deal with the United States and they are our major competitor in Panama, that what we do is we put in place as quickly as this House will allow, and then to Senate, and of course to get Royal Assent, as quickly as we can, for Canada's sake, for our jobs' sake, to make sure that our kids have futures. So don't steal those jobs away. Give us the opportunity, give us the tools to do what we do. I'm actually a little surprised, Mr. Speaker, as I stand in my committee, that when we hear members who will have very thoughtful views about trade with other countries, and I respect the fact that they have those views, why they wouldn't, after they've done as much as they can do, fully embrace the concept of free trade. This is so basic. This is basic business. This is basic humanity. Because if we're doing business with a country like Panama, you know what we're doing? We're raising that standard of living. It really, really does. And you know what we've done with Canada? We've raised our standard of living, and that's what's important. You know, we've created some 800,000 plus jobs since the Economic Action Plan was put in place, and that's not done by accident, Mr. Speaker. That's done because we have a plan, and part of that plan, and a critical part of that plan, includes putting in free trade agreements right around the world. And I would say that Panama, if we truly want to consider opening up the gateways to South America, and we have some avenues already in place, that we have to do that. That'll matter to Central America, that'll matter to South America, and it sends a statement that Canada is open for business. And I think that's the key thing that we're speaking about here, is that Canada is open for business. And it just absolutely dazzles me when members opposite just don't seem to understand that. And I would truly like them to take their partisanship off, please, and say, for the sake of jobs in this country, please, I would ask them to come forward and say, you know what, sometimes, just like they did in Jordan, so they showed that they can, but you know what, unless, Mr. Speaker, I hope that wasn't a ruse to say that we support trade, because look what we've done in Jordan. I hope that's not the case. I'm not a cynical guy. My Cape Breton mom said you got two things in your life. You got your name and your integrity, and you don't mess up one without messing up the other. And so I would say that members opposite have that opportunity. And what I would do is I would say to them, just as they did in Jordan, would they, for the sake of Canada, would they, for the sake of business, would they, for the sake of the Canadian worker, come alongside the Conservatives, and let's just do this. And you know why? Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, some things are just the right thing to do, and that's a fundamental. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to be on this committee, where I have an opportunity to have an opinion or two. Now, I'll apologize, because my Cape Breton mother always said, you remind me of your Cape Breton granddad, because why use 10 words when 100 can do the same thing? So I'll raise my hand and say that might be a modest fault. But you know what she also said? If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. So I say to members opposite, do not fall for anything. Stand for the right thing. Stand for Canadian jobs. Let's make a difference in this country, and let's grow this country to be the greatest in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know the expression, when nothing goes right, turn left. Well, I think that's what we need here.
Colleague here should know better, and you know, trade is not only free trade, it can only be fair trade. And this is very important. Comme néo-démocrate, on veut...
As the NDP, we want trade agreements that are balanced, that allow us to export our goods and trade with the rest of the world, but that is concerned about local democracy, workers' rights, the environment, and human rights. And this is never on the Conservatives' agenda. So They are talking about a plan, but let's talk about the facts. The results of their plans under the Conservatives, the $26 billion trade surplus has dropped by $50 billion per year. And now things have gone very badly all around. So I think that they just keep telling us that everything's fine, don't worry.
In West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but let me respond to one of the comments that my honourable colleague talked about, and that is that we are not paying attention to issues along the lines of labour and along the lines of environment. That's totally not true. If he was listening well to my comments, and I'm sure he wanted to, what he would have heard was the government's commitment to put in place, with teeth, very strong, labour cooperation agreements and environmental agreements. And you know what that means, Mr. Speaker? That means, and I'll say it again because they may not have heard, the right for labourers to have freedom of association, to have collective bargaining, to the abolition of child poverty, to the elimination of forced or compulsory labour and discrimination, and the elimination of discrimination in respect of employment. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, these are things that if they are truly interested in improving the quality of life for people in Panama, and I don't think there's a member of this House that wouldn't say that, I would say to them that by embracing this free trade deal, what they do is they get that benefit. But you know what's also nice, Mr. Speaker? This is actually a good thing for Canada, too, and I just wish they'd think of Canadians along the same way. Thank you very much.
The time for government orders has expired. The honourable member from London West will have 8 minutes remaining in questions and comments when this matter returns before the House. At this point, statements by members. The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a great pleasure to congratulate CHAB, an AM radio station in my riding, on its 90th anniversary of broadcasting to residents of Moose Jaw in southern Saskatchewan. Over the years, it has changed formats from country to pop or gospel. Now it is an oldies radio station featuring local talk shows and providing listeners with local news, weather, sports, agricultural features, and great music. I look forward to seeing many residents at the celebration this Friday. 90 years to the day since CHAB first broadcast as 10AB. The celebration will feature the Uncoolest Hit Review, which is an 8-piece show band. Prizes and a walk down CHAB memory lane will be part of the fun. I am pleased to congratulate the entire CHAB crew on reaching this milestone and wish them best of luck in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The abuse of women is an unacceptable tragedy that affects women from all walks of life. It is often left unspoken, swept under the rug. But the Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign, started by the London Abused Women's Centre in 2010, aims to change that reality and get women the help they need and deserve. Because of raised awareness, during the Shine the Light campaign in November 2011, service demands in London increased by 125%. That demand has remained constant, and during the summer of 2012, more than 600 women, their families or friends, called for support or information to help a loved one who was being abused. That volume of calls was unprecedented in the Centre's 30-year history. I'm grateful that this very successful awareness campaign has spread to 7 communities across Ontario, and I share the dream of shining a purple light in every community in Canada. With your help, with all our help, we can spread the message of courage, survival, and hope. We can finally end woman abuse.
Bravo. The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I tabled Bill C-461, the CBC and Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act. If passed, this statute will amend the Access to Information and Privacy Acts to remove a deficiency which allowed the CBC to deny access requests if it affected its journalistic, creative, or programming activities. My bill replaces this blanket exception with a discretionary exemption based on an injurious test. For the exemption to apply, the Information Commissioner would have to be satisfied that disclosure would result in injury to the CBC. In litigation between the CBC and the Information Commissioner, the Federal Court of Appeal referred to the existing provisions as, quote, not a model of clarity. Mr. Speaker, this House's Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics recommended earlier this year that 68.1 of the Access Act be amended to remove the blanket exception and to provide clarity with respect to CBC disclosure. This bill is in accordance with the committee's report and the federal court judgments, and accordingly I encourage all honourable members to support the CBC and Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Malpak.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the passing of Lincoln Boswell. Lincoln was an integral part of PEI's farm community. He was a long-time exhibitor of swine and cattle at Old Home Week and other exhibitions around the Maritimes, as well as the Royal Winter Fair. What really struck me about Link, as he was often called, was you could actually feel that pride he took in his livestock. In 1973, marking the 100th anniversary of the province's entry into Confederation, Lincoln and his wife June had the chance to show their prized purebred Yorkshire swine to Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip during a royal visit to Charlottetown. Among other achievements, he served as president of the PEI Swine Breeders Association and several terms as director of the provincial exhibition. On behalf of the House, I would like to thank Lincoln for his contributions to island life. His commitment to the island agricultural community was unwavering, and we thank him. Our condolences to his wife, June, and family.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I had the honour of attending the Canadian Football Hall of Fame induction ceremony in Winnipeg, where a great educator was recognized for his contributions to youth in this nation. Peter Kennellan was the coach of the University of Calgary Dinos and won 4 Vanier Cup champions. He is a recipient of many coaching awards for his work at the University of Calgary, as well as for coaching at the high school level. His Alberta coaching career started with the Innisfail Ocelots over 50 years ago. Those same players had kept in touch with Peter over the years, and when our team was reconstituted in 2002 after a nearly 20-year absence, he was there to help once again. Always the teacher, always the mentor, Peter Kennellan has created a legacy for youth in my riding. In his mind, anyone could succeed in sports. The only limitation was the commitment of the coaches. This was also his philosophy as a teacher over his successful teaching career. His sense of humor and his optimism was contagious. Congratulations, Peter, on a reward well earned.
Wow.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Quebec City Bridge should be an architectural gem, the symbol of a dynamic city, but instead it's a monument to the shame that we've become. A bridge that's rusting may still be safe, but that doesn't help its lifespan. Otherwise, what's the point of maintenance? Because, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to infrastructure, what is not maintained deteriorates. Where are the Conservative members for Lévis-Bellechasse and Lotbinière-Chute de la Chaudière? This bridge is used mostly by their constituents, but yet they stay silent. Do they really care about the interests of their fellow citizens? A bridge should never be something other than a public infrastructure, so that maintenance is not something that depends on the wishes and dividends of shareholders. The minister seems to be pleased with himself and acting like Pontius Pilate. This is the ugliest cantilever bridge in the world, and I'd like the minister to look at it.
Mr. Speaker, in this Veterans Week, I want to profile Mr. John Bennett, a resident of the Veterans Wing at Sunnybrook Health Sciences Centre in my riding of Don Valley West in Toronto. John Bennett was trained as an artist and has been a gifted painter all his life. He served as a camouflage officer during the World War II and landed on the beaches of Normandy 10 days after D-Day. For the next 2 years, he served his country in Europe, all the while painting what he saw. In October, 78 of Mr. Bennett's wartime watercolors were accepted into the permanent collection of the National War Museum here in Ottawa. John, his family, and 5 other veterans from Sunnybrook came to Ottawa to tour the War Museum, the National Art Gallery, and Parliament Hill. On November 11th, I will represent our government at the annual Remembrance Day ceremony at Sunnybrook. I encourage all Canadians to attend a ceremony in your community, talk to a veteran, listen to their stories, and say thank you, lest we forget.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in the House to express my support for a women's group in my riding. Our government has made women's issues a top priority and are working hard with women across this country to end violence against women and girls. In October, I was pleased to attend the 2012 launch of the London Abused Women's Centre Shine the Light on a Women's Abuse campaign. The goal of this campaign has been to raise awareness around the issue of women abuse and its effect on society. Organizations, schools, neighbourhoods, and places of worship across London will be asked to participate by wearing purple. This year, the Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign is in honour of Ashley and Stephanie Dobbs. These two beautiful girls were brutally murdered by their father. I was pleased to recently meet their mother, Debbie Ratilli, who shared her story with us. Today, I'm pleased that for the second year in a row, members from both sides of the House are joining me in wearing purple in support of the Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign. I'd like to congratulate the London Abuse Centre, especially Executive Director Megan Walker, for her tireless work in shining the light on women abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tuesday, November 13, will be World Kindness Day 2012. The Quebec Association for the Defence of Retirees and Pre-Retirees invites us to take advantage of this event to fight violence and bullying. Whether bullying takes place among our seniors or our youth should be denounced and combated. The media attention to school bullying has led to significant reactions in civil society. As a father, I feel personally involved in this. In my ridings, many organizations and players in education have joined forces. There was a very successful event on October 1st at the Maison des Arts de Drummond. I wish to congratulate the people of my riding for their attention to this matter. Let's all be kind to one another. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Rosetown Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, thousands of young people are participating in activities that highlight careers in the skilled trades and technologies. Skilled Trades and Technology Week was created by Skills Compétences Canada to raise awareness of the trades and technology careers among parents, youth, and the general public. Today, the Minister of Human Resources helped launch Skilled Trades and Technology Week. This week provides an opportunity for organizations across Canada to get involved in a hands-on way and introduces young Canadians to career options available in the trades and technology sectors. Although best known for their competitions, Skills Compétences Canada offers additional programming throughout the year to over 150,000 youth. Together with its member organizations, Skills Compétences Canada is able to provide Canada's next generation activities that reinforce their skills and interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank our veterans and active military personnel and their families for their sacrifices in defence of Canada and our values. New Democrats have always fought for improved rights for those who serve our country. We fought for DND and RCMP personnel to end the pension clawback. Together we succeeded. This recent victory is to be celebrated, Mr. Speaker, but clearly our work is not finished when it comes to making sure that our veterans and their families are able to live and retire in dignity. It is our duty to ensure that every veteran who has served our country is afforded a dignified burial. This is not the case today, as 70% of applicants are refused access to the Last Post program, which is supposed to ensure that even our least fortunate veterans receive a dignified burial. New Democrats will continue to fight today in this place to change that. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, I will table a motion soon that calls on the federal government to invest in the physical infrastructure of the branches of the Royal Canadian Legion to ensure they remain comfortable and a safe haven for Legionnaires and members. To our veterans and members, ladies auxiliary, friends and families of Royal Canadian Legion branches in my riding and right across Canada, thank you for strengthening our communities, lest we forget.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker,
I rise today regarding Holocaust Education Week, which runs this year from November 1st until November 8th in the Greater Toronto Area. It is one of the largest educational forums of its kind on the Holocaust. I ask that my honourable colleagues join me in acknowledging the efforts of the organisers and their supporters of Holocaust Education Week for their important work. Jan de Boot, the Belgian chair of the International Task Force on Holocaust Commemoration, Education and Research, is in Ottawa today. In 2013, Canada will proudly assume the position of chair of the ITF. Last year, we hosted the Interparliamentary Conference on Combating Anti-Semitism in Ottawa, which led to the signing of the historic Ottawa Protocol, a new set of international commitments to fight anti-Semitism. Our government has been unwavering in fighting anti-Semitism at home and abroad, and I encourage all Canadians to learn more about the Holocaust and about anti-Semitism so that we can help fight it around the world. Thank you, Speaker.
And the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Robert Kaplan served this House with distinction as a Member of Parliament from 1968 to 1972 and again from 1974 to 1993. He became Solicitor General in 1980 and served in that post until 1984. He was a thoughtful, intelligent man. He cared deeply about Canada, about the democratic process, about protecting and advancing human rights, as well as ensuring Canada's security interests. As Solicitor General, he introduced important legislation on the creation of Canada's security agency, CSIS, and the civilian oversight that would be necessary to ensure that the protection of national security did not infringe on individual liberty. Mr. Speaker, I saw Bob Kaplan for the last time in late summer this year. He was very ill with cancer, but was lucid and of good cheer. As always, he was following events around him closely, and with that sense of gentle irony that I came to know as his hallmark. Mr. Speaker, we send our deepest condolences to his family and friends, and may we say shalom, chaver, shalom.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre North.
Mr. Speaker, at academic institutions and industrial research labs across the country, including the University of Calgary and SAIT in my riding, Canadian scientists are working to address issues related to climate change mitigation and adaptation. They're working to make our fuel, appliances, vehicles, and energy production processes more efficient across numerous disciplines, all to support the long-term health of our environment. Our government partners with many of these scientists through strong support of the Tri-Council granting agencies, the CFI, and numerous industrial research partnership programs. While our government is supporting research in these areas and in turn supporting jobs and a greener economy, the NDP supports a carbon pricing scheme that is unaligned with many of our major trading partners and could competitively disadvantage Canada's economy while the global economy undergoes a period of instability. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work our government has done to support these important areas of research. I'm proud that we continue to green our country while focusing on growing our economy.
Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, do you know how much the Conservatives have gotten out of the pockets of Canadians last year? By imposing a series of fees of every kind, despite a difficult economic climate, no less than $8 billion, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. These hidden taxes in hidden fees have become a cash cow for the Conservatives. They've more than doubled since 2000. And while their friends in multinationals increase their profit margins without increasing salaries, thanks to generous tax cuts, Canadians have to pay more. More for their passport, more to visit our magnificent national parks, and unfortunately, also more to get divorced. Of all the G7 countries, Canada ranks second in the countries having the highest hidden fees. That's the legacy of the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Since they came to power, they have gone directly into the pockets of the Canadian middle class, one fee at a time. In 2015, an NDP government will put a stop to this abuse.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
This week, our Prime Minister is in Asia telling the Canadian economic success story to the world. That story is the best job growth in the G7, the best fiscal position in the G7, and a beacon of economic light to the world. Under our Prime Minister's great leadership, Canada has become the economic model to the world. Canada is a better place for it. the world is a better place for it. While the NDP advances a $21 billion job-killing carbon tax, also known as the NDP economic pain, our government will advance our conservative economic plan, the economic plan that is the model for the world and ensures Canadian a great quality of life for generations to come.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, during the trade negotiations with India, Canada has consistently demanded the independent power to verify that Canadian nuclear material is used only for peaceful purposes. Can the government tell us yes or no whether the Prime Minister's nuclear agreement with India includes these guarantees?
Canada has consistently demanded the independent power to verify that Canadian nuclear material is used only for peaceful purposes. Can the government tell us, yes or no, whether the Prime Minister's nuclear agreement with India includes these guarantees?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Canada has strong obligations with respect to nuclear proliferations. They're obligations we take incredibly seriously, and I can tell the House and I can tell all Canadians that the Prime Minister and the agreement today will not only help create a lot of jobs in Canada, it will honour all of our international agreements to ensure that Canadian nuclear material does not make its way into a weapons program.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Conservatives have a curious habit. The Prime Minister was in Russia when he announced the new investment agreement with China. The Prime Minister was in Switzerland when he announced that the retirement age would be hiked from age 65 to 67 here in Canada. Yesterday in Beijing, Canada's ambassador declared that the decision to approve the Nexen takeover would be made on December 10th and that there would be no further extensions. Why was this announcement made in China and not in Canada? Why are they giving more information to Chinese leaders than they're prepared to give to Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I think that report has since been corrected. I can say this, is that the Prime Minister announced a foreign investment protection and promotion agreement to ensure that Canadian businesses enjoy the same rights and privileges that Chinese businesses have in Canada in China. He announced that in China after meeting with his Chinese counterpart and was able to sign it on the margins of an international conference. I can say this, we can all be very proud that Canadian businesses are competing around the world, and this government is doing all we can to ensure that they're successful abroad so that they can create more jobs here at home.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question is, why do Canadians learn about these decisions from late-night press releases while Chinese oil executives are given a full briefing by our ambassador? Under the Conservatives' new Canada-China investment agreement, China will now have the unlimited right to buy up new leases on Canadian natural resources through companies like Nexen. If a province such as Alberta tries to limit Chinese ownership, they could be challenged under the law and dragged into international courts. Is this what Conservative MPs came to Ottawa to do, to sell off Alberta's natural resources to China?
Good. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, there he goes again with his tinfoil hat predictions. I can say this, a foreign protection and promotion agreement is something that Canadian investors, Canadians, Canadian businesses, people who look at their pension plans, people who look at their RSPs, want to ensure that any investments made in China, that Canadian operations have the same rights and privileges to ensure that those investments are safe and those investments are secure. Mr. Speaker, Canadian businesses are competing around the world. They're competing with the best, and they're winning. And we want to ensure they enjoy the same legal protections, and that's exactly what this government is doing, and that's creating a lot of jobs and opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale, High Park.
Mr. Speaker, the most recent report from the PBO's office proves that the Conservatives continue to hide essential information concerning their budget cuts. They are asking Canadians to tighten their belts, but they're refusing to explain the consequences of these cuts to services. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has less than 3% of the information concerning the Conservatives' cuts. Why are they hiding these data? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we continue to account to Parliament according to the habitual procedures in the estimates, the quarterly reports, and the public accounts. The departments provide Parliament with public information concerning finances, and the government will continue to provide to the budget officer data that comes under his mandate.
The member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, they're not doing great so far. When the Indian government offered a bulletproof Mercedes S-Class for the Prime Minister, he said no thanks and blew $36,000 an hour to bring over his own limos. Meanwhile, the Conservatives are throwing people out of work and slashing programs and services Canadians rely on. But when the PBO asked for details, only a third of departments reported the number of planned staff reductions. So is this information being deliberately withheld from the PBO, or do they honestly have no idea what they're doing?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, I'm tremendously proud, all Canadians are tremendously proud to see our Prime Minister representing our great country abroad, fighting for trade and jobs. Operational security issues are dealt with by the RCMP, as you would expect them to be. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that all of us on this side of the House, when we have to deal with terrorism, when we have to deal with security, we're going to take the advice of the RCMP over the NDP every single time.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
The question that I have for the government is, we know the Prime Minister is prepared to go almost anywhere in the world. The question is he prepared to meet with the premiers in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, to deal with the issues that affect all Canadians on the economy? Every single issue that affects the federal government affects the provinces as well. Every successful federation involves prime ministers and premiers, first ministers all, meeting together in cooperation. Whether it's Germany or India or any other federation in the world, first ministers meet. Why would they not meet when the Prime Minister comes to Halifax, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister regularly meets with provincial premiers, territorial premiers from coast to coast to coast all the time. We have a constructive working relationship. At the bottom of the economic downturn, when the Canadian economy was really struggling, we had unprecedented cooperation with Conservative, Liberal and New Democratic governments, all working together to bring forward a stimulus plan to create more jobs, more opportunity. And I have good news, Mr. Speaker. The plan worked. We've seen more than 800,000 net new jobs created. That's the Prime Minister's leadership.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that Canadians would allow the Prime Minister to take his limousines even to Halifax if he wanted to, if that was a prerequisite to ensure that the Prime Minister would finally agree to meet, not one-on-one, but with all the premiers together in order to cope with our problems and our economic challenges. That is the case in every federation in the world that works, except the Prime Minister of Canada refuses to meet with the premiers when they meet together. Why doesn't he want to solve our economic challenges together? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Leadership, we have had unprecedented cooperations on tackling Canada's economic challenges over the past 4 years. Every single provincial premier, Liberal, NDP, Conservative, we all put politics aside. We brought forward one of the most ambitious economic action plans. We worked together quickly to roll that out. Great things happened. Since the bottom of the recession, we've seen the creation of some 800,000 net new jobs. Wow. That is an incredible accomplishment, and it happened through cooperation and through leadership by this Prime Minister.
Yeah. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when talking about the situation, the economic environment in India, the Minister of International Trade said that we still have and I'm quoting from him, a relatively opaque investment environment here in India. I wonder if the Minister can tell us, what did the Prime Minister tell the Indian government about the climate for foreign investment in Canada? What did he tell them about the rules? What did he tell them about the definition of net benefit? What did he tell them about the process that would be gone through? What did he tell them about the transparency in this country? It could well be argued, Mr. Speaker, that we have an opaque economic environment.
The
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you what the Prime Minister discussed with our Indian friends during his visit. What he's discussing, how Canada is a magnet for jobs, investment, and opportunity. He told them about our low-tax plan to create jobs. He told them about our plans to ensure that we have effective but not overly burdensome regulation. He told them about how the fact that we don't have a large $21 billion carbon tax. He told them, Mr. Speaker, that the source of so much Indian wealth can be buying goods and services from this great country, that Canada is responding to the international trade challenges, and that we can create a lot of jobs together.
The Honourable Member for Squamish-Winnefookas.
Mr. Speaker, in her 11.5 months in federal custody, Ashley Smith was involved in 160 use-of-force incidents. She was subjected to a barrage of inhumane treatment, pepper spraying, tasering, duct tape, chemical restraints. We know our correction system failed Ashley Smith, and we know the correctional investigator has put forward basic recommendations to prevent tragedies like this from ever happening again. Once again, I ask the Minister, will he commit today to fully implementing these recommendations on dealing with mental illness in our correction system so there are no more tragedies like Ashley Smith?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad case. Our thoughts go out to Ms. Smith's family. This tragedy continues to show that individuals with mental health issues do not belong in prisons but in professional facilities. At the same time, our government continues to take concrete steps on the issue of mental health in prison. Since 2006, we have invested nearly $90 million in mental health for prisoners. We have taken action to improve access to mental health treatment and training for staff.
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, a tragedy is an accident. It's something that cannot be anticipated. In the case of Ashley Smith and many other women with mental health problems, we could see it coming. The NDP has been asking questions for a week as to whether the Conservatives will implement the recommendations of the correctional investigator. The inspector has long been recommending the establishment of programs preventing self-mutilation of inmates. So will the Conservatives follow these recommendations, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Continue to work with the correctional investigator, and we review all of his recommendations. However, I would note that the NDP, while consistently speaking on behalf of prisoners, never speaks out on behalf of the victims of these prisoners, never talks about the damage done to people outside of prisons. I wish they would take a more balanced view about what it means to have a safe society, not simply the individuals in the prisons, but those who are abused outside of the prisons.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is that minister capable of understanding that she was the victim here?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have made it very clear where our government stands on that, and I'm very proud of the position that the Prime Minister took in terms of ensuring that our officials in Correctional Services Canada cooperate completely with the coroner. But I would like to ask that member, who has never once stood up and spoken for victims, why is it that he is always silent when it comes to victims outside of our prisons?
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week before Remembrance Day is not a time for partisan rhetoric. We should be focused on improving care for veterans and their families. We should all agree that impoverished veterans deserve a proper burial service equal to the sacrifice that they made for this country. I would like to ask the Minister, once again, does he believe that every veteran who serves this country deserves a proper and dignified burial service?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, like the Minister of Defense this morning who met with families of the fallen, this government has the great and utmost respect for our veterans and their families. And so does all members, actually, who stood up this morning and attended a ceremony in the National War Memorial. But when talking about the funeral and burial assistance, we are providing this program to more than 10,000 veterans. And I can assure the member that, unlike the Liberal, we won't cut this program. And unlike the NDP, whenever there's a program for veterans, we will stand and support it as long as we are taking care of our veterans and making sure that we are making their life better. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Semi-Private Members Bill C-377 is the Conservatives' final assault on the workers in this country. It creates a bureaucratic monster and paperwork that will cost millions of dollars to manage. All that on the pretext of transparency. So let's talk about transparency. They say it's a private bill. Really? Well-funded anti-union groups have had dozens of meetings with high-ranking Conservatives behind closed doors. Mr. Speaker, can you tell us why in the world the PM's Chief of Staff and the Minister of Finance's policy advisor are getting involved in this? Parliamentary Secretary.
I believe that workers should have the right to know how their mandatory union dues are spent. Right. And that said, we are meeting with groups on both sides of this debate, unlike the NDP, which by contrast has held 75 meetings combined with the Canadian Labour Congress, CUPE, and PSAC, three unions that together gave the NDP $61,000 in illegal union money. Speaking of PSAC, Mr. Speaker, it represents federal public servants whose jobs rely on a united Canada, but it endorsed the separatists in the last provincial election. What does the member think about that?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that notorious union buster Terence Oakley is once again darkening the towels of the Prime Minister's office. After successfully killing off the Fair Wages Act, his next target is Bill 377, their latest assault on labour. Mr. Speaker, why are they letting the special interests of one well-connected Conservative lobbyist upset the labour peace in this country? And if they do want to declare war on labour, why don't they do it through the front door instead of skulking around with a private member's bill like a bunch of cowards?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I always have to congratulate that member for the creative imagery that he brings to this House. And now that he's talking about the groups that are skulking around the Hill, meeting and trying to lobby the interests of the government and the Parliament, maybe he could tell us a little bit more about what happened at those 75 closed-door meetings that his party held with the Canadian Labour Congress, with CUPE, with PSAC, all groups who gave a combined $61,000 in illegal union money. What happened at those meetings?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, startling new federal court documents directly link RMG alleged voter suppression calls with Conservative Party headquarters. Conservative e-scripts on E-Day notified voters about polling location changes. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, these were 4 ridings that had no poll changes. More evidence that organized voter suppression occurred in the federal election of 2011. Now, will the government commit today to support NDP Bill C-453 to put an end to fraudulent election calls?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has every interest in ensuring that all of its voters make it to vote at the right locations. That is why we have always opposed any efforts to suppress voters. It is also why we ran a clean and ethical campaign in the last election. Now, by contrast, in that very same election, the NDP was in possession of illegal union money that it had taken from workers without their consent. Can the member rise now and explain to us how that illegal money was used during the campaign?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'm not going to take any lessons from our party that got its offices raided by the RCMP. Documents from the federal court don't lie. The president of RMG confirms that his company called voters using a script provided by the Conservatives And they talked about polling location changes, even though there were no changes. In the spring, the NDP passed a motion giving more power, investigation powers to Elections Canada, but since that time, the Conservatives haven't done anything. They're too busy trying to figure out which Republican scheme they're going to use the next time. When will they give more powers to the Chief Electoral Officer? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our party ran a clean and ethical campaign in the last election, and we will continue to follow all the rules and to work proactively with Elections Canada to find out what happened in Guelph.
NDP used illegal union money in the last election. They had accumulated $340,000 of that illegal money. If they want to support legislation in this House to crack down on that kind of law-breaking, why don't they stand in support of more union financial transparency? What do they got to hide?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. He needs to stop waving that cardboard sword or he's going to hurt somebody over there. Now, we all knew that Conservatives were under investigation for voter suppression in Don Valley East, Nipissing, Temiskaming, Elmwood, Transcona, Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger, Vancouver Island North, Yukon. It's a veritable who's who of the no-names on the Conservative backbench. But now court affidavits show that a Conservative-paid phone bank deliberately sent people to the wrong polls on Election Day. This was a coordinated scheme that goes all the way back to Conservative Party headquarters. So when will they get serious about dealing with election fraud on Election Day?
Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are working seriously and proactively with Elections Canada in order to ascertain the details of the allegations in the riding of Guelph. Beyond that, we ran an ethical and clean campaign in the last election. And by contrast, that member represents a party that campaigned on illegal union money they tried to cover up for half a decade. Even when the questions started coming in, their leader refused to tell Canadians how much of workers' money was involved. Why did he keep it secret for so long?
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Speaker, the Minister for Public Safety praised the Prime Minister for changing the direction of the coroner's inquest in Toronto and for giving different instructions to corrections officials than in fact took place. I'd like to ask the Minister very directly, why did he not issue these instructions months, indeed years ago? Why did lawyers for the Government of Canada consistently take the position that the coroner's inquest didn't have jurisdiction over critical issues facing Ashley Smith? Why would the minister have left this up to a statement by the Prime Minister in the House of Commons in response to a question from the opposition?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've made it very clear that we want to ensure that the Corrections Canada cooperates fully with the coroner's inquest. And it was for that reason that we made sure, through the Prime Minister's statement, that the arguments with respect to the limited constitutional jurisdiction of the coroner were no longer pursued. In fact, that the coroner has the full ability to look into this particular case.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of Veterans Affairs unveiled a ribbon. It's easy to see that the Minister
Order. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown has the floor.
It's easy to see that the Minister is focused like a laser on the priority of veterans.
Order. I've asked members before to hold off on their applause until the members finish putting the question. This is eating up a lot of time having these interruptions. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown has the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's symbols over substance. When will he unveil more funding to help veterans' families with their funeral costs?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
We'll reduce them. We'll reduce them.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs has the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleague, that is the Minister of Defense, who launched an initiative for the families of our soldiers, our fallen soldiers. And Mr. Speaker, this morning I was with two young women, one in grade 1 and one in grade 4. And the only memory they will have of their father is a purple ribbon. So yes, I am very proud to have accompanied the Minister of Defense to offer a ribbon. And my colleague must understand that there is commemoration and there are services to veterans. And I'm very proud of all my Conservative colleagues who for the past 6 years have always delivered for veterans.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I fear amid all the applause that the Minister may have missed my question, so let's give it another go. 2 years ago, Veterans Affairs conducted a review of the Burial Assistance Program, and the Conservatives chose to ignore it. And today, the Minister unveiled a ribbon. He once again chose symbols over substance. That's what he did. So let's try this again, Mr. Speaker. Will he increase funding to help veterans' families with their funeral costs?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me get to the very substance of the funeral and burial program. It is a program, Mr. Speaker, that is provided to injured veterans in need. Since 2006, Mr. Speaker, this program has been provided to 10,000 veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker. And one thing I can assure the member on this side of the House we won't do is to cut this program like the Liberal who did, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
In his landmark report, Justin Cohen was clear. Weakening fish habitat protection will put Fraser River sockeye in peril. We already had strong protections for fish habitat, Mr. Speaker, but instead of enforcing them, the Conservatives are getting out of the business of oversight to make it easier for their oil lobbyist friends to push through their pipeline projects. Instead of stalling, will the minister listen to Justice Cohen and reverse this government's reckless move to weaken habitat protection?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member has to remember that it's this side of the House that called the Commission because we are concerned about the fate of BC salmon. And I can assure the member, Mr. Speaker, that we are focusing on protecting the productivity of Canadian fisheries. There are more than 650 fishery officers in over 100 locations across Canada who will be available to conduct investigations related to the fisheries protection provisions of the Fisheries Act. Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia alone and the Yukon, there will be over 170 officers in over 30 locations who will conduct investigations and other as required.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Even the Council of Academies agrees that Canada is sliding backwards on the fishery science compared to the rest of the world. Despite evidence that staff are already stretched to the breaking point, the Conservatives are slashing...
Order. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam has the floor.
Despite evidence that the staff are already stretched to the breaking point, the Conservatives are slashing habitat protection staff on the West Coast, getting rid of capacity just as Cohen points to the DFO staffing levels as a problem. Mr. Speaker, I have a simple question. How does the minister expect these offices to properly investigate fish habitat violations with a third fewer staff?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, amendments to the Fisheries Act have been made to provide consistency and fairness and to provide some common sense for proponents and stakeholders and to put our resources where they're needed the most and will make the most sense, Mr. Speaker. As I just said, there are over 650 fishery officers in over 100 locations across Canada that will be available to conduct all kinds of investigations and to protect Canadian fish. In British Columbia alone, there will be over 170 officers in over 30 locations because we do take the management of Canadian fish very seriously.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Weakening fish habitat protection and the Navigable Waters Protection Act have the same objective, creating more oil pipelines without environmental assessments. When the Minister of Transport naively said the other day that the Navigable Waterways Protection Act and fish weren't linked, he obviously hadn't consulted the internet site of Fisheries and Oceans, I quote. The Navigable Water Protection Act is administered by the Navigable Water Protection Program of the Canada Coast Guard and DFO. So, how does he explain this inconsistency? The Honourable Minister of Transport. If there's someone who's naive, it's not someone on this side of the House. That's an attempt to mix things up completely. When we talk about navigation, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about waters on water. The fish don't float on the water. Fish are underwater, swimming. We need to not get things all mixed up here. We are doing what needs to be done, Mr. Speaker. Navigable water is for navigation in Canada. They are trying to confuse Canadians on these issues, and that's what they're expert at, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Miribel. Mr. Speaker, if there are fish floating on the waters, it's because they're dead, and it's because the Conservatives have got a problem here. They didn't honour their promise of 2009 when they said they would consult citizens before reviewing the Navigable Water Protection Act. Now, in my riding, we are lucky enough to have magnificent bodies of water that are used by tourists, visitors, Lac Saint-Joseph, Lac Simon, the Petite Nation River, just to name a few. But none of them is on the list of protected lakes and rivers. Why? The Honourable Minister of Transport. And Mr. Speaker, municipal associations from across the country, Mr. Speaker, from Quebec, and all of the provinces and territories were consulted, Mr. Speaker, before moving ahead on this issue. There were consultations, but as Madame asks, we're not going to go into every little community. We have consulted the representatives of the associations, Mr. Speaker, and they have been asking for years for us to reduce bureaucracy and to enable the economy to progress.
Center. Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day is a time for Canadians to pay unpoliticized tribute to the service and sacrifice of our brave men and women in uniform. It's also a time to pause and honour the loved ones they leave behind. Our government has consistently taken concrete and substantial action to support the men and women of Canada's military, veterans, and their families. Could the Minister of National Defence inform the House what our government is doing to recognize the personal loss and sacrifice of the close family and friends of Canada's fallen?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, I thank the member from Edmonton Centre for the question, but also for his 31 years of service to the Canadian Forces. Today I was honoured, Mr. Speaker, to be with the Minister of Veterans Affairs to announce the creation of the Memorial Ribbon as part of our government's ongoing support to Canada's military and their families. The Memorial Ribbon will recognise loved ones of our fallen heroes who've not been recognized by a memorial cross. This demonstration of our continued care and concern for Canada's military families, Mr. Speaker, extends to our brave men and women who have served our country, but also their families and loved ones who have sacrificed so much for us. We honour those families. We will never forget their sacrifices, Mr. Speaker, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs has, in his employ, 32 officials at the Privy Council office, including 8 senior policy advisors. He also employs 16 people considered exempt staff, including, namely, a director of policy and another senior policy advisor. With such a team behind him, can the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs update us on his strategic plan for the 3 parts of his mandate?
Order. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can report on is the fact that the latest public accounts make very clear that spending in ministers' offices has declined by 11.4%, Mr. Speaker. This is the respect for the taxpayers that this government holds true to and will continue to do so in the future.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess 8 senior policy advisors and 16 ministerial staff are just not enough to help the minister get up and answer questions at QP. His job is to provide policy advice and strategic planning, liaise and advise on relations with provinces and territories, and assist with communications or parliamentary affairs. Ministers are also responsible for coordinating inter-provincial meetings. I wonder if the minister could give us a report on some of the positive outcomes in the last few inter-provincial meetings that he's attended.
Great question. Great.
The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
I'm a bit nervous now. I'd like to say that this job has given me a great opportunity to spend time with the premiers and intergovernmental affairs ministers right across the country. And I've learned a lot, and I've learned a lot about our country. And I'm very proud of what we've accomplished as a country. And I've had a wonderful meeting, for example, with the Premier, with Gonderdale, Premier of New Brunswick, Premier of Nova Scotia. I've been to Alberta, and
Here.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see the Minister on his feet here in this House. I understand, Mr. Speaker, the most recent national interprovincial meetings were with the National Aboriginal Women's Summit and the Federal Provincial Territorial Meeting of Ministers responsible for justice and public safety. The Privy Council Office says he and his staff are responsible for, quote, communications and parliamentary affairs support on issues and initiatives with important federal, provincial, territorial dimensions. Given the high profile of both these issues in Canada today, can the Minister provide the House with a report on the results of his meetings about justice and public safety?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, among the initiatives that we have been taking, this government, with our provincial and territorial counterparts, is showing leadership and taking action on the important issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women. The Ministers of Justice and Public Safety met just last week with their provincial counterparts to further develop strategies, coordinate efforts, and share expertise on this issue. In January 2012, a comprehensive missing women report provided 52 recommendations. The province has recently acknowledged our government has implemented almost all of them. We've invested $25 million over 5
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Carroll.
The minister fails to get on his feet to answer questions about his own portfolio. Let's talk about something else the minister is responsible for. His election returns suggest his campaign cashed a check for $5,500 from a construction company. He then tried to cover his tracks by coming up with after-the-fact personal receipts. Mr. Speaker, this matter could be cleared up right now if the minister will stand up and explain what happened. Will he do it now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's eyes have obviously played a terrible trick on him. He said that the member didn't stand up. We just saw him stand up and talk about the pride he has in working on behalf of all Canadians. It seems that his speaking notes have likewise played a similar trick on him. He would have known, if he read them correctly, that it was in fact his party that accepted $340,000 in illegal union money, and that it was his leader who attempted to cover it up over months and months and months. Why doesn't he stand up and tell the rest of the House why it took so long for the NDP to be forced?
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, seasonal industries contribute $78 billion to our economy, yet this government treats seasonal workers as second-class citizens. The minister has now eliminated 5 weeks of EI payments to those workers. This change will affect tens of thousands of Canadians, reducing many to poverty. Yet, not a minute of study, no economic analysis, no consultation, no discussion at committee. Why is this government stealing 5 weeks of income from seasonal workers?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as usual, the honourable member has his facts all wrong. This temporary 5-week additional 5-week was a pilot program. It was brought in the past, it was reintroduced and extended during the worst of the recession in 2008. It was extended again in 2010 because we recognized it would take people longer than usual to find work. Fortunately, we've seen a major resurgence in job creation in this country, over 820,000 new jobs created. This program has come to its natural end. That was foretold 2 years ago because, frankly, we're creating jobs.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
She's not doing a very good job, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker. 14 million times Canadians phoned Service Canada to get an update on their EI. 14 million times they were hung up on. That's 14 million times Canadians were hung up on. Not to mention the 750,000 Canadians that waited almost 6 weeks to get their first EI check. Mr. Speaker, the only thing they've been good at is taking the service out of Service Canada because they gutted the jobs of the people that provided the service.
Right.
This isn't a game. People are hurting.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are monitoring the performance and delivery of our services at Service Canada very closely. That's why in the spring, when we encountered a seasonal surge in claims, we put additional resources there so that Canadians would get the benefits that they need and deserve in a timely manner. But I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that when I first came to this House and the Liberals were in power and they were in charge of EI, in my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, it was taking 10 weeks for people to get their checks.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen to this. Canada Post is going to soon start charging $200 for each new address in a residential development in the suburbs and the regions. New home buyers already have to pay municipal taxes, the bienvenue tax, school taxes, just to name a few. But now the Conservatives are going to be slapping on a mailbox tax. As of January, a new neighbourhood with some 100 houses would mean a tax of $20,000. Why do the Conservatives want to put a new tax on Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to universal, effective, and economic postal service for all Canadians. As a Crown Corporation, Canada Post operates at arm's length of the government and is responsible for its operational decisions. And we expect that no taxpayer money would go into Canada Post. But I know the NDP would rather control Canada Post. They would rather have it all unionized, run by the government, and charge a fortune on the taxpayers. We won't do that.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
And then, Mr. Speaker, part of the profits of Canada Post goes to general revenue of this federal government. Mr. Speaker, rural BC communities are experiencing a reduction in postal services. Beaverdale, a small community in my riding, will see the closure of its post office on Saturdays as of November 17th. As a concerned citizen pointed out to me, there are folk who live here but work in Kelowna or elsewhere who can only access their mail on Saturdays. Mr. Speaker, our government should not allow Canada Post to trim its budget on the backs of rural communities. Will the Minister commit today to contact Canada Post and put a stop to these ruthless measures?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, sadly, I have to say that Canada Post has not posted positive revenue in the last couple of quarters, in large part due to the work stoppage, which his party continued and caused many of Canada Post's customers to move to other forms of transmission of data. Now, in regard to rural areas, we have the new Canada Postal Service Charter, and we expect Canada Post to follow it.
The Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The natural resource sector is responsible for nearly 20% of Canada's economy and over a million Canadian jobs. It's the backbone of communities across Canada who rely on a strong natural resource sector for their livelihood. On the other hand, the NDP would rather throw out these jobs with their $21 billion carbon tax. Could the minister update this House on the importance of the natural resource jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to my colleague from Desnathay, Ms. Olympian Churchill River, for the excellent question. The Canadian Building Trades yesterday said that natural resources are game changers for construction workers across Canada, with over 45% of their members engaged in oil and gas. They support our efforts to create streamlined, efficient environmental reviews. They understand that, to quote, jobs matter in this economy. Canada cannot afford to put that at risk. When will the NDP listen to hardworking Canadians, stop opposing resource development, and stop advocating a job?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Marie-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Résolu Forestry Products announced today that they were shutting down paper machine number 10, thus leading to the loss of 100 jobs at the Grand-Mère mill, as well as hundreds of indirect jobs in the Mauricie region. This announcement once again shows the government's lack of commitment to the forestry industry in Canada. When will we see investments to help stimulate and kickstart the forestry industry?
Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the premise of this question is completely off track. The government has never before invested so much to support the diversification of the forestry sector, the seeking of new opportunities, etc. These are corporate decisions, Mr. Speaker. The forestry sector is unfortunately experiencing difficult times. We know that pulp and paper is not on the rise, and we have sympathy for the workers. It's a difficult time for families who are affected, but we are going to continue to support the industry on the whole until the markets stabilize. Mr. Speaker, all too often, travelers are denied access on a flight they've paid for. All too often, airline companies overbook. And that's why, in fact, I tabled a bill to create a passenger's Bill of Rights. Travelers deserve to be protected, as is the case in Europe, against overbooking and delays. Will the government make a commitment to protect the rights of airline travelers? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada does its utmost to ensure that we have the best airline system in the world. We've worked very hard on airline security, on accessibility to all services, Mr. Speaker, but clearly we will not be working on and managing airlines on behalf of companies. We know that the NDP wants to slap on a carbon tax, a 21 billion carbon tax. That's not the way we work, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be respecting all companies that are offering excellent airline service across the country.
Mr. Speaker, my spectacular riding of Yukon, and indeed the rest of Canada's north, is home to world-class natural resources representing tremendous economic potential, not just for Northerners, but for all Canadians. Under the leadership of this Prime Minister, I've seen our government's unprecedented commitment to Canada's north and to Northerners, creating jobs and economic opportunities. Can the Minister please tell the House what the government is doing to further streamline regulatory processes in the north? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Yukon for his question. This morning, I was proud to introduce the Northern Jobs and Growth Act. This act brings about important changes to help create a more stable investment climate in the North. It will also increase predictability and efficiency of the regulatory review process for major Northern projects. This act will allow Northerners to benefit from projects that will create jobs in mining, oil and gas, transportation, and other business sectors in the North and across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses in Canada pay amongst the highest credit card processing fees in the world. And as of April 1st, these fees are set to increase by a whopping 33%. Small businesses in my community of Surrey are hurting. The Conservatives must take action, protect the small businesses, and stop hiding behind ineffective voluntary code of conduct. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is when will the minister stand up for consumers and small businesses by regulating the credit card industry?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, my question would be when would the NDP ever stand up to protect small businesses, Mr. Speaker? They've had the opportunity to do that time and again, and they've refused to do that. When we brought forward a code of conduct that was to do exactly what that honourable member is asking about, to make sure that businesses have choice about what cards they use to protect their bottom line, what did the NDP do? Voted against it.
Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives' obsession with the monarchy knows no bounds. Ridiculous expenditures are being run up, millions of dollars squandered to highlight the War of 1812, thousands of dollars for a portrait of the Queen or a stained glass window in the Senate. And now the Prime Minister has announced the creation of an advisory committee mandated to help appoint the Governor General and Lieutenant Governors. Is there someone in this government who will finally put a stop to this infatuation with the monarchy and do as the Quebec Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs has done, criticize this outrageous waste on outdated, archaic symbols? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. That's completely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. What the Prime Minister has announced is a consultative process. It was created for our institutions. But let's talk about Canadian heritage, Mr. Speaker. We have invested. We have also made we also invested unprecedented amount for the 400th anniversary of Quebec. So we are investing for our Canadian heritage.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Jan de Boot, 2012 Chair of the Task Force for International Cooperation on Holocaust Education, Remembrance and Research. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley has a point of order.
Very briefly, arising out of question period today, Mr. Speaker, I know the Conservatives were quite obsessed with the number of meetings that our members have been holding with members from workers' unions across the country. I'd like to add to the record that Conservative ministers have met 28 times with big union bosses, including the Prime Minister.
Order. If the honourable member wishes to add something to the record, he can do so at a future question period or perhaps statements by members, but not through points of order. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-24, Canada-Panama Economic Growth and Prosperity Act.
There are still 8 minutes left for questions and comments for the honourable member for London West. Oh, sorry, the honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be delighted to do that, but with regret, I must attend committee in just a few moments, so I will not be able to pursue additional part of my time at this time. But thank you very much.
Okay, resuming debate. Please.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's kind of too bad that there was no questions to the member for London West, because in his remarks he talked about Canada being open for business, and that's for sure, Mr. Speaker. But not only is Canada open for business, what we're seeing from all the Prime Minister's initiatives on free trade, that really Canada is up for sale. And that's what worries us. It's one thing to be open for business, but it's entirely another to be so desirable of an agreement at any cost, regardless of what the net benefits are for Canada, that Canada is really up for sale. And that's what I would like to ask the member, to see what he might respond, but I guess he's going to the same committee meeting that I have to go to. Mr. Speaker, since on the Bill C-24, the Canada-Panama FTA, since negotiations concluded on this trade agreement, more than 1,155 days have passed. That's more than 38 months, more than 3 years. The Minister of International Trade has claimed the reason for the delay in passing the legislation is the opposition. Really, the reason for delay has nothing to do with any opposition party, Mr. Speaker. It's clearly government incompetence in terms of trying to utilize the House to get legislation through. The Liberal Party has supported this legislation, and if this was any priority for the government, it could have passed the legislation and it should have passed the legislation, but it failed to do so.
For London West, rising on a point of order.
Actually, no, Mr. Speaker. I would like to actually respond as part of my allotted time, just because we will be going to the same committee meeting, but I cannot let the kind of comments that the honourable member just gave go without a response.
Sorry. I'll stop the member there. I thought the member indicated that he wouldn't be able to remain for questions and comments, so I've given the floor back. We've moved on with debate for the member from Malpeque. Now, if the member from London West feels a need to respond to something that the member from Malpeque makes in a speech, he can certainly do so during questions and comments for the member from Malpeque's speech. But I don't think we can, unless there's unanimous consent, to revert back to questions and comments for the member for London West. We've already moved on. So I'll give the floor back to the member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is too bad that the member declined the opportunity earlier, because he is such an interesting speaker as well. I really did enjoy his quite energetic remarks. The fact he was wrong on some points is beside the fact. Mr. Speaker, the reason the government should have passed this legislation earlier during that 38-month period was made clear to us by government officials. And I want to come back again, before I go there, though, to the 38 months. It's a long time. They had the support of the Liberal Party even when they had a minority government. They wouldn't have even had to use closure, but if this government in any way could work with opposition parties and work with the House and allow it to work effectively, the legislation could have been in place long ago. But because they try and browbeat legislation through this place, then they get a pushback, and that is clearly what's wrong with the way that the government operates. But as far as what the government officials said, during a meeting of the International Trade Committee November 3rd, 2010, 2 years ago, government officials warned that the U.S. had concluded an agreement with Panama, and that as a result, Canadian exporters could face very stiff competition if that agreement was activated upon. Thus, a degree of urgency to conclude the agreement on behalf of Canada. When asked by a Conservative MP at the International Trade Committee on September 25, 2012, if there was any urgency to concluding and ratifying the FTA with Panama, government officials reiterated their warning, and I quote, "If the United States agreement comes into force before the Canadian agreement, there could well be an impact on Canadian exporters who are already in the Panamanian market. They will no longer be on a level playing field with their American competitors, and the United States will, in some cases, have a significant tariff advantage." That's what officials said. Now, here is the headline from Reuters News Service on October 31st, just a few days ago. Quote, "Bush-era trade deal with Panama goes into force," end of quote. This really, Mr. Speaker, 6 days ago, then the U.S.-Panama agreement came into effect. In other words, it's active. And the government of Canada, this government, really virtually wasted 38 months, and now we are already non-competitive in that market, and we're trying to push the legislation through this particular House. The losses which Canadian exporters will likely occur is the responsibility of the Conservative government. No one else. They are responsible for the position that Canadian exporters are in now in the Panamanian market and their loss of that competitive edge because the U.S. has now activated their free trade agreement. If this crowd can't get a deal with an economy, Mr. Speaker, as small as that of Panama, which according to government official represents 1/100 of 1% of our total trade right, why should Canadians have any confidence that something like the Canada-China Investment Agreement won't turn out to be a disaster? The government and this minister are good at reciting the talking points that the Prime Minister's office sends him, like X number of trade discussions have been on, like they've signed trade agreements, but a number of trade agreements, but what really matters is what is the results at the end of the day. And the results for this government on trade, they claim it as their most important file. In fact, the Prime Minister was in China and signed an investment agreement, which there's a lot of controversy about, which was never debated in this House. And I understand when the Prime Minister was leaving China, the chairman of the Chinese government said, we'd like an FTA with Canada. And the Prime Minister, of course, accepted readily. And that's because, Mr. Speaker, the Chinese know that with this particular Prime Minister, they will sign a deal regardless of its net benefits to Canada, just to get a deal. And that's our concern on every trade agreement that they're doing. And the proof is in the pudding, Mr. Speaker. The results on trade, when you look at the results on trade, we see now that for the first time in over 30 years, Canada has a merchandise trade deficit. And in fact, out of the last 44 months, on this government's watch, 32 of those months, there's been a merchandise trade deficit. That's serious, Mr. Speaker. And what it clearly shows is, yes, the government can go out there and they can reach an agreement on trade, but they've failed to develop the strategy around which Canadians can take advantage of those trade agreements and make the best use and add the most value for Canadians in Canadian industries that are exporting into those markets. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn specifically to the trade with Panama, because it is although it's as I said earlier, 3/100 of 1% of our global trade. For those people that are in that Panamanian market, it is a substantive market. And I come from a province where frozen French fries are very, very important to potato producers, to the processors in my province in terms of getting into Panama and exporting product in there. So Panama, there's no question that Panama is Canada's largest export market in Central America, and it in fact gives us a kind of a gateway into the Central American and South American markets. And so we need to pursue that. Primary Canadian merchandise exports to Panama include machinery, vehicles, electronic equipment, pharmaceutical equipment, pulses, which mainly come from the West, and frozen potato products, which mainly come from Prince Edward Island in New Brunswick. Canadian service exports include financial services, engineering, information and communication technology services, and those are all important. But one thing I do want to point out, and I pointed it out earlier in the debate, the government goes to great lengths to talk about, how the Panama Canal is being twinned, and how that's a big infrastructure investment, and therefore how Canadian engineering and Canadian infrastructure and construction companies would benefit from the deal. It's mostly smoke and mirrors, Mr. Speaker, because the fact of the matter is the Americans already have that sewed up. But the other markets, the other services, the sale of potatoes, etc., and pulses is extremely important to Canada, and that's why we need the deal. But the government, for whatever reason, and they do this with pretty near everything they do, they try and oversell it, and therefore misrepresent the benefit of that particular, of whatever particular issue they are in fact dealing with. But just to point out and put on the record again, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the Panama Canal, this was a quotation that appeared in the United States Congressional Research Service report to Congress on the proposed U.S.-Panama FTA dated April 21, 2011, and I quote, "Another unique feature of the FTA negotiations was the treatment of business issues with respect to the Panama Canal area. Its status as an autonomous legal entity under the Panamanian Constitution required separate negotiations for government procurement, labor, investment, and other areas. The United States is the only country with which Panama has been willing to negotiate issues related to the canal area in the FTA." End of quote. So we really need to ask the Conservative government to clarify its assertions on the ability of Canadian firms to participate in the canal infrastructure work, given that the congressional research, given those congressional research statements. And it comes back to my point on trying to oversell the deal, Mr. Speaker. The Panama Canal the expansion is well on its way, and the U.S. basically has that sewed up. As the Parliamentary Secretary, though, said earlier, and I will agree with him on this, there is added opportunities in the future for spin-off industries from the widening of that canal, from engineering designs and so on. But let's not allow the government to oversell the trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I guess the bottom line, specifically on the Canada-Panama agreement, is this: the government had 38 months of which to get this legislation through. They failed during that 38-month period to work with this Parliament and allow the legislation to come forward to a legislative debate and final vote. So now the U.S. have a step up on Canada in terms of that marketplace. And our industries that are exporting in that market are now going to be at a disadvantage. And while I really never support closure, Mr. Speaker, this legislation does, and you know, the government tends to attack the NDP for their opposition to the Canada-Panama FTA. They have some legitimate concerns. I think we have to respect them. But the Liberal Party has said that we will support this deal. There's no need to go to closure in order to get it through. What would we lose? One more day when you already had 1,155 days, I believe it was, to deal with this issue? And to end up having a proper debate where those issues are outlined on the table? Of course there's concern about money laundering in Panama. We've raised those concerns too at committee, and we weren't satisfied with the answers that the ambassador has given us. So we know there's concern about money laundering in Panama. We too, although we agree with the side agreements on labor and investment, they will move us a step forward. Those labor and environmental side agreements, I mean, Mr. Speaker, they're side agreements. They don't really have they're basically guidelines, kind of a wish list on labor and environment, and do not go as far as we would like to see by having them encompassed in legislation itself, where you have enforcement abilities under the law to enforce people to live up to labor standards and live up to environmental standards. So they're not as good as we would like. But on balance, they do. The fact they are side agreements, they improve the agreement somewhat, and so on balance, we're willing to support this agreement and move it forward. Pursuing new agreements, Mr. Speaker, as the government has done, we don't have a problem with that. but you must negotiate them in the best net interest of Canadians. And that's what we're worried about, and why I started my remarks off by going a little bit after the Minister of London West, where he talked about that Canada's open for business. Yes, we are. We always have been. But the difficulty with this particular Prime Minister is Canada seems to be up for sale. There's many areas we could go to talk about that. We see in today's press the CNOC-Nexon deal. It looks like it's going to be reviewed and now accepted for the Prime Ministers. What's the implications of that agreement, Mr. Speaker? Does that mean another country where a company is 64% state-owned? Does that mean another country is really in control of Canadian resources? These are serious, serious issues, Mr. Speaker, and the government makes these decisions about trade agreements, it seems, on the fly. As the Prime Minister's flying around the world. It's not good enough. There needs to be a trade strategy, yes, Mr. Speaker, and one of the government's most important areas, it seems, is trade. But where they fail is to develop an industrial strategy that follows the trade strategy that makes it possible for industries, be it agriculture, be it fisheries, be it electronics, be it service, be it financial, whatever it may be, to build out that industrial strategy so that we in Canada can take advantage of these trade agreements and add jobs and add value within our own country. That's where the benefits of trade agreements should be felt, Mr. Speaker, in our own country. And that's not happening under this government. And the results prove it, Mr. Speaker. 32 of the last 44 months, this government has racked up merchandise trade deficits, and that's just not good enough, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing job losses in our manufacturing sector in Canada. And now, as I raised in question period, the seasonal industries which create a lot of wealth in this country, $78 billion to our economy. They're under attack by this government, which makes no sense at all. They contribute a lot to our exporters. They contribute to our manufacturing base. They contribute to our primary industries. And what we're seeing is the Minister, Human Resources Services Development Minister, basically attacking those people that work in those seasonal industries, who require EI in the off-season. And even the industries that work in those industries, though they require that skilled labor when the season kicks back in. And what this minister is doing is attacking them. First with the clawback, in which she's clawing back for the government 50 cents on every dollar a person earns while working on claim. And now cancelling. Yes, she got up in question period and talked about it was a pilot project. We know that. But we know in the Atlantic region of Canada that program is still necessary. And to take 5 weeks of income from seasonal workers, plus the clawback, is attacking those who need that income most and going to drive them into poverty. And those seasonal industries and those seasonal workers, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you this, the ones that work in the potato industry, the fisheries industry, those are some of the workers that will contribute to Canada's exports to the Canada-Panama agreement. And yes, we need to get it through, but think of the work.
Order. The time the honourable member has expired. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honourable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seemed clear to me after the Liberal member's speech that he did not find the agreement perfect. He even talked about a tax haven. So my question is, why didn't the Liberals bring forward any amendments? And why did they reject all of the NDP's amendments? He said that it wouldn't have taken a lot of time to do another study, but it wouldn't have taken a lot of time to vote for our amendments either. And it seems that some of the amendments would have suited him, so I don't understand.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. I believe we did agree with one of the amendments that was put forward by the NDP, but we certainly didn't agree with them all, because actually some of them didn't make to us a whole lot of sense. But I would say this to the honourable member, that to go with the amendments as were posed by the NDP would stretch the time frame out in terms of this discussion on the Canada-Panama bill too far into the future. Yes, I agree the bill has some flaws, but on balance, I believe the bill will improve our trading relationship with Panama. The force of that agreement will also, I think, make it give Canadians greater leverage in terms of dealing with Panamanian authorities on labour, on environment, on money laundering, because of that further economic relationship that is created. And I also believe, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my remarks, that Canada now finds itself under the gun because on October 31st, the Americans activated their agreement. We have now exporters that day by day in that Panamanian market are becoming less competitive, and we need those players in that marketplace contributing jobs and investment for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And just to pick up on the point, you know, we heard about the Atlantic potato industry a little bit earlier, and I know in the province of Manitoba, whether it's potatoes or the pork industry, two vitally important industries in our province, and ultimately this agreement will have an impact on those two industries. And I think that in good part the concern would be, you know, why is it that it has taken so long and to ultimately get it passed? You know, I've indicated in the past that it has had the support of the Liberal Party, but I think it's important to recognize that the government has to take a good portion of the blame for it not passing, because from what I understand, it was actually on the table before, but because of the session being prorogued by the Prime Minister, it ultimately has led to where we are today, when it could have in fact passed years ago. I wonder if my colleague might provide comment on that issue.
A member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the question, and my colleague outlined in great part the difficulty that we do have with this government. They had 38 months of which to debate, discuss, and implement this legislation so that we would have a secure and activated free trade agreement between Canada and Panama. First, the legislation was coming along not too bad, and the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament, and therefore that created a delay. But I think the biggest delay, Mr. Speaker, that the only way this government seems to think it can operate is by the invoking of closure. And, you know, there was the minority parliaments, and the government knew full well that the Liberals were in support of this agreement. Yes, some other parties were in opposition too, and as I said earlier, they had some legitimate reasons of which to put on the table. But on balance, I think the majority in this House would have passed the bill. But the government itself failed to give the bill priority. And so for the government to blame opposition parties for the fact that legislation doesn't get through when they had the opportunity to get it through is just silly. But this is the kind of spin that this government always does. Blame the opposition for everything. On this one, they could have had the job done, and they failed clearly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I listened to the member's comments, and I think he may be free trade envy of the Conservatives, because we've brought forward so many free trade agreements that benefit Canadians. He is talking about all wrapped up in process. He says that if there was a vote, the bill would probably pass the House. And the answer is yes, it would pass the House because the government has a majority in the House. The question is, though, would his party support the bill? Would his party stand up for free trade? Or have they decided to go the way of the NDP and the ways of their interim leader and be against anything trade, anything that would expand the pie for everyone in the world? Is this member, does he support free trade? Does his party support free trade? And does his party support this free trade agreement?
Member for Malpeque.
Speaker, and I appreciate the question, and I think I made clear in my remarks that we have supported the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement for some time. We felt it should have a legitimate debate. We even felt the concerns of the NDP should try and be addressed. I outlined in my remarks that labour and environment side agreements, they're all well and nice, but they're not really enforceable by law. They have some good thoughts, and the fact that you have an economic agreement with a country does give you some leverage to try and deal with those issues as well. But let me be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker. Free trade envy with this Conservative government's results on free trade? Absolutely not. They go for the numbers. 9 trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. is our biggest trading market. 9 trade agreements that they have only amount to 126 hours, 126 and a half hours of trade with the United States, Mr. Speaker. That's not very much. They're small countries. They're small agreements. They don't mean a heck of a lot. The government tries to spread 9 agreements as they mean a lot, while the government is failing to challenge the Americans in exports of our products in their marketplace, where they're shutting us out. The last 32 of the last 44 months, Mr. Speaker, this government is showing a deficit on trade, and for the first time in 30 years, we've had a deficit on trade as a result of these Conservative actions. So envy for the Conservatives? Absolutely not.
We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Malpeque spoke about how the government has a tendency to oversell these trade agreements. In fact, they talk about how they've signed all these trade agreements, but they don't want to talk about the details of the agreements. They don't want to have them examined in this House. They don't want to subject them to analysis and evaluation after the fact. I would like to ask the member, would he not agree that that would have been an amendment that would have been worth supporting? That is, to subject the agreement to various reviews after it was signed, so that we can, put some facts, some tests to the over-promotion by this government.
Well, member for Malpeque, a short response, please.
The simple answer is yes. If there's anything that we need to do with this particular government is put them to review. I said in my remarks as well, Mr. Speaker, that the Canada-China investment agreement is a very serious issue that wasn't debated in this House, that in fact came, it may not have been signed off by the Governor-General as yet, but in fact has come into effect, has serious implications on Canada and Canadians. I firmly believe that if a Chinese investor under this agreement invested in Canada and a province made a decision that affected that investor's future investment in a way that its future lost profits, that investor could sue and the Canadian government would have to respond. I have a number of questions, written questions.
Sorry, we'll have to wait perhaps for another time for those. We're resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to speak to this House on the many benefits of the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. Our Conservative government is committed to protecting and strengthening the long-term financial security of hard-working Canadians. Canada's prosperity is directly linked to reaching beyond our borders for economic opportunities that serve to grow Canada's trade and investment. Trade has long been a powerful engine for Canada's economy. This is even more so in these globally challenging economic times. Today, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about how this agreement with Panama fits into our government's broader economic plan. Mr. Speaker, this government understands the important benefits of trade. As an export-driven economy, Canada needs to open its borders. With 1 in 5 Canadian jobs generated through exporters, our government's ambitious pro-trade plan is essential to bringing continued prosperity to Canadians. And that is why deepening Canada's trading relationships in a dynamic and fast-growing market around the world, markets like Panama, is such an important part of this government's pro-trade plan for jobs and growth. Regional and bilateral trade agreements have taken on increased significance given the challenges with the WTO Doha round. Our government also recognizes that there are a growing number of countries where Canadian companies are at a competitive disadvantage because their competitors have preferential market access under some form of trade agreement. In fact, just last month, the United States and Panama brought into force their bilateral free trade agreement. Canada cannot afford to sit on the sidelines while other countries pursue trade deals to secure better market access for their products and services. The NDP's consistent attempts to delay this legislation is putting Canada's exporters at a disadvantage. This agreement, Mr. Speaker, has been debated in the House for more than 60 hours. Our government is committed to ensuring open markets for our exporters, and that's why we're committed to moving forward with this important legislation. The Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement is another step in our government is taking to help Canadians compete and succeed in international markets. With 60% of our economy generated through trade, it is clear that Canadian workers and their families depend on the business we do with other countries. Our government's pro-trade plan is a key driver of Canada's prosperity, productivity, and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, by securing access to the international markets for Canadian exporters, we are supporting economic growth right here at home and creating new opportunities for hardworking Canadians. Canada's exporters and investors are calling for these opportunities. Business owners and entrepreneurs need access to global markets. Our government is committed to creating the environment where our exporters can compete and win against the best in the world, and our track record speaks for itself. Since our government was elected in 2006, Canada has concluded new free trade agreements with 9 countries: Colombia, Jordan, Peru, the European Free Trade Association member states of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, and most recently with Honduras, and of course the bill we're speaking about today, the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. And we're negotiating with many more, Mr. Speaker, including the European Union, which is a lucrative market of over 500 million consumers. A deal with the European Union would represent the most significant Canadian trade initiative since the North American Free Trade Agreement, and it's expected to boost our bilateral trade by 20%. This would provide a $12 billion annual boost to Canada's economy, which is like a $1,000 increase to the average Canadian family's income, or almost 80,000 new Canadian jobs. A Canada-EU agreement would benefit workers and their families across the country. Our government is also intensifying our focus on the fast-growing markets of Asia. In fact, the Prime Minister is in India as we speak, working to strengthen our relationship with this important partner. Also, just this past March, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced the launch of negotiations towards a free trade agreement with Japan and the start of exploratory discussions with Thailand. The potential benefits of these initiatives are enormous. In addition, Canada is working to modernize its existing bilateral free trade agreements with Chile, Costa Rica, and Israel. Mr. Speaker, all these initiatives are critical for the economic future of our country. With the global economic recovery remaining fragile, it is important that Canada continues to deepen its trade and investment ties with its strategic partners. Our government understands, as most Canadians do, that trade is fundamentally a kitchen table issue. Canadians intuitively understand that trade helps families put food on table and make ends meet. It helps parents pay for their children's education and save for retirement. In short, trade is a matter of fundamental importance to the financial security of hardworking Canadians and their families. Expanding Canada's trade and investment ties around the world will help protect and create new jobs and prosperity for hardworking Canadians. The Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement is another step in the right direction. This agreement represents an opportunity for Canadian exporters to grow their businesses in a dynamic and fast-growing economy. Upon implementation of the Free Trade Agreement, Panama will immediately lift tariffs on 89% of all non-agricultural imports from Canada, with the remaining tariffs to be phased out between 5 and 15 years. Tariffs will also be lifted on 89% of Canada's agricultural exports to Panama. This will benefit a range of sectors across the Canadian economy, including fish and seafood products, paper products, vehicles and parts, machinery, and many more. This agreement will also provide service providers with a predictable, transparent environment which will facilitate access to Panama's over $20 billion services market. As Panama is a significant financial center for Central and South America, the financial services provisions of the agreement will benefit Canadian banks and financial service providers operating in Panama. This represents a significant benefit to Mississauga and the Greater Toronto Area, Mr. Speaker, where I am from. And people will know that banks and financial service industry in the Toronto area employs tens of thousands of people. And it was mentioned in the debate earlier today, Mr. Speaker, that one of our largest banks, Scotiabank, is a major bank in Panama, which is a supplier of financial services to the entire Central and South American region. That's something that Canada should be proud of, and that's an industry that can expand around the world, and this free trade agreement will assist Canadian banks and financial institutions in doing so. This agreement will also support Canadian companies in their efforts to participate in large infrastructure projects, such as the $5.3 billion expansion of the Panama Canal, by providing non-discriminatory access to a range of government procurement opportunities in Panama. But you don't have to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share with you the words of an old friend of mine, Mr. Fred Blazer, who's the co-chair of Republican Media Group of Central America. Now, Fred Blazer and his wife, Rosemary Ingalls, are Canadian citizens who have lived in Costa Rica for approximately the last 12 years. And I'd call them both Canadian success stories and Central American success stories. They relocated to Central America, to Costa Rica, approximately 12 years ago, as I said, to manage a rather small newspaper called La República in San Jose, Costa Rica. They have grown that business, which they now, through with their partners, own and had acquired from Hollinger a few years ago, into a major business media empire throughout Costa Rica. That's cause for celebration, both for Canadians and for the people of Central America. And Mr. Blazer wrote an op-ed article in the Globe and Mail in March of 2011 about the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement, and I'd just like to share a few of his quotes with you. He says, "It's been a year and a half since Canada and Panama signed a free trade agreement that creates important opportunities for Canadian producers. Parliament should ratify it. Panama may have a small economy, but it thinks big. During the past 3 years, a bad time for most of the world economies, Panama's output grew, on average by a robust 5% a year. And in the previous 5-year period, Panama had the fastest growth of any Latin American country, with the real value of national production increasing by an average of more than 9% annually. Even more important, Mr. Speaker, Panama is a country with a plan. Mr. Blazer says in his article, and I quote, "Its goal is to become the world's third great logistics center after Hong Kong and Singapore by focusing on 3 pillars: advanced logistics, a unique commercial center, and a strong banking system. A new $5.3 billion canal scheduled for completion in 2014 will allow the passage of most of the new generation of container ships. As a result, Panama will continue for at least several decades to be part of the main sea route between Asia and North America's east coast. And infrastructure for ordinary Panamanians is also growing impressively. Last month, and this was in March of 2011, Panama City started work on a $1.5 billion subway, Central America's first, and announced plans for 3 additional lines. As far as banking is concerned, investors from unstable countries throughout the hemisphere have relied for decades on Panama's financial system as a secure haven for their savings." He goes on to say that the government of President Ricardo Martinelli plans to spend close to half of its proposed $14 billion budget over the 2010 to 2014 period on services related to education, health, housing, and social welfare. And, Mr. Speaker, it's my view that this free trade agreement will assist President Martinelli in achieving those goals and objectives. Since Panama has a small agricultural sector and makes few manufactured goods, Canadian producers have excellent opportunities in the Panamanian market in areas that include wheat, processed and frozen foods, and industrial equipment and machinery. They would have better access to the Panamanian market if the free trade agreement came into force. Panama has reinvented itself, and it's time for Canada to rethink its approach. Now, I think those are words that this House should take seriously. I know that Fred Blazer would be embarrassed if he knew that I was speaking so highly about him today, but I think he is a recognized expert in business and commercial opportunities in the Central American region, and it would be a good idea for Canadians to listen to one of their fellow Canadians on this topic, and I hope my friends across the aisle, especially in the NDP party, will take an opportunity to look at Mr. Blazer's words and some of the other articles he's written on the subject. Fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, this is a good deal for Canada. This agreement will support Canadian jobs by creating new opportunities for our exporters. And this is why implementing this free trade agreement is a priority for our government. The NDP have held up this agreement for long enough. I ask all members to join me in support of the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Alors, la députée de Alfred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellat. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks, which were very interesting. I haven't had an opportunity to look at how the events, or I did in fact have an opportunity to look at the issue before and to see how it unfolded. A previous bill died on the order paper on this very point, and the government came forth with Bill C-24. Now, a number of comments on C-46, which was a previous bill, were made. So comments were made on that bill. And it stated that Panama, or people stated that Panama was a tax haven. They had a poor record in terms of environmental protection and human rights protection. And I know that my colleague for Vancouver Kingsway had moved a number of amendments which would have dealt with the most challenged parts of the bill, but they were defeated at committee by the Liberals and the Conservatives. I'm sure the member opposite is concerned about tax havens, about the environment, and about workers' rights, like most Canadians are. So then why didn't they support the NDP's amendments in order to strengthen this bill?
The Secretary Parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Of course, a few years ago, there were concerns about Panama and its status as a tax haven. We know, though, that the Bank of Nova Scotia, one of Canada's great financial institutions and a very large employer of Canadians, which is doing so well around the world, has operated in that marketplace for a number of years and has become one of the major financial players. And they don't do those sorts of things in tax havens, which help people hide their taxes from the governments that need to collect those taxes. In fact, the OECD has removed Panama from its gray list. The United States and 12 other countries have entered into tax information sharing agreements, and Canada is also negotiating one. And I think that we can take a lot of comfort in the fact both that the banks such as the Bank of Nova Scotia are operating there. There are agreements in place with the United States, our largest trading partner, and other of our key trading partners. And in addition, President Martinelli is proposing and planning to make Panama one of the great banking centers of Central and South America, and you can't do that if you are operating simultaneously as a major international tax haven.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada has had a long tradition of supporting freer trade with other nations, and it's one of the reasons why it's led to the development and the economic opportunities that we have here today. It's interesting in listening to the members' comments. He made reference to Japan, Thailand, Chile, Costa Rica, Israel. He made reference to the trip that the Prime Minister is currently taking, including India. But there's also another country, the Philippines, in which the Prime Minister is going to be visiting. And my question is specific, I guess, more so to the Philippines, and would ask the member if he sees the benefits, given that the Philippines is Canada's #1 source country for immigrants today, has been that way for many years in the province of Manitoba, of the potential opportunities if, in fact, the Prime Minister and the government would, in fact, aggressively pursue freer trade with the Philippines.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I thank him also for pointing out the many trade agreements that this government has entered into over the last several years. And I think he's making a good point. Now, I don't have anything to announce today, but I think the very fact that the Prime Minister will be visiting the Philippines and making a significant visit there on this trip is an indication of the importance of the Philippines as a trading partner for Canada. I'm certain that we will be pursuing trade agreements with the Philippines, and he's right in pointing out that the Philippines is Canada's #1 source country for new Canadians right now, and that's a great source of pride to Canada. Those people come to Canada, they work very hard, make huge contributions to the prosperity and peace of our country and cultural diversity of our country. And I know that if we enter into a trade agreement with the Philippines, it'll be a great boost to our economy and to the economy of the Philippines.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague and listened not only to his speech but his responses, and it's really obvious that he's got a great command of this file. Mr. Speaker, I represent a riding that has both urban and a rural component. We have all kinds of primary agriculture. Some of the most productive farmers in Canada are in Waterloo region. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have all kinds of food processing in the Waterloo region. Companies like Schneider's and Pillars and Conestoga Meat Packers. And we also have Conestoga College, which is doing great work in implementing a food processing technology course there for students. And I think we often miss the fact that not only are we going to be exporting agricultural products, but value-added products through the food manufacturing and food processing industry. I'm wondering if my colleague could comment on the importance of that for not only big cities in terms of food processing, but especially rural communities who are facing some pretty significant challenges economically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that very insightful question. We like to talk about what a great agricultural products producer Canada is, and it is truly one of the great agricultural producers of the world. But we also produce a lot of processed food, and that employs people throughout Canada, not just in the rural areas, but in ridings like his and ridings like mine in Mississauga. And the fact of the matter is that those are not products that are produced in great quantities in Panama. So entering into this agreement will open up some very significant opportunities for food processing companies and the people who work in them across Canada.
Questions and comments. Time for 2 more questions if we keep it to a reasonable length. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs. Acknowledged the fact that there were reasons to have concern for those of us on this side to be concerned the lack of tax transparency with Panama. And he acknowledged that other countries, including the United States, entered into an agreement with Panama on tax information exchange before they signed off on their agreement with Panama. He said that they were negotiating, that Canada was negotiating such an agreement with Panama. I wonder if he would answer this question. If, in fact, that is the case, they've acknowledged that there's a need for such an agreement, why will he not show some respect to Parliament and bring that signed agreement to this House before he asks us to vote on this final agreement?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. As I pointed out in my remarks earlier, Panama has entered into such a tax information sharing agreement with the United States, our greatest trade partner, a country which we have reciprocal tax treaties with and have for many years, and we have a great two-way sharing of tax information between Canada and the United States. Many of the countries that operate in Canada also operate in the United States, and tax information is available through that U.S. treaty to us through those companies. We know that it's no longer on the OECD gray list, and many of our other trade partners are entering into and have entered into such agreements. So we can take comfort in that. What we need to do, most importantly, is get this deal done to create those jobs for Canadian workers who need them now, and the NDP should vote with us, get this done for the workers of Canada, and we'll proceed with those other negotiations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary relates to the claim that we've heard a lot today that Panama is no longer a tax haven. It clearly is still a tax haven. It's nearly been moved by the OECD from the list of uncooperative countries which have refused to make commitments. It remains a tax haven, and it created quite a lot of debate in the U.S. Now that the treaty before us includes investor-state provisions, which mean that Panama could complain should Canada later impose different conditions for more tax transparency in its dealings with Panama, should we not, as the official opposition has been suggesting today, execute those tax transparency measures prior to giving Panama the right to sue us if we bring them in later?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm kind of surprised by that member's question. She knows that all treaties in Canada are subject to Canadian law. So there's no way that Panama or any other government under any treaty could make a claim against Canada for doing something which is subject to Canadian law. So the question really doesn't make any sense in that context.
Resuming debate, Honourable Deputy de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Mr. Speaker, I admit that I'm worried about Bill C-24. The consequences are quite real for people's lives. However, the FTA between Canada and Panama will not be positive for many people. The government refuses any amendments that we propose. This is why I would like to explain why I'm opposed to the adoption of this bill. The status of Panama as one of the world's worst tax havens is not improving. One of the main functions of the state is to ensure that all citizens and corporations contribute fairly to revenue. The implementation of this accord would make tax evasion even easier for less scrupulous citizens and corporations. To ensure that this agreement does not generate an increase in tax evasion, we would have to sign a tax information exchange agreement before we sign a trade agreement. That's what the American Congress did. Conservatives will tell you that tax questions have started to be broached, but the truth is that they weren't broached in a significant way, and even less so enshrined. I find that very troubling, given the high volume of money laundering in Panama, especially narco dollars. The agreement does not contain any provision for automatic information exchange. Individual requests have to be made. For this to happen, you have to know the name of the person suspected of tax evasion in order to obtain tax information from the other country. As you can understand, Mr. Speaker, governments rarely have this information without a whistleblower. My colleague from Vancouver Kingsway had proposed a motion that was plain common sense. He suggested stopping the implementation of the trade agreement with Panama until a tax information exchange agreement was signed. Unfortunately, both the Liberals and Conservatives were opposed to this. It seems that the American Congress was more clairvoyant than the two old parties in the Commons. And yet, during the negotiation process, Canada had the big end of the stick. That was when they should have had all important clauses passed, since they had the upper hand. But they let that opportunity slip away. There's also the environmental aspect. We can't stick our head in the sand, Mr. Speaker. This is a gift for the large mining companies. The agreement has a chapter on the environment, but there is no binding power here. It is very weak from an environmental standpoint. No monetary sanctions for failure to comply. These are all very nice, lofty principles, but there's nothing to apply them. Laudable intentions, but nothing concrete on the table. No control mechanism beyond political will, but that political will is very seldom expressed in favor of protecting the environment on the Panamanian side. So who will make sure environmental standards are respected? To settle disputes, the Accord provides for recourse to international mechanisms, which are very costly and laborious. Allow me to cite the case of an American multinational that intended to settle in Mexico a few years ago. The land was purchased, but construction had not yet started. The local government, realizing that the activities of the plant would contaminate the groundwater and therefore the drinking water in the region, was opposed to the multinational's desire to build there. Invoking Chapter 11 of NAFTA, the American corporation dragged the government before an international tribunal, even though they had not broken ground, and the consequences of the implementation of that plant would have contaminated the drinking water in the region. The tribunal found in favor of the company. No local community will be able to afford to have their arguments heard by international tribunals. Panamanian men and women are told that they have no input on this. This is insulting and unfair. Why should large corporations such as mining companies have the right to a settlement process but not ordinary citizens? That's the old way of developing. We in the NDP propose sustainable development of resources while respecting the popular will. That is contrary to the Conservative method. Lastly, with regard to the environment, allow me to cite Jennifer Moore from Mines Alert Canada. In committee, she said, and I quote, that the agreement will provide greater legislative stability to the mining industry in the context of a Panamanian regulatory framework that is ineffective in preventing negative consequences for the environment, unquote. Is that what the Conservatives want? What image do they think this gives our country on the international scene? It would have been simple to solve the problem, but no, the government refused to listen to us. This is extremely sad. There's another aspect that concerns me, and that is the rights of workers. That's an important topic to me and for the NDP. We believe that large development projects should be done in a climate of respect, not confrontation or clashes on ideology. That's why I question the absence of any clause in the agreement about workers' rights. No right to strike, for example. Employers have carte blanche to fire strikers. They can also hire replacement workers, but Conservatives have refused for years to add an anti-scab provision in the Canada Labour Code, so we shouldn't be too surprised that they are not offended by that practice in Panama. We know that the rights of workers have not always been respected in Panama. You don't have to go back many decades. Just a few months ago, there were violent confrontations between strikers and the police. The toll was heavy. 6 protesters were killed, many were injured, and 300 labor leaders were arbitrarily detained. That is a head-on attack on the fundamental rights of workers. And yet, what did the Conservative government do, given these facts? Nothing. Nothing at all, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Vancouver Kingsway proposed 2 amendments on this before committee. He wanted to guarantee that unionized workers in Panama would have a right to collective bargaining. He wanted to ensure that the Canada representative at the Mixed Canada or Joint Panama-Canada Commission would consult on a regular basis with Canadian labour leaders. But no, the Conservatives refused. The result is that we've adopted a free trade zone where workers' rights will take another hit. Allow me to note to what extent the Conservatives and Liberals have been inflexible in this debate. We proposed a whole series of amendments to improve this agreement, but one after the other ideas were rejected. They did not consider our ideas seriously. Is it the same as many other private members' bill when they are amendments suggested by the official opposition? This is a farce for democracy in this Parliament. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is in favour of trade and, like many Canadians, wants to eliminate trade barriers. But that does not make us lose our critical sense. In second reading, we voted to send the bill in committee with the hope of having progressive amendments, but none was adopted. Yet it's simple and logical. What the NDP wants was international trade that encourages value-added Canadian industry, that creates Canadian jobs by broadening the access to market for our products, but that also promotes sustainable development worldwide, responsible investment that protects the rights of workers here and abroad, while protecting our own tax system. We are in favor of fair trade for all, not just blind free trade that profits mainly large corporations. The Conservatives are afraid that Canadian citizens will find that out. They have invoked closure once again to limit the debate. I will oppose Bill C-24 for environmental, tax and social reasons. It's not a good bill for Canadians or Panamanians. So I urge my colleagues to think long and hard about the arguments I've just presented. The consequences of this bill will be visible for a very long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable ministre d'État.
Questions and comments. The Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's comments. The member claims that the NDP is in favor of free trade, yet there is no example of the NDP ever supporting a free trade agreement. In fact, the NDP have opposed every free trade agreement, including the free trade agreement with the United States, including NAFTA and dozens of other agreements. See, free trade allows everyone involved to raise their standard of living. Why does this member and her party want to deny the people of Canada and the people of Panama an opportunity to raise their living standards?
Député de Hochelaga.
Member for Hochelaga. We agree with trade, Mr. Speaker. What's important, though, in trade, it's not just the economic aspect. Yes, of course, it's a big part of it, but there's the whole environmental and human side of things. We will always oppose agreements that propose nothing to improve the rights of citizens, for instance, or the rights of workers. We will always oppose that, of course.
Some comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I do find it somewhat interesting. The same principles that the member talks about in terms of the rights of labour and the rights for our environment, or the need to protect our environment, is something that no doubt a vast majority, if not all Canadians, would recognize the value of doing that. That doesn't necessarily mean that you do not enter into free trade agreements. If you were to apply that same principle in which you're talking about to trade in general, there would be many countries in the world that we trade with today that we would not be able to trade with under those principles. And I'm wondering if the member is trying to suggest that as the government, it should not enter into or allow for trade with countries that, in her opinion, would be compromising human rights and issues of that nature.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. No, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I said so twice. We agree with free trade agreements when there are clauses that make sure that the rights of people will not be violated. So, to answer the second part of the question, what was I going to say? I'm sorry, I forgot the second part of my answer. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been here in the Commons for many years. All kinds of free trade bills have been passed. I remember the Liberals opposed free trade in the days of Brian Mulroney. They voted against it then, but when they came to power, they accepted it. My memory is pretty good about that. We're talking about fair trade. The Conservatives just told us we've always voted against free trade. Well, maybe in 2015, when we're in power, we could negotiate an agreement that would be good for workers, not just for major corporations, because in FTAs, they're always in favor of corporations and not workers. I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on that. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I just remembered the second part of my answer. While we're discussing this agreement and negotiating this agreement, that's when you have the upper hand and you can have things passed. Not afterwards. Afterwards, you don't have that option. So while we're negotiating an agreement with people, we have the best option. And that is when we should have regulations passed to protect workers, to protect the environment, and so forth, in order to have a really good agreement.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to correct one of the questions, previous questions from the Minister, we have supported free trade, and we would dearly love to support all free trade agreements because we do believe in free trade. But what happens, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservatives put forward agreements that are not complete. They put forward agreements that with some amendments, like the amendments that we put forward in this bill, this could be a fantastic agreement. Right on. But I don't know why they only want to go halfway. And I've heard today a number of Conservative speakers talk about the NDP, for example, holding up these bills. Let me give you a little bit of history to this bill.
Give us the facts.
I'm going to give you the facts right now. On August 11, 2009, the Conservative government concluded the negotiations for this free trade agreement with the Republic of Panama.
When?
2009. The agreement includes side agreements on labor cooperation and the environment, and this free trade agreement was signed on May 14th, 2010.
What is it now?
Well, exactly. On that same day, the Conservative government tabled the agreements in the House as Bill C-46. It passed second reading and the committee stage, but of course C-46 died on the order paper at the dissolution of the 40th Parliament. The legislation was reintroduced November 15, 2011 as C-24, so we can hardly be accused of holding this particular legislation up. But we are opposing this bill for a number of reasons. When the committee considered Bill C-46, compelling testimony was heard from witnesses regarding the use of Panama, a tax haven for tax evasion and avoidance. Furthermore, Panama has a poor record of labor rights, and the deal's side agreements for labor and environment are very weak. What I don't understand, I started my speech, Mr. Speaker, by saying that with some amendments, with some more careful consideration of the bill, we could make it a better bill. So my question is, and I hope someone asks me this question from the government side, we have two side deals, side agreements, one on labor, one on the environment. My question is, if they simply put those side agreements into the body of the agreement, then those agreements would have teeth. Those two side deals on labor and the environment would have real consequences in this agreement. We would accept that. That would be wonderful, and I think it's a reasonable thing, but they refuse to do it. We're also concerned, very concerned, that the agreement provides greater rights and powers to foreign investors. This is worrisome, given the controversies on the environmental and human rights records of some firms operating in Panama. Recent committee testimony on C-24 confirms that these issues continue to be of concern. Motions and amendments that would address the glaring issues in the agreement were introduced by our critic from Vancouver Kingsway, but were opposed and defeated by the Conservatives and Liberals. We have tried to make this a bill that we could support. The amendments were reasonable, well thought out, and I'm going to in a moment talk about those amendments, Mr. Speaker. Prior to the clause-by-clause review of C-24, our critic from Vancouver Kingsway proposed to the CIIT a motion that would stop implementation of the Canada-Panama Trade Agreement until Panama agreed to sign a tax information exchange agreement called TIEA. Now, his motion was defeated. The Conservatives and Liberals argued that progress was being made with regard to negotiations underway to sign an agreement. Considering Panama's history and reputation in such matters, it should be clear why such an agreement is necessary before signing a trade deal, and the need to examine its terms to see its adequacies. The U.S. Congress would not ratify their free trade agreement with Panama until this was signed. Now, I don't know what happened behind closed doors with the Conservatives. Perhaps they asked Panama to sign this agreement, the same kind of agreement that the Americans have. Maybe they refused. But the point is they've gone ahead without having any sort of agreement signed. Subsequently, during clause-by-clause review, our critic proposed several amendments that would have made progressive changes to the bill. These include the addition of the crucial concepts of sustainable development, sustainable investment, a requirement for taxation transparency, and provisions to incorporate in the bill the protection of labor rights, including the right to collective bargaining. Other amendments would have required the Minister for International Trade to consult with labor and trade unions, as well as work with human rights experts and organizations in order to create impact assessments on this agreement, for this agreement. A final amendment would have required Parliament to vote to extend the provisions of the Act after 5 years. All of these amendments were voted down by the Conservatives with the help of the Liberals. The status of labor rights in Panama is a major concern, and the complete failure of this trade agreement to ensure that these rights are not denied to Panamanian workers as they would have been in the past. And again, I'll say for emphasis, Mr. Speaker, these side agreements could easily have been incorporated into the body of the agreement. Had that happened, I think you may have found that there might have been considerable support on this side of the House for this agreement. There are other amendments that we proposed, but those two are very important. And you know, we did support the free trade agreement with Jordan, and we have at second reading voted to support trade agreements, to get them to committee so we can have amendments to make the legislation even better. You know, Canadians expect us to work together in this House, to come forward with the absolute best legislation that we possibly can. And we've seen in the last Parliament and in this Parliament legislation coming from the other side of this place that could have been better if they would have just accepted suggestions and amendments from this side of the House. Could have been legislation that all Canadians could have been proud of. You know, two of the amendments put forth in committee by our critic would have protected trade union workers in Panama by offering the right to collective bargaining, as well as requiring the Minister of International Trade as the principal representative of Canada on the joint Panama-Canada Commission to consult on a regular basis with representatives of Canadian labour and trade unions. Like all other amendments, these were defeated. Unfortunately, this creates a free trade zone that belittles the rights of labour, a serious problem already quite prevalent in Panama. I believe we had 13 amendments at the committee stage on this bill. None of them were accepted. Conservatives had no amendments. Liberals had no amendments. So we've been working, Mr. Speaker, to make these agreements better, but we haven't had any success. In addition, two amendments regarding definitions were proposed by our member from Vancouver Kingsway. The first was regarding sustainable development. The amendment would define sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, as set out in the Brundtland Report, published by the World Commission on Environment and Development. The second amendment was regarding the definition of sustainable investment. The amendment would define sustainable investment as investment that seeks to maximize social good as well as financial return, specifically in the areas of the environment, social justice, and cooperative governance, in accordance with the United Nations principles for responsible investment. The Labour Cooperation Agreement is not as strong as it could be and has weak enforcement mechanisms. The enforcement is weak, Mr. Speaker. Fines are small. There's no countervailing duties. There's no provision for abrogation or any such remedy. And, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, it's troubling. Now, we do want free trade, but we support free trade agreements that expand Canadian exports by reducing harmful barriers to trade. We encourage the development of value-added industries. We believe in creating Canadian jobs by increasing market access to our products, increasing productivity by encouraging new investment, diversifying our exports, especially in emerging markets, and also agreements that help reduce Canada's trade deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is very aware of the area that I represent. In fact, he's visited there many times, and I welcome him many times to come back and visit. He knows that my area is richly blessed with primary agriculture and also food processing. I'm sure his riding has some agriculture as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned that we don't simply throw this trade agreement out because of its major impact on our rural communities in terms of allowing them to export agricultural products. We know that beef and pork and much of these processed foods are finding a great market overseas. So I would ask my colleague, I'm going to give him lots of time to answer this question, if he would just make a list for us, and I'll take time to make notes, of all of the free trade agreements that his party has supported over the last 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga, or Waterloo-Conestoga, Kitchener-Conestoga, and I do know the area well, and I know that he's a very hard-working member, and I know that he's a smart member. However, I'm sure that he will agree with me. I'm sure that he will agree with me that this agreement is not as good as it could be. And you know, I've already said that we believe in increasing access to markets for our goods, not only goods from his riding, my riding, and from ridings right across Canada. We believe that that is one of the things that free trade agreements should do. Will this agreement do that? Well, there will be some, but we could make it better, Mr. Speaker. We could make this agreement an agreement that works not only for Canadian business, but works for Canadians right across this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this might be an appropriate time just to highlight the fact of Canada is a trading nation. As we all know, at least I like to believe that we all recognize that very important fact. And over the last few years, we have seen a huge decrease that's not been in Canada's best interest, and that decrease is in the whole trade surplus versus deficit. Prior to coming into government, there was a huge surplus, estimated somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 billion. Today that has disappeared. Now we have a huge deficit. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is just recognizing just how important it is for us to get on the right side of the trade deficit issue. Does the member believe that the government has been neglecting the trade file and spending maybe a bit too much time on this particular file? Because yes, it's important. Potato industry in Manitoba is important. Pork industry in Manitoba is important. But we seem to be spending a lot of time on something that could have passed a year or two ago.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, I thank my friend for his question, and you know, I won't apologize for trying to make the absolute best trade agreement that we possibly can. And if that takes a couple of extra days or weeks or months, That's what it takes, because it's important for all Canadians. You know, he talks about a deficit, and I think it's interesting. And just to maybe get off topic slightly, there was a huge surplus when this government took power, and it has been frittered away. You know, we had $50 million in gazebos, Mr. Speaker. We had fake lakes. We had all sorts of money spent that was a surplus in this country. And now, of course, Mr. Speaker, it's all disappeared, and it's going to take years and years and years to get back to balanced books.
Temps pour une brève question et une brève réponse. L'honorable député de Alfred Pellin.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellin.
Mes deux derniers collègues ont fait des excellents discours.
The two colleagues who spoke earlier made excellent comments, questions, or put some excellent questions. And I know that the colleague from Northern Ontario, who made an excellent speech, in fact, is seeking to work on protecting the environment, protecting the rights of workers. It's a very important component of the debate that we're having here today. The member for Hochelaga raised some important, very serious, in fact, points. No right to strike, and no right to hire strike breakers. That really violates workers' rights. I'd like my colleague to comment on this issue in Panama.
Response, please.
I thank my friend for her kind comments and all the hard work that everybody's been doing on this side of the House on this bill and trying to get this bill put forward with some amendments. I'm also in the Public Safety Committee, and we recently put forward a whole bunch of amendments to make a bill better, the RCMP bill better, and they were all not accepted. They were good amendments, well thought out amendments, Mr. Speaker, and I don't understand the aversion that the government has to just looking at our amendments, trying to understand them, and then incorporating them into these bills.
Before we resume debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Montcalm, respecting persons with disabilities, and the Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan, regarding Aboriginal affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Okanagan, Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to rise in this House today. The Albus family has a strong connection to Panama. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when my great-grandfather left Spain, he found work constructing the Panama Canal, and eventually was able to work his way up to Canada, where he set roots, and the rest is history. So I take great pleasure and I'm very pleased to rise in the House today. Well, thank you. To talk about the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has been very clear that the priority it places on implementing free trade agreements. These agreements help Canadians compete in overseas markets. We know that an export-driven economy helps Canadian companies, producers, and investors to grow into international markets. And when they grow, they add jobs in our local communities. In fact, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada is related directly to trade. 100%. And it is clear that jobs in the communities across Canada depend on the business we do with other countries. This is certainly true, Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla, and I'd like to share an example of that with the House today. Recently, in my riding, with the support of our government's Agricultural Innovation Program, a new food packaging technology was developed that can drastically increase the shelf life for fresh fruits. This increase in fresh shelf life means that marine shipping can now be an option for international markets instead of very costly air freight. And let's not forget that marine shipping is also more environmentally friendly than air freight. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have a large number of fruit growers in my riding. And I must say, I'm a little biased, but we grow some of the world's best fruit. And even with this exciting new food technology, without having a free trade agreement that opens up new markets, it quickly becomes pointless. That's why trade agreements with countries like Panama are so important. And it's why our government is committed to protecting and strengthening the long-term financial security of hardworking Canadians. Statistics demonstrate that trade flows more than double with our FTA partners after 10 years. Looking at the Canada-Chile Free Trade Agreement, for example, since this agreement was made 15 years ago, bilateral trade between Canada and Chile has more than tripled. I mention that, Mr. Speaker, because one of the largest private sector employers in my riding has built specialized equipment that is sold also into Chile. And that, Mr. Speaker, provides jobs in my riding. And I think that's pretty exciting. Numerous studies have, of course, demonstrated the same positive impact of trade agreements on various sectors of our economy. But I prefer to walk through the plants in person, to meet the workers, and to see the innovative projects they're working on. It has been shown that the free trade agreement between Canada and the United States of America led to an improvement of 13.8% in productivity in the Canadian manufacturing sector. A remarkable trade-related achievement for sure. In turn, increases in productivity, those lead to higher wages and a higher standard of living, Mr. Speaker. The benefits are clear. These trade agreements are helpful to our local economies. That is why our government is in the midst of the most ambitious pursuit of new and expanded trade and investment agreements in Canadian history. Since 2006, Canada has concluded free trade agreements with 9 countries: Colombia, Jordan, Peru, the European Free Trade Association member states of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, and most recently with Honduras, and now, of course, Panama. As another example, some of these countries are more prone to earthquakes. In my riding, we have a value-added wood manufacturer who manufactures specialized cross-laminate wood panels. These wood products are as strong as concrete, but 4 to 5 times lighter. They require less energy to produce, and they can be made from less valuable timber. It is easy to ship, and most importantly, is very earthquake resilient. We have the product, Mr. Speaker. We have the technology and the expertise, but now we need more markets opening their doors to these innovative products. And that is why we are also negotiating with more than 50 countries, including major economies such as the European Union, India, and Japan. These are potentially huge markets for that specialty wood manufacturer in my riding. Mr. Speaker, all of these initiatives are critical to the economic future of our country. In order to grow at home, Canadian enterprises must be allowed to succeed abroad. They must be able to compete in a predictable, transparent, and rules-based trading environment. More importantly, Canadian firms must be able to compete on a level playing field. They must not be at a competitive disadvantage in markets where other countries have these trade agreements in place. There are a growing number of countries where Canadian companies are at a competitive disadvantage because their competitors have preferential market access under some form of trade agreement. And this is precisely what's happening in Panama if this House does not act quickly to approve this free trade agreement. While this House debates the merits of a trade agreement with Panama, the United States, the European Union, are moving forward to implement their respective trade agreements with this vibrant and prosperous economy. The United States-Panama Trade Promotion Agreement entered into force October 31st of 2012 of this year. Panama also signed a free trade agreement with the European Union this past July, which could enter into force by the end of the year. Many Canadian goods and services are now in direct competition with those of the United States and potentially the European Union in Panama. Let me provide another example of this. In the community of Okanagan Falls, in my riding, is one of the world's leading manufacturers of electrical power and control equipment. Now, they do a lot of business in the international mining sector. And right now, Panama has a thriving mining industry. It is important that Canadian manufacturers can bid on work equally with their international competitors. And this is precisely why I am here today, Mr. Speaker, speaking in support of this agreement. In my view, we cannot allow American and European firms to have preferential access to the Panamanian market on a number of products which are key export for Canadian firms. And it's not just for the benefit of my riding, Mr. Speaker. Canadian firms exporting products such as beef and pork products, frozen French fries, pharmaceuticals, pulp and paper, vehicles, machinery, will all be at a competitive disadvantage because they will continue to face duties while products from the United States now enjoy preferential access. We in Canada cannot afford to sit on the sidelines while other countries vigorously pursue trade deals to secure better market access for their products and services. Mr. Speaker, this government will not stand by. We will defend the interests of Canadian companies to compete on a level playing field. This is precisely what this agreement does and why I'm supporting it on behalf of the people in my riding who will benefit from it, Mr. Speaker. It is imperative that we implement the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement to ensure Canadian companies remain both competitive in the Panamanian market and can quickly move to access that market. This will benefit Canadian families in my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla and many other regions in our great country. The member for Southern Interior, in his riding, there is a tremendous amount of timber supply that supplies to the firm in Okanagan Falls that manufactures the cross-laminate beams, Mr. Speaker. This is important for everyone in the interior of BC.
That's what I thought, too. Yeah, I'm going to support it.
Before I close, Mr. Speaker, I would like to share one more thought about free trade in general. Recently, a local newspaper in my riding reran some of the stories of the day from 25 years ago. As some of you may recall, the same anti-free trade rhetoric that we are hearing today was also being used 25 years ago against the Canada-U.S. free trade deal. And as some of you may recall, the anti-trade critics in those days ran commercials illustrating the border between Canada and the United States as being somehow erased. Claims were made that tens of thousands of Canadian jobs would soon disappear. That Canadian sovereignty itself would be compromised. The critics claimed that Canada could never compete on a level playing field with the United States, and that the deal, if it went ahead, would be the end of our great nation. Today, we can clearly see just how very wrong those critics were. Since the agreement came into force in 1989, our Canadian annual GDP has risen by $1.1 trillion. Nearly 4.6 million jobs have been created in Canada, and a two-way trade in goods and services with the United States has more than tripled, Mr. Speaker. Today, our economy, our economic growth rate, our unemployment rates all consistently outperform the United States, and in fact today Canada is the strongest nation economically in the G7. Recently, Canadian household wealth surpassed the United States for the first time in history. As for the critics who were wrong about the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, in my view, They've simply recycled the same arguments from 25 years ago and are using them again today. Now, getting back to that rerun story from 25 years ago on the Okanagan, Mr. Speaker, the story was focused on a local grape grower who pondered what free trade might do to the Okanagan grape growing industry. The comments from the BC grape grower were not unlike what we hear from free trade opponents today. Those comments from 25 years ago were as follows, and I quote, "BC grape growers are doomed once provincial government markups on imported wines are phased out over 7 years. I know for sure there is no way we can compete with California. The Americans have cheaper land and labor." End quote. Of course, today, we know that we can not only compete, we can produce some of the best wine in the world, Mr. Speaker. Today, in the Okanagan, premium grape growing land is some of the most valuable agricultural land in the province of British Columbia, and I would say, if not Canada as well. One of my constituents even consults in the United States on how to produce great wine. Under free trade, the BC wine industry has grown from a handful of a handful of wineries 25 years ago to well over 206 today. And, sir, I also should add that speaking to some of the wine operators, they know that there's another 40 or so going through the permit process. So that number, Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful will soon jump to over 246. And I should also note the BC wine industry now supports 3,000 jobs. Those are a lot of jobs, and that is what you can achieve with the power, Mr. Speaker, of free trade. And that's why I will be in full support of this deal. In fact, I urge all members of Parliament to support the passage of Bill C-24. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Rimouski. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to the comments made by my colleague opposite. Mr. Speaker, the Republic of Panama has sheltered the police from all legal action. So I'd like to ask my colleague, who's keen on signing agreements with a country like that, why would he agree with the fact that the police are free from any legal action?
Mr. Speaker, we have before us a free trade agreement that is in the best interests of both Canada and the people of Panama. I am not elected to represent what goes on in Panama itself, other than to say, from the Albus family perspective, you know that my great-grandfather worked on the Panama Canal, and I would sincerely hope that they reap the benefits as much as Canadians. If the member has a question specifically about our government's position and the Conservative government's ideas on free trade, I'm more than happy to answer that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that we've been fairly clear in terms of the principle of freer trade and free trade agreements. Bilateral agreements can be a very positive thing. All in all, it has been for Canada. And my question is related to an issue that many Canadians are very sensitive to, and that's in regards to there are industries that there are concerns in regards to. And they look to the government to be able to protect those industries, especially those industries that have protection that's built in. And let me give a specific example. Air Canada was supposed to be maintaining overhaul bases in the city of Winnipeg and 2 other jurisdictions in Quebec and in the province of Ontario. Now, Air Canada makes a determination through the back door to dispose of its employees, even though there is federal legislation that mandates that there has to be those jobs protected in those 3 locations. I'm speaking specifically in terms of Winnipeg. Why is it that the government doesn't stand up for those jobs? Because those are the type of jobs that are important in certain sectors of the industry, and as a result of the government not doing that, there are a lot of people that are nervous when you bring in free trade agreements of whatever nature.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's concern. Obviously, today we're supposed to be debating a free trade agreement that will bring both benefits to Canada and to the Panamanian people. And I would like to limit my comments today to work on that, other than to say that ultimately this free trade agreement is about jobs and economic growth and long-term prosperity. What we sense is that the Liberal Party has concerns only about process. They're concerned, they say that they support free trade, but again, I hope that the member will keep the main thing, and help us to see this bill through so the benefits can start working towards both countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his excellent remarks. And it was very interesting hearing about his family connection to Panama. I wonder if the member can explain a little bit more why free trade with countries big and small is so important, and why the NDP seems to always vote against free trade in spite of the fact that it creates wealth and jobs both in Canada and whatever country the free trade agreement is with. I wonder if the member could spend a few minutes explaining to the members opposite the benefits of free trade.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, going back to my comments from the speech, we see wood products that would benefit anyone that may be not currently using wood construction that are in earthquake zones. So it's not just towards the improvement of our standard of living here by selling these high value-added products, but also it helps protect the health and safety of people abroad. And they're very happy to receive those products. Mr. Speaker, I think the member well knows that the NDP has said many times that it supports free trade in principle, but when it comes down to actually supporting agreements, they say that it's never good enough. I just also want to remind members here that, this is a free trade agreement between two different countries. And just because one particular element of the House that's in a minority position has ideas on it, remember that if those were to be amended, those would take extra time. We'd have to take them back to Panama, and by that point, they may have already said, forget it. We're not going to deal with you. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not let perfection become the enemy of the good. Let's see further engagement with Panama. Let's see benefits for Canadians, and free trade, Mr. Speaker, is a good way of doing it.
Question et commentaire. En la députée de Honoré.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague talked about how fond he is of Panama. Now, however, in this agreement, in a country like Panama, some of the measures being announced could be affected, and they would be reducing duties. The Panamanians won't have an opportunity to export their own products. They're living in misery. There isn't any protection for the environment or for these workers in Panama under this agreement. I'd like my colleague opposite to comment on that.
Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the concern because we all want to see everyone do well, whether it be here in Canada or in Panama. I think that's a very worthy thing, and I certainly sympathize with the member. But let's just also focus that there is a part of this agreement called the Agreement on Environment, and there's provisions encouraging the use of voluntary best practices of corporate social responsibility and a commitment to promote public awareness of the parties' environmental laws. The agreement reaffirms the country's international commitments under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, that those concerns are being addressed and actually forwarded. And again, as I said in my earlier statement, we are wealthier as a country because of the free trade agreement with the Americans. The NDP voted against that. I would just be mindful of that, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward in our deliberations.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I asked a number of my colleagues to comment on the opportunities that will be created through food processing. And my colleague commented about the food processing in terms of packaging of the fruit that originates in his writing. And I would just like him to expand a bit on that. I think that's a fantastic idea. And I don't think he had enough time to actually develop that in his speech. So I want to just give him a few minutes to tell us a little more about that great technology.
I'm not sure if a few minutes will be available, but the honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate the honourable member for his question. In fact, this is both a private and public collaboration through the Pacific Agricultural Research Facility Center in Summerland, which is in the heart of my riding. The people of Summerland love to visit it, not just because of the natural beauty, but also because of the fascinating science projects that go on there and continue to help with our economy. And the basic idea is, Mr. Speaker, is that by creating and innovating a new form of shipping containers, it'll allow for Okanagan cherries, apples, perhaps even grapes, to be able to be shipped because their length will be about 30 days, when right now most product can only be sent in less than 2 weeks. So that's an excellent opportunity for people in my riding, Mr. Speaker, to be able to start really thinking about those far and emerging markets that this government is pursuing trade agreements with.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? We have time for a short question. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Okanagan, Coquihalla, who, as he knows, the finest wines made in this country are actually Niagara from my riding. But and I'd be happy to bring a bottle and put it on the table if he wants to bring one as well, and we can perhaps decide who does indeed have that, but not in the House, of course, Mr. Speaker. But let me just ask a two-part question. One is the member said he couldn't wait to have a perfect bill. Is he suggesting then we should have imperfect legislation? And secondly, he talked about the wine industry in Okanagan and Coquihalla, which is a fine region, without a doubt. I've been there. But can he speak to the fact, is the Canadian wine industry as a whole, is it actually increasing its market share, or is foreign competition actually coming into this country, taking over a larger piece of the market than what it used to have before we saw the implementation of the Free Trade Act of America?
The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, with my statement of let's not let perfection become the enemy of the good, I think I would count the member and include him in this category, that if we didn't have that argument, most of us wouldn't be married right now. So I'll just leave it with that, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't seem to be disagreeing with me. The other side, I would just say, Mr. Speaker, is that we have an affinity with the United States. We trade with them. In fact, many of us have spouses that were born in the United States. I think we're strengthened by increasing our investment in one another. I think that it's very elementary to say that together we're stronger. And with such a small population, with such a big country, so blessed in natural resources, we can work together to harvest those.
Order. We're out of time. Moving to resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And from the outset, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my highly esteemed colleague, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. And I hope she'll make some excellent remarks. I'm sure she will. Now, I'd like to say that I've been sitting on the International Trade Committee for over a year, Mr. Speaker, and I've seen some indications that they're somewhat naive on that committee, because they're looking at the implications of these issues that are being felt in our communities. But, Mr. Speaker, they're not naive. They're blindly obstinate to simply keep their blinders on. That's what we're seeing. And it's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because if the government were more open to dialogue, or a little bit more open, we could undoubtedly work constructively with them on signing free trade agreements that could be beneficial for all Canadians. But unfortunately, That's impossible, and that's what I've seen directly. It's what we're seeing each time the government brings free trade legislation to the House. Now, something else that's very important, a very serious consequence, in fact, with this hasty signing of free trade agreements, which make us, in fact, bind us to a number of conditions without our having looked into these agreements enough, and something that we need to be very cautious about are what we're doing here.
Because everything Canada does on the international scene is observed closely by all nations and by the media, not to mention independent observer groups all over the place. Canada, we are the heirs of a reputation, an excellent reputation, that unfortunately we are wasting away very quickly. That reputation means that the eye of international observers is always on us. And when we make a significant gesture, such as giving a favored nation status to a country like Panama, we are communicating a very important message, saying that we took into consideration the practices of the country involved. Now, when you comes to Panama, that raises a lot of questions. Now, as a courtesy to members across the aisle, I will concentrate on a single subject, that is Panama as a tax haven. So I hope that my colleagues will follow carefully and understand how signing treaties like this commits Canada to a path that is broadly denounced worldwide. So, Mr. Speaker, before I start to talk about tax havens, I'd like to put forth some figures that UNICEF has given us concerning income inequality. For 2000 to 2010, 40% of the poorest households shared 11% of the wealth in Panama. When we're talking about the 20 richest households, they share 57% of the wealth in that country. That's a very small proportion of the population. So that paints a significant picture of the social situation in Panama. It shows us how it's not at all an egalitarian country, and we have to be very careful about that. This is not necessarily linked to the question of tax havens, but it is a consequence that's quite closely tied to the situation of Panama as a tax haven. The OECD tried to come up with some criteria because they don't have a definition of what a tax haven is. Insignificant tax, lack of exchange on tax information with other countries, lack of transparency on the tax system, and the lack of substantive participation of citizens in the state concerned. Panama excludes a large portion of its population from political and social and economic activities, as we've seen with the UNICEF figures. Of course, you have to be careful not to sanction practices that are highly questionable, to say the least. When you talk about tax havens, you're talking about banking secrecy, lack of transparency, financial operations done in the shadows. Tax Justice Network, an organization with its financial secrecy index, ranks Panama 14th in the most opaque countries in the community of nations. Now, what's very interesting here is that beyond just ranking the countries, this organization looks at various aspects and asks a lot of questions related to practices of the state of Panama. Let's take, for instance, transparency in the banking system there. I will quote this in English.
Curtain banking secrecy. quand on parle de trusts ou de fondations,
When you talk about trusts,
of trusts on public record, quand on parle, par exemple,
when they're talking about transparency when it comes to corporations,
ownership of companies is put on public record. Also, Panama do not require that company accounts be available on public records. Alors déjà, simplement...
right there, given those examples, we see to what extent impunity reigns in the corporate world, among companies, especially in the banking system, the financial systems in Panama. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, when an organization like this expresses itself, this government tends to try to discredit it. So let me bring the Conservatives on safer ground that will seem more credible to them. I found a website. It's European. It talked about the best tax havens in 2012. This is very honest information. I discussed this briefly earlier, but as the organization says, there is no unique or single answer to the question, what's the best tax haven, especially since it's usually best to combine several offshore destinations. But it's as if you are a French entrepreneur, we would recommend under 10 countries, and Panama was included in that. So that's a great confirmation that Panama is the ideal place to hide income and shelter it from taxes. Another aspect, and here again I quoted this earlier, a company that is present on the web, CCP Inc., states largely, our corporation can create all kinds of offshore corporations in the 5 best tax havens. Of course, they don't want to be too scattered, so they chose 5. Antigua, Belize, Nevis, St. Kitts, Nevis, and Panama. So in the case of Panama, this company urges you to create a foundation. Don't hesitate to contact us or use our online forums. I won't put the link on my website because I certainly don't approve of this, but you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the problems is if we sign the 3 free trade agreements, or rather the different accords that will link us with Panama, we will be sending out a message worldwide that Canada sanctions the existence of tax havens and tax evasion practices. Now, of course, anything's debatable. To get back to CCP Inc. that proposes creating a foundation to shelter your money from taxes, they say security and privacy are your rights. Okay. And it seems to me that this government, you know, when I had my first campaign in 2006, this government stated that it wanted to be transparent. So I'll ask my colleagues, be consistent at least, and do not sanction banking secrecy or dubious practices such as those we see in Panama. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time I was given. I will be happy to answer questions. Questions and comments.
The honourable member,
The honourable member for Alfred-Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou for his excellent speech. This is something I had found interesting in the speech by my colleague for Hochelaga. That is the fact that Panama is a tax haven. And during her speech and that of my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, I checked the OECD website and I saw that Canada had not signed what's called a tax information exchange agreement with Panama. It did with many countries. I can't list them all. There are dozens with which we have signed this kind of agreement, which means that we can exchange tax agreements. But I find that's a huge deficiency when we look at this bill, C-24. I wonder whether what my colleague thinks of this. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I thank my colleague from Alfred Bellon for having raised that point. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten it, but she was right to highlight it. What's quite incredible concerning this government is its lack of priorities or sense of priorities. They don't seem to be able to set out their priorities. One question we could put to the government is, once these agreements have been enshrined and adopted in the House, if ever they manage to get them passed, but of course, unfortunately, they have the agreement of the Liberals, these tax information exchange agreements, are we going to sign any? I mean, we'll be before fait accompli. I wouldn't count on it. And quite frankly, that's very worrisome, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments from the member. Don't necessarily agree with his comments. At the end of the day, there's industries in the province of Manitoba, like other provinces, that do see merit in terms of having a free trade agreement with Panama. I can talk about the potato industry, in which I have. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs within the province of Manitoba. We could talk about the pork industry, which has great potential in the province of Manitoba, again, creating many jobs. Freer trade amongst other countries around the world have generated the wealth that Canada has today. And my question to the member is that, yes, I suspect that if you went through every free trade agreement ever passed through the House of Commons, you will find areas in which there was room for improvement. And there is no doubt that this particular agreement has the same principle of, yes, it could be better. Now, is the member suggesting that if you do not have a perfect agreement, that the agreement should never pass? And when I look at perfect, I'm referring to things such as environmental laws, human rights issues, labor laws, and so forth. Is that what it takes in order for the NDP in order to pass or support an actual free trade agreement?
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's really disappointing to hear my Liberal colleague say that. I throw the question back at him. To sell pork or potatoes, do we have to sanction child labor, child exploitation? Do we have to sanction eugenics while we're at it? Or other reprehensible practices like genital mutilation? I don't know. I don't want to go too far and accuse him of anything, but look, Mr. Speaker, closing one's eyes so easily for commercial considerations is disgusting, frankly. That's my answer. We have time for one brief question. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to put a question to my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou, who gave us a little Tax Haven 101 course. I'm happy this was done to show the Conservatives what that is. He defined it very well. So I'd ask him, what kind of signal does he think it sends out when Canada did not sign a tax information exchange agreement? So what signal does it send out when we sign a trade agreement with a tax haven? What does the international community think of that? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for Sherbrooke for having put that question to me. It sends a message that's terribly ambivalent when you consider our heritage, decades long, throughout the 20th century. We fought for human rights. Canada was a pioneer. It was among the leading countries on that issue. And now we're dilapidating that heritage, and that is really disappointing.
For Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
I thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for having shared his time with me.
Pleasure to rise today to debate Bill C-24. While the members opposite might not want to recognize it, New Democrats are absolutely in favor of developing good trading relationships. We understand the need for expanding our markets, but that does not mean that we will give our support to bad agreements. We cannot give uncritical support for the mere notion of trade and will stand opposed to those agreements that unnecessarily expose Canada to playing fields that are anything but level. New Democrats would like to see agreements that go about creating and preserving jobs here in Canada and not documents that hasten the movement of production to other countries. I think most Canadians would agree that keeping good-paying jobs in Canada should be a bare minimum condition for a trade deal, and that creating more and better jobs should be the real goal. The government is fully aware that only New Democrats proposed amendments to the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement when the bill was studied at committee. That is a clear example of how we are willing to work to make this agreement better. We clearly are focused on agreements that prove to be of net benefits to Canadians. So it cannot be said that New Democrats didn't come to the table prepared to work and make this agreement better for Canada and Colombia. In that respect, we are pragmatic about trade agreements. The government paints that as something else. But we have seen that over time, New Democrat reservations are usually based on probable outcomes and not some exercise in wishful thinking. With C-24, there are critical problems that underline the significant differences in belief that separate us from the Conservatives and the Liberals when it comes to negotiating trade deals. For example, we believe that the preconditions to ensure a level playing field should already be more or less in place. Without that, one country may reap a significant advantage, such as an abundance of cheap, poorly paid labour that operate under substandard labour laws with respect to important Canadian ideals like workplace, health and safety. New Democrats have also had long-standing disagreements about the significance of environmental protection and the role that should play as these agreements are developed, contrary to the other side. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this trade agreement, like too many others, has a critical flaw in terms of environmental protection, and those measures are tucked inside a side deal instead of being given prominence in the agreement itself. It further entrenches the belief that the environment must take a backseat to economic interests, which is a view that is irresponsible and unsustainable. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at C-24, we say to ourselves, what is the advantage for Canada? Will Canada come out ahead? This is not guaranteed. Does this deal reflect the kind of country we are? Again, there are no guarantees and more than a few requests for us to take a leap of faith instead. We are asked to take a leap on the environment, on labour, and on the transparency of the Panamanian government and its intention to deal with their reputation as a tax haven. Quite simply, Panama has a long history of being a tax haven. They have gone out of their way to help people hide money from countries like Canada, and that sends up red flags for many Canadians. The Conservatives tell us they are negotiating a separate deal with Panama to address this concern. But on this issue, the government has a credibility problem. It is easily argued that the Conservatives have little interest in addressing offshore tax havens, and I will let you decide what the motives for that might be, Mr. Speaker. We do know that this government cut back on inspectors and the resources Revenue Canada uses to catch offshore's tax cheats. That is not the stuff of a government that takes the problem seriously. And it doesn't even make economic sense. We know full well that every dollar spent investigating offshore tax fraud nets, get this, $5 in return. Any person you stopped on the street would tell you that this is money well spent. So we can dump the argument that this is somehow about saving money. This is why New Democrats have a difficult time believing the government's claim that they are addressing the problem in a separate agreement. The fact that it isn't already in place ahead of this free trade agreement is distressing. I am certain most Canadians would agree that if someone is bleeding your income, you don't go out of your way to do more business with them without addressing that pre-existing problem first. It is not as if we are the junior partner here, this is an agreement that we do not absolutely need to make. So the question of why the tax loopholes aren't addressed first is legitimate. Labor conditions are another concern that should be considered as more important in the negotiation of trade agreements in general, and with Panama specifically. We know that any labor rights in this agreement are not built into the deal itself, but are part, again, of another side agreement that really doesn't have much in the way of teeth. Consider that Panama is quite a bit smaller than Canada, with only 3.4 million people, and is a significantly unequal society where a full 40% of the population is poor. The rate of extreme poverty is 27%, and that problem is particularly acute in Indigenous populations. Given those facts, it should be clear that we are in a position to use a trade agreement as a tool to help Panama address its problems. Yet without better entrenching labor conditions, we are passing up on that opportunity. It's too bad, Mr. Speaker, since we know that country has gone through significant structural adjustment, liberalization, and privatization in recent years that have not translated into economic benefits for the population. Without a bit of a push from a larger partner in trade agreements, it is difficult to imagine much changing, and it is, as I have said, opportunity lost. I say that, Mr. Speaker, being fully aware of worrisome trends in Panama and how that country is vulnerable when it comes to labor rights and human rights too. Many members will know that in 2010, President Ricardo Martinelli unilaterally changed Panamanian laws. He put an end to environmental impact studies on projects deemed to be of social interest, banned mandatory dues collections from workers, allowed employers to fire striking workers and replace them with strikebreakers, criminalized street blockades, and protected police from prosecution. Predictably, President Martinelli's attack on labor rights resulted in strikes and demonstrations. 6 people were killed while other protesters were seriously injured, and many were blinded by tear gas and police violence. Ultimately, 300 trade union leaders were detained before the President withdrew the labor provisions and called for a national dialogue of moderate trade union leaders and business leaders. This is not the behavior of a government that respects labor rights or human rights, for that matter. I know there are many on the benches opposite who view organized labor as adversaries, but I am sure there are precious few who would agree with the severity of the Panamanian response or even the measures that sets these events in motion. So when you Democrats say that we would like to see labor rights better protected in this trade agreement, you can see that it is based on very real concerns and unsettling trends. We are not convinced that Panama is quite ready to be given favored trading partner status, or that this agreement has the teeth needed to help lift Panama up to our standards. I would like to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that we are happy to use trade agreements as ways to make our economy stronger and more vibrant. We believe this can be done without blinders that limit the scope and imagination of what can be negotiated. On this issue, as with so many others, we hear the words of our former leader, Jack Layton, urging us on with a simple phrase: don't let them tell you it can't be done. So we call on the government to similarly challenge itself to arrive at trade deals that expand Canadian export by reducing harmful barriers to trade and encourage the development of value-added industries. Deals that create Canadian jobs by increasing market access for our products and increase productivity by encouraging new investment. We say negotiate agreements that diversify our exports, especially in emerging markets, and deals that help reduce Canada's trade deficits and improve protections for labour rights, human rights, and environmental. We support agreements that benefit consumers by expanding choice and bringing down prices that reflect Canadian values like transparency, accountability, and human rights. This is what Canadians deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague raised an interesting point in her speech about the environmental agreement portion being broken away from that act. And continuously in the House, the members opposite urged the government to break bits of legislation up, and now is suggesting that in doing so in this agreement, it's somehow weakening it. So I just, the question would be is if she's advocating now for a thickening and an omnibus-type trade agreement.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's been very clear from the start that the Conservatives were not interested in any amendments that were being put forward. We heard a Conservative member a while ago talk about the fact that, you know, why should we wait and try to make sure that this is a really perfect agreement because we want to move on. But this is exactly right. Canadians do deserve better, and they deserve agreements that we can actually live by and that we can be respected, like labour laws should be respected. So with all of our riches, Canada should be in the driver's seat and negotiating deals that protect critical public resources and services. We should be helping make Canadian firms global leaders in the world economy, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Liberal Party, we do support the importance of labour laws, the importance of environmental laws, the importance of human rights, but we also recognize the importance of freer trade amongst other nations, and where we can enter into free trade agreements where both countries, in particular Canada, can benefit by it. The issue is, well, then why not? Mr. Speaker, because it enhances the economic opportunities of all Canadians if, in fact, we decide to move forward. I do appreciate the member's comments because I think it's the closest to the old NDP Jack Layton comments, and that was in regards to when she said that you cannot, or she implied that you cannot have a free trade agreement with another country if, in fact, their environmental laws are not equal to Canadian environmental laws, that labour laws abroad are not equal to Canadian labour laws. And I'm wondering if she could expand why she believes that that is important, that there needs to be equality between Canadian law and other countries' laws before an agreement can actually be achieved.
Honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comment from the member. He knows full well that when we are looking at trade agreements, and let's not forget that they haven't seen a trade agreement that they've never that they haven't liked. But the fact of the matter is that we need to make sure that when we do trade agreements, that it is to the net benefit of Canadians, and that we also look at the labour rights and human rights of the workers in those other countries. So, for example, when we're looking at the asbestos, we don't allow asbestos here in Canada to use asbestos here in Canada, but yet we send it somewhere else for those workers to use it without the proper safety net in place. So, again, we have to look at that. So, again, I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are pro-trade, but we believe in the superiority of multilateral trade agreements, agreements that are fair.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member. For Beauport Limoilou. You have 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for her very good speech. I asked a question with respect to the Canada-Panama Agreement, and it was simply, the answer was something about putting people to sheltering them from any legal proceedings to do with the tax haven. So my colleague from Manitoulin Kamouraska, I'd like her comments on the issue. The honourable member for Manitoulin-Kamouraska, 30 seconds. Thank you very much. In 40 seconds, I don't have much time to answer, but I really talked about the need to ensure the well-being of workers, particularly with respect to these agreements. It's not that we're against free trade agreements, but we have to be very careful. We have to ensure that people's rights, whether they be human rights or workers' rights, are respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to inform the House that speeches will now be 10 minutes, followed by 5-minute speeches questions.
Speeches of 10 minutes with 5 minutes of questions and comments. Resuming the debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly a pleasure to rise in the House today to talk about the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. And I'm sure we've heard some great speeches today, particularly from some of my colleagues, and I don't imagine I'll speak as eloquently or as passionate as our member from London West did earlier today, but I was here to hear that his talk on this, and it was exceptional. And of course, my colleague from Mississauga-Arundel did a fantastic job of addressing this issue, and our great member from Okanagan, Coquihalla. So I have a tough role to follow here, but we can tell Canadians that I think one of the things that's important, as we've listened earlier today, that this deal and the discussions around it, we've been debating for nearly 60 hours. And the key elements, at least, of this trade agreement. And we're certainly aware that Canada is a significant trading partner with Panama. And what I was amazed to hear today throughout the speeches and debates was how significant that total is. We do over $235 million in trade with Panama in 2011 alone, and that's significant for a country of that size. Canada's prosperity is directly linked to reaching out beyond our borders for economic opportunities that serve to grow Canada's trade and investment. And here's another excellent example of how we're doing that, Mr. Speaker. Panama is an established market for Canadian exports and holds significant potential for Canadian businesses. We've also heard about the tremendous opportunities that exist in Panama with respect to government procurement. In addition to the ongoing $5.3 billion that's going to be spent on the Panama Canal expansion project, the government of Panama has numerous infrastructure projects either under consideration or already in progress to build or improve ports, roads, hospitals, social housing projects, bridges, and airports. These projects are part of a $13.6 billion Panamanian government strategic investment plan for the years 2010 to 2014. A country like Canada, with so much expertise, can certainly take advantage of these significant opportunities in Panama. Panama is also a strategic destination for Canadian investment, with stock of Canadian investment in Panama now reaching over $121 million in 2010. Mr. Speaker, looking beyond investment, government procurement, and market access for goods, this agreement is a comprehensive free trade agreement with obligations that extend well beyond these subjects to include other areas of importance to Canadian business. The Free Trade Agreement provides detailed obligations in areas such as financial services, temporary entry of business persons, electronic commerce, telecommunications, and competition monopolies and state enterprises. The Canadian banking system is consistently recognized amongst the best in the world. And today, in fact, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banking system as the most sound in the world 4 years in a row. This is an area where Canada is truly excelling. The Canadian financial service sector is a leader in providing high-quality and reliable financial services. Across the Americas, Canadian banks are helping foster economic growth through access to credit and other financial services. And in Panama, specifically, Mr. Speaker, Canadian financial institutions such as Scotiabank have an active presence and are offering a wide variety of banking services. And this agreement will help those Canadian financial institutions take advantage of those opportunities that exist in Panama. On financial services, this agreement provides market access parity with what Panama was offered to the U.S. through the Trade Promotion Agreement and contains a robust prudential carve-out. This agreement substantially lists obligations for the financial service sector, including banking, insurance, and securities. These market access commitments are complemented by key obligations that ensure non-discrimination, provide a right of establishment for financial institutions, and promote regulatory transparency in the financial sector. These are key elements which the Canadian financial service sector is seeking in order to ensure that it's able to compete in an increasingly competitive global market. Our Conservative government is now responding to this demand. Another important area included in this trade agreement is to ensure that businesses are able to fully maximize the opportunities in Panama in temporary entry for business persons. This is an important issue for Canadian businesses to ensure that their employees are able to work in Panama, and it's a natural complement to market access for goods, services, and investment. In recognition of the significant number of Canadian companies operating in the region, the agreement removes unnecessary barriers, impairing the ability of companies to bring in skilled workers that they require. These would include impediments such as the requirement for labor certification, tests, quotas, proportionality requirements, and any other prior approval procedure. The agreement extends to an extensive list of professionals, including various technicians and provisions for spousal employment. The strength of this free trade agreement does not stop there, Mr. Speaker. It also extends to the areas of electronic commerce and telecommunications. Electronic commerce is an important addition to the previous free trade agreements in light of the importance of ensuring that new digital economy issues such as protection of personal information, consumer protection, and paperless trade are not overlooked. These are issues that are increasingly important to business in the 21st century, and Canada and Panama have recognized this importance. In the free trade agreement with Canada, Panama has agreed to a permanent moratorium on customs duties for products delivered electronically. This includes items such as electronic surveillance, software, music, and purchased online digital books. This moratorium is important not only for business, but for the consumers as well. In addition to electronic commerce, telecommunications provisions were also included to support the competitive development of the telecommunications sector. Through this free trade agreement, Canadian telecommunications service providers will be able to better compete with their American counterparts in the Panamanian market. Mr. Speaker, clearly there are many benefits of this free trade agreement with Panama that go beyond trade in goods and investment. The agreement on the environment commits both countries to pursue high levels of environmental protection, to improve and enforce their environmental laws effectively, to maintain appropriate environmental assessment procedures, and to ensure that they do not relax their environmental laws to encourage trade or investment. The agreement on the environment also includes provisions on encouraging the use of voluntary best practices of corporate and social responsibility, and a commitment to promote public awareness of the parties' environmental laws. The agreement reaffirms the country's international commitments under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity to promote the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity, and to respect, preserve, and maintain traditional knowledge, innovations, and practices of Indigenous and local communities. In addition, the agreement on the environment provides for cooperative activities between Canada and Panama aimed at achieving the environmental objectives and obligations of this agreement. The final area that I would like to touch on is the obligation in the free trade agreement related to competition monopolies and state enterprises. This agreement meets Canada's objective of assuring that anti-competitive business practices and the actions of monopolies or state enterprises do not undermine the benefits of trade and investment liberalization achieved in this agreement. Canada and Panama will cooperate on issues related to competition policy through their respective authorities. The obligations ensure that Canadian companies doing business in Panama are treated fairly. And there are many other areas of the agreement, Mr. Speaker, which will offer real commercial benefits to Canadian companies. Overall, Mr. Speaker, this is a high-quality and comprehensive trade agreement. It will allow Canadian businesses to compete and excel in the Panamanian market. This is a market where many key exporters are seeing enormous potential. According to a recent report published by the Global Center for Aviation, Panama is the fastest growing in all of Latin America, and it's expected to be the fastest growing economy in Latin America for the next 5 years. Panama's real gross domestic product growth for 2011 is estimated at 10.6%. That's faster growth than many of the other rapidly emerging economies, and clearly illustrates that the commercial potential in Panama is significant. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is coming to an end, so I'll just say that this free trade agreement has the support of key exporters and investors across Canada, and its passage through this House will ensure that Canadian businesses are able to take advantage of opportunities in that market, and I urge all members of this House to consider their support of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from the Yukon's intervention on this case. On this file, we've talked on this side at some length about our concerns regarding transparency of tax matters. The fact that international concerns have been raised about Panama's status as a tax haven. And they have cited that the OECD took them off the gray list, but and that removes all concerns. But he will undoubtedly recognize the fact that the OECD still has very significant reservations, and in fact, other countries, including the U.S., would not sign onto an agreement with Panama until an agreement on tax information exchange was completed. Does he not agree that that would have been something that this country should do before we sign on? Make sure that agreement on tax exchange information is made available.
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for that question. And as he rightly pointed out, the U.S. has now signed an agreement with Panama, which is one of the reasons that we're focused on getting this agreement through the House now, because Canadian companies are finding themselves at a disadvantage on the Panamanian market, as the U.S. consumers and our competitors in that market have a distinct leg up. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that as we move forward, these kind of agreements foster growth and foster regulations, foster a positive change for companies or countries that engage in these reciprocal trade agreements. And I see this as an excellent opportunity for Panama to improve its position on the world stage and improve its relationship with Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the government member can explain why it is, and we appreciate the fact that there's been a number of trade agreements that have gone through the House since they've taken government reins here in Canada. But one of the things that we need to recognize is that the trade surplus/deficit situation, when they came to government, they had a huge surplus, trade surplus, in excess of $25 billion. And as my colleague on my right tells me, it was a wonderful gift to have walked into a situation like that. Now, they've turned that surplus into a deficit of $50 billion, of a trade deficit, Mr. Speaker. Now, yes, they've been successful at signing some trade agreements, and we can maybe even give them a pat on the back to a certain degree for that. But can the member explain why it is that we have lost that trade surplus, and under this government we now have a huge trade deficit? Why is that?
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the member missed the economic recession, the global recession that the entire planet faced. But as our government introduced an economic action plan, we allowed Canadians to weather that storm and do better than G7, G20 countries. We're now moving forward with trade agreements that are going to improve a deficit that he's highlighting. And I couldn't help but notice he spent a good portion of time patting himself on the back for all the work I'm sure he will try and take credit for in the years past. But, Mr. Speaker, we had an unprecedented recession. And Canada weathered that storm quite well. And with the 800,000 net new jobs that our government's created across all sectors, we're going to be able to take advantage of these kind of trade agreements to move Canada even closer and further to being a global economic power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cold Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to engage in the debate on Bill C-24 at third reading, as I did at second reading, because it's an important debate. It's an important bill. It's an important debate that we have. It's about how we trade with other nations in the world, and I've said before, and I will say again, that it's my contention and that of the official opposition that Canada should be much more engaged in promoting multilateral trade, that we should be working with the international community in its entirety, that's the best way to work towards better deals, better arrangements to lift the trade standards of all countries equally, and rather than this trying to do one-offs with countries to beat the U.S. or to beat the European community. Otherwise, it's kind of hit and miss. And as has been stated here, this government has certainly not been particularly successful in improving our trade circumstances. We have such a significant trade deficit currently in this country, and deals with countries like Panama, while being important to the people that are doing business with Panama, and I don't want to understate that importance whatsoever. It pales in comparison to our deals with our trading relationship with the United States and with many of the other countries that we're trying to trade with. But I wanted to focus on a couple of points. My colleague, the member from, I'll get this right here, from Beauport, Limoilou, did an excellent job talking about the reason why we should be concerned about Panama's status as a tax haven, and why that was such a problem, and why it is that this government should be paying more attention to the concerns that have been raised by the international community, by the OECD, by the United States Congress, who refused to sign on to a trade deal with Panama until an agreement on the exchange of tax information was completed. It was interesting. I heard from one member opposite say that well, the fact that the U.S. has in fact signed on to a trade deal with Panama is another reason why we must hurry up. That we're being again surpassed by the U.S. But I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that this trade deal was originally signed by this government back in 2009. And they've not shown any urgency whatsoever to get it done. So, now that we finally get it into this House and start to look at it and debate it, don't try to scare me that as a member of this chamber that I have to cut down on my questions and concerns simply because this government has been tardy, and as a result, the United States has beaten us on that relationship with Panama. But they've also shown us a little bit about negotiations, a little bit about making sure they're protecting the interests of Americans in that case, because they insisted, their Congress insisted on getting an agreement on the exchange of tax information before they would sign on to the deal, something this government hasn't done. In the past 3 years since the deal was signed, what has the Minister of International Trade and his colleagues been doing? What's the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade been doing? He should have been making sure that this additional agreement on the exchange of tax information was completed and signed, and we could have debated it in this House, and it would have gone some distance in helping encourage members of the opposition benches that this was a deal that had some merit. But they didn't do that. I sometimes get the feeling the way that the government members stand up and talk about what great free traders they are, that all they're concerned about is being able to say they've signed a deal on trade, when it comes to actually making sure that the deal is the best one we could get, not perfect, we're not talking about perfect, but we're talking about the best one we can get, then Mr. Speaker, that would be good. That would be a point well taken. But unfortunately, what this government tends to do is say, "We got a deal. We got a deal. Got to get it signed, regardless of your objections." We introduced 13 amendments, very reasonable, modest, important, integral amendments at committee. Not one of them was supported by the government. Not one of them was supported by the government. Everything from making sure that the side deals on labor and the environment be included, to tax transparency, to the question of increasing sustainable investment, harmonious and sustainable development, matters that are important to us and that are important to the Panamanian people, Mr. Speaker. Surely members opposite do not want to benefit from the exploitation of others. I mean, surely we can agree that while we want our companies and our businesses in this country, and we want this country to profit and to benefit from any trade we do with other countries, surely we recognize that that does not mean that we are going to and are at all content with benefiting if it's at the expense of others. If it's as a result of exploiting child labor or degrading the environment of another country or in other ways seeing workers exploited and penalized, surely members opposite will agree that it's simply not worth that. And that, frankly, is why I say that we should be going the way of Australia, establishing principles on which we want to make sure we conduct ourselves as we go out and relate with the rest of the world. As we engage in these economic relationships with other countries, we need to set standards. And as Australia has done, those standards, number one, deal with the promotion of multilateral trade with other countries to make sure that we're all benefiting from economic activity in this global community of ours, Mr. Speaker. That should be in the best interests of this country and of members of this House. I wanted to pick up on one thing that caused me some concern, and that was the comments made by the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs. The question of the investor-state provisions was raised. And he was asked a question about the fact that this agreement contains the same investor-state provisions that does the free trade agreement with the United States. And what happens in that respect, Mr. Speaker, is it ensures that Canadian companies, or provides that Canadian companies will be dealt with in that country on the basis of certain laws and rules and so on. It's questionable when you're dealing with a country like Panama that is developing its justice system, but the Panamanian companies that are dealing in Canada can have access to those provisions and can hold some of our subnational governments, Mr. Speaker, can hold them up, can sue companies under those provisions and subnational governments if they feel that they are being wrongly dealt with economically. And I'm concerned in light of the fact that we know this government is engaging in the FIPA, the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement with China, in complete secrecy, by the way, not being brought, that he doesn't understand an important part of the provision with Panama, let alone an important part of the FIPA with China. So you've indicated to me that my time is up. Perhaps I'll get a chance to address this concern more when questions are asked. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot this afternoon about balance of trade, and the balance of trade definition for those in this House who may not be aware of that is the difference between a country's import and exports. Now, in order for us to increase our exports, we need to have more markets for them, and that's the purpose of negotiating trade agreements. Increasing our exports grows our economy. So, to my colleague who just spent 10 minutes talking sort of superfluously about maybe getting more trade, growing the economy, how does he feel about trade in general? And will his party finally support an agreement that promotes new markets for Canadian products?
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the question, and I'm so disappointed that you found my intervention on this important piece of legislation superfluous. But then again, we all have different standards in this House of debate. But let me say this: that the official opposition has said on numerous occasions that we support free trade, that we support promoting multilateral trade. We are a trading nation. I'm from a trading province, the province of Nova Scotia, and we support and promote trade. But we want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the trade is in our interests and that is in the interests of the country that we are trading with. Because let's not be caught up in the fact that we simply want to be able to say, hey, we got another deal. We want to say, hey, we've got a good deal for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his speech related to his comments on investor-state provisions. I wonder if he wants to share any reflections on the irony that our Prime Minister is currently in India, where the Indian Parliament has refused to ratify the investor-state agreement with Canada because of the very concerns that members of the opposition benches in this House have. India is apparently allowing their parliamentarians to vote, whereas in Canada we are not to see Parliament have a chance to speak to this issue before ratification. With China, I speak of the Canada-China Investment Treaty.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's question, and she raised the issue earlier, in fact, about the concerns around the investor-state provision that I followed up on in my intervention, and the ironies on the way this government deals with issues like foreign investment is truly incredible. When we're talking, we expect this government to be more, to get an agreement on tax information exchange transparency, when they won't even be transparent over such an important deal with China that's going to lock us in for 31 years. And as has been suggested in the question that was just asked, India has refused to sign on to the investor-state provision with Canada without having this matter come before their parliament. I bet you that Canadians that are listening to this debate, I'm sure there's 5 or 6, as well as the ones that are going to be reviewing Hansard later, will also recognize the huge irony in the position of this government.
We have 1 minute. Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, but there's one thing that surprises me in free trade agreements. On our continent, Canada has very little vision in its free trade agreements. It's just economic and strictly business. But if we respected certain basic conditions, we would all come out winners. I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on that.
We have about 20 seconds.
Thank you, and I appreciate very much that question, and that's what I was talking about in terms of establishing principles. number one, of promoting multilateral trade, but also principles whereby our country, the people of our country, and the country that we want to do business with are all lifted higher, that we make sure that their rights and our rights are equally protected. Thank you for that question.
As is at 6 p.m., the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division on third reading of Bill C-36. Call in the members.
Order. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mrs. Ablonsi, moved that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Criminal Code, elder abuse, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Ms. Raitt, Mr. Lebel, Ms. Ambrose, Mr. Tabe, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. McKay Central Nova, Mr. Van Loan, Mr. Paradis, Mr. Clement, Mr. Baird, Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk, Mr. Ritz, Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast, Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood, Port Coquitlam, Mrs. Alukak, Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North, Mrs. Shea, Mr. Kent, Mr. Blaney, Mr. Oliver, Mr. Fantino, Monsieur Valcourt, Mr. Benoit, Mr. Bright Price, Mr. Merrifield, Mr. Moore Fundy Royal, Mr. Anders, Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission, Mr. Poiliev, Mr. Lake, Mr. Dykstra, Mr. Bernier, Mr. Goodyear, Mr. O'Connor, Mrs. Yelich, Mrs. Wong, Mrs. Ablonsi, Mr. Manzi, Mr. Calandra, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Gould, Mr. Terry, Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret, Mr. Reed, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Lunny, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Schellenberger, Mr. Allison, Mr. Bazan, Mr. Brownies Granville, Mr. Hahn, Mr. Chong, Mr. Alexander, Ms. Rampel, Mr. Rickford, Mr. Gauguin, Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East, Mr. Del Mastro, Mr. Lemieux, Mr. Lukiski, Mrs. Troupe, Ms. Bergen, Ms. Adams, Mrs. Glover, Ms. Leach, Mr. Leong, Mr. Saxton, Mr. Deckert, Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora, Mrs. McLeod, Mr. Hebert, Mr. Jean, Mr. Komarnicki, Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings, Mr. Lauzon, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Preston, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Tilson, Mr. Trose, Mr. Tweed, Mr. Warawa, Mr. Watson, Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac, Mr. Brownberry, Mr. Brenouge, Mr. Calkins, Mr. Cannon, Mr. Albrecht, Mrs. Davidson, Mr. Galipo, Mr. Mays, Mr. Norlock, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Van Kesteren, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Walkington, Mr. Clark, Mrs. Block, Mr. Bowen, Mr. Braid, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Hobach, Mr. Holder, Mr. Kerr, Mr. Lobb, Mr. McColeman, Mr. Payne, Mr. Richards, the Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country, the Western St. John, Mr. Woodworth, Mr. Young Oakville, Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Adler, Mr. Albus, Mrs. Ambler, Mr. Aspen, Madame Bateman, Mr. Butt, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Chisu, Mr. Daniel, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Hillier, Ms. James, Mr. Leaf, Mr. Menegakis, Mr. Tote, Mr. Wilk, Mr. Rathgaber, Mr. Lizon, Mr. Opitz, Mr. Strahl, Mr. Trottier, Mr. Williamson, Mr. DeVolen, Ms. Young Vancouver South, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Stanton, Monsieur Mulcair, Mr. Alan Welland, Madame Boutin-Sweet, Monsieur Godin, Mr. Dewar, Mr. Harris St. John's East, Madame Boivin, Ms. Leslie, Mr. Cullen, Ms. Davies Vancouver East, Mr. Christopherson, Ms. Nash, Mr. Julian, Ms. Crowder, Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway, Ms. Matheson, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Madame Perrault, Madame Day, Madame Ayala, Mr. Beddington, Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Mr. Massey, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Sims Newton North Delta, Madame Leblanc-La-Salémar, Mr. Kelway, Madame Brosseau, Ms. Charlton, Madame Turmel, Madame Groguet, Mr. Chisholm, Monsieur Boulris, Mr. Angus, Mr. Marston, Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot, Madame Hughes, Monsieur Dubé, Mr. Scott, Madame Papillon, Monsieur Bramy, Monsieur Dussault, Mr. Cash, Mr. Garrison, Monsieur Ravigna, Madame Blanchette-Lamotte, Monsieur Aubin, Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest, Monsieur Toone, Ms. Ashton, Monsieur Caron, Madame Piclet, Mr. Rafferty, Monsieur Maille, Mr. Thibault, Monsieur Larose, Monsieur Giguère, Monsieur Côté, Monsieur Lapointe, Madame Assigna, Madame Doré-Lefebvre, Mr. Sandou, Madame Sella, Madame Quash, Monsieur Nichols, Mrs. Sabaïston, Monsieur Nantel, Madame Latendresse, Monsieur Rousseau, Mr. Benskin, Mr. Sullivan, Monsieur Blanchette, Madame Michaud, Monsieur Choquette, Mr. Atamanenko, Monsieur Jacob, Monsieur Nunez-Melo, Monsieur Chiquan, Monsieur Dion Labelle, Mr. Cleary, Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard, Madame Freeman, Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine, Monsieur Morin-Laurentide-Labelle, Monsieur Patry, Monsieur Pilon, Madame Reynaud, Monsieur Genet, Mr. Ray, Mr. McCauley, Mr. Goodale, Mr. Easter, Ms. Fry, Mr. Regan, Monsieur Bélanger, Mr. Pachetti, Ms. Foote, Mr. Lamoureux, Monsieur Dion, Ms. Bennett, Mr. Coder, Mr. Bryson, Mr. Kerry Janis, Mr. Cotler, Mr. Eiking, corrector, Mr. Cosner, Mr. Eiking, Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour, Mr. McCallum, Mr. McGinty, Mr. Scarpalegia, Mr. Sims Bonavista Gandergan Falls, Windsor, Ms. Murray, Mr. Andrews, Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North, Mr. Valeria, Mr. Chou, Mr. Casey, Madame Saint-Denis, Monsieur Plamondon, Monsieur Bellavance, Mr. Heyer, Ms. May.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion,
all those who are opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 268, 268. Nays contre, none, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
The motion carried.
It being 6:40, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Fair amendment des députés, second reading of Bill C-425, an act to amend the Citizenship Act honoring the Canadian Armed Forces, standing in the name of Mr. Shorey.
The honourable member for Calgary Northeast is not present to move the order as announced in today's notice paper. Accordingly, the bill will be dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Let's wait another minute. À l'ordre.
Order, please.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, une motion portant ajoutement de la Chambre est réputée avoir été présentée et appuyée. En conséquence, la question est la suivante, que cette Chambre s'ajoute maintenant. Could I ask all members who are not staying to please vacate the chamber? It's way too noisy in here. I will not be able to hear the debate. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, on June 8th last, I asked the Minister about the report from the United Nations relating to persons with disabilities, why it was delayed, and if it was because the government was dragging its feet. Having ratified the convention in 2010, the government had 2 years to put out a report,
Once again, it is way too noisy. I can't hear the speaker. Will you please vacate the chamber if you're not staying for the speech? If you are staying for the speech, will you please sit down and be quiet? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
Honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you. The convention was ratified in 2010 and Canada had 2 years to provide its update report last April. This obligation is pursuant to Section 37 of the convention. The government was 2 months late on the report and is now much later, 7 months late. This deals with the rights of persons with disabilities. It's the government's obligation to promote and protect the rights for persons with disabilities and ensure their equality. I didn't get an answer to my question last June. No reasons were provided to justify the lateness of the follow-up report, and there were no indications as to when the report would be tabled or even an approximate date. The minister didn't refer to neither to the process or anything else, simply talked, however, about the intention of the government to put forth a program. The government has introduced various programs for people with disabilities, but that is not the issue. We want to know, however, what progress has been made. That is what the issue is, but we didn't receive an answer. In recent months, we have noted that many gaps remain for persons with disabilities with respect to equality of opportunity and accessibility, among others. Like the tax credit for persons with disabilities, which is problematic. To be eligible, a person must have a disability for a period of at least 12 months. This is a difficult criteria for people with many different disabilities, multiple sclerosis among others. Disabilities, as the ones mentioned, are unique. A person with MS must be in a position to perform activities and work a certain amount of time. But then, from one day to the next, the person is unable to do anything. And unfortunately, because of the cyclical nature of the disease, these people are vulnerable and not always eligible for the tax credit that I referred to earlier and for functional mobility. If a disability doesn't change significantly, they are. Now, to give people who are listening to me, we're talking about 55,000 people with multiple sclerosis, over 300,000 people with chronic fatigue syndrome. In the most recent report by the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the report in fact talks about equality of opportunity for persons with disabilities. There's reason to be concerned because if the government doesn't put in place the remedies required, however, at this point, we don't have all the information we need to do so. We need to have the report, which will cover the implementation of this report. It is the government's obligation to take action under the convention it has signed on to, and citizens are entitled to know what has happened and what impact the legislation and programs for people with disabilities have had. The shortcomings identified, we need to know if the shortcomings identified will be dealt with. So I will reiterate my question. When will the government present the report?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire
de la ministre des Ressources humaines et
Minister of Human Resources
and Skills Development and the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to respond to the honourable member from Montcalm on persons with disabilities. Our government is investing in empowering Canadians with disabilities. We're helping to remove obstacles and creating opportunities for these Canadians to fully participate in their communities and in the labour force. Notre objectif est de créer une société
Our goal is to create a truly inclusive society in which everyone can participate and contribute to their communities.
Let me mention some of the very specific measures our government has undertaken to support people with disabilities. We're helping individuals with disabilities and their families save for the future through the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the Canadian Disabilities Savings Grant, and the Canada Disability Savings Bond. We support students with disabilities by helping to finance their post-secondary education through special grants and loans. We have employment programs such as the Opportunities Funds, which helped over 60,000 Canadians with disabilities to get a job in the most recent job market. We continue to support the full participation of people with disabilities in their communities through the Enabling Accessibility Fund, which contributes to projects that improve accessibility and remove barriers to facilities, activities, and services. Our government has provided accessibility funds to more than 835 projects throughout Canada. Le Bureau de Conditions des Personnes Handicapées des Ressources Humaines et
the Office for Disability Issues in HRSDC is promoting coordination across the government on disability policy and is the federal focal point on matters relating to the convention.
Into ensuring the full inclusion of people with disabilities in Canada, and will continue to promote ongoing compliance with the convention moving forward. However, unfortunately, the NDP continue to vote against all of these efforts that we put forward for persons with disabilities. It's exceptionally disappointing, particularly for an individual like myself who spent their time as a professional dealing with families, particularly children with disabilities, that the NDP continue to not support these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Let's talk about the government's commitment and the convention. The government must ensure that no Canadians live in poverty simply because he or she has a disability. We know that 1 out of every 10 users of food banks has disability benefits as a main source of income. Why is the government allowing persons with disabilities to live in poverty? They're forced to turn to food banks in order to have enough to eat. The Convention recognizes the rights of people with disabilities to an adequate lifestyle, adequate housing rather. We need the government to honor these commitments. Here, we are asking if the government's commitment holds water, if the programs put in place since adequately responded to the guiding principles and obligations under the Convention. In less than a month, it will be the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. Will the government, between now and then, have finally presented this report, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Each year, our government transfers significant funds to the provinces through federal provincial training programs for persons with disabilities. These agreements support a broad range of services and programs to respond to the labour market participation and the needs of individuals with disabilities. This helps people with disabilities get the training for the jobs that they need. About 300,000 individuals are assisted each year through these programs. Mr. Speaker, our government also supports income security of people with disabilities through the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the Canada Disability Savings Grant, the Canada Disability Savings Bonds, and a range of tax measures, including the Disability Tax Credit, First-Time Home Buyers Tax Credit, and the Working Income Tax Benefit Disability Supplement. I hope members of this House will join me in supporting to improve and focus on the strategy of data collection and celebrating the progress we've made in society to include all individuals with disabilities so that they can participate in their communities and in the job market.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I last raised this question, I was asking the government what they were going to do about the Nutrition North program and asking them specifically whether they would commit to fixing the program because it's not working for Northerners. And I want to refer to Feeding My Family Facebook group, which has been working. They say they've been working hard to bring awareness to the fact that high cost of food is preventing many Northerners from living healthy, happy, and productive lives. And they actually have some suggestions for how to tackle this problem. And so they have some current objectives. Number one, encourage Northerners to empower themselves to create independence from within the people at the grassroots level. Unify people across the North to share one voice. Encourage government policymakers and retailers to find better ways to lower the cost of food. Nutrition North Canada is not doing enough. Encourage new food suppliers to operate in the North in order to increase competition and lower prices. Encourage improvements in food quality through better inventory control, such as removing inedible and rotting food from store shelves, proper food shipping and handling, and reducing transit time for perishable foods. Encourage the establishment of more food banks. Work with governments and other NGOs to improve the overall quality of life for Northerners. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't have time to go over all of the statistics, but according to the recent reports that are coming out, it says that residents spend an average of $14,815 per year on food, or 25% of their total expenditures. This is compared to an average of $7,262 in Canada overall. And one of the other problems is that the food banks, the few food banks that there are in the North, have seen an 18% increase in use over the past year. And this is from Hunger Count. And Hunger Count also indicates that they've got some solutions that the government might want to look at. In their report, they say that it is clear that a new model for household food security in the North is necessary. Although there is much innovation and experimentation at the community level, a new model requires investment, which is sorely lacking in many northern communities. And they recommend the creation of a federal Northern Food Security Innovation Fund to help jumpstart and sustain community-based, community-led food initiatives across the North. The establishment and adequate funding of comprehensive school breakfast programs across the territories. And finally, significant investment in community building infrastructure, including community freezers. So, Mr. Speaker, the question I have for the government is, given the fact that the prices for food in the North is still far beyond what Canadians in the South pay, will this government pay attention to what Northerners are asking and commit to working closely with Northerners to invest in the programs and services that Northerners are proposing would help address the food prices?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to respond to the question from the Honourable Member of Nanaimo Cowichan, who I think after more than a couple of years on the Standing Committee of Aboriginal Affairs, it's pretty safe to say that we both share a passion to improve the lives and fortunes of First Nations communities. And it's probably also safe to say that we don't agree about how to get there necessarily, but I think the focus here is on the outcome. And let me assure this honourable member that our government is committed to providing Northerners with greater access to healthy food choices at the point of purchase in their communities. That means, Mr. Speaker, at the cash register, in the grocery store, in their community. Nutrition North Canada is one of these programs. This is a program that improves access to perishable and healthy food in isolated northern communities without year-round surface transportation. Since the program's launch on April 1st, 2011, Nutrition North Canada has provided retailers, suppliers, and country food processors with subsidies for a variety of perishable foods, including fruit, vegetables, milk, eggs, meat, cheese, and bread. Subsidies are also provided for country or traditional foods that are commercially processed in the North. Things like Arctic char, muskox, and caribou. These are foods that people in these communities have been eating and depend on for nutritional sustenance, perhaps since time immemorial. As well, some other direct foods are subsidized. This advisory board uniquely is made up of Northerners. They will guide the program. Nutrition North Canada currently benefits 103 remote northern communities in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, Newfoundland and Labrador, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Nutrition North Canada is helping to bring healthy food to northern homes and providing Northerners with healthy food choices. The program follows a new market-driven model which is a sustainable, efficient, cost-effective and transparent means of helping Northerners access nutritional, perishable food at reduced costs in their communities. After the first year of operation, just the first year of operation, we have seen prices decrease. Consumption of healthy food increase across the North, and we have seen these results with a similar level of funding as under the previous program. Prices have dropped, for example, as much as 37% on some products, such as 2 litres of milk. Nutrition North Canada program was designed to be flexible and adjustable. It's based on feedback from consumers, retailers, and suppliers while working within the program's budget. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work in concert with Northerners, retailers, and suppliers throughout Nutrition North Canada Advisory Board to address stakeholders' concerns and provide recommendations to our government as the Nutrition North Canada program develops and evolves. We are committed to providing a subsidy program that is focused on the most nutritious foods and with greater accountability and transparency. We have an advisory board comprised of Northerners to help us meet this commitment. And I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that in my own riding, with more isolated and remote communities than any other riding in this country, it might surprise some folks to know that at the point of purchase in their grocery stores for the first time ever, they are experiencing reduced prices, and more First Nations communities are getting on board with this program because they're seeing these results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That still doesn't deal with the fact that many northern communities are facing prices that are more than double what southerners pay. In the statistics that came out from January 1st to March the 31st, this is dealing specifically with country food. Country food was the least subsidized food. Only 192 kilograms of country food was distributed to communities at the total cost of $218, and yet country food is often talked about as being an important staple. In a question on the order paper, I asked the government what they were doing about country food, and they've indicated that the Health Canada and the CFIA has said there are no legal implications for applying a federal government subsidy to country foods that are certified by a territorial or provincial regulatory authority, as long as the food remains within the same territory province in which it was certified. They say that the program is prepared to consider subsidizing traditional country foods subject to these criteria. They've also indicated that the departments will continue to support access to country food with a view towards bringing together the relevant actors. So I asked the government, what are they doing to improve access to country foods?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I appreciate that rebuttal, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes the importance of Aboriginal and Northern people having improved access to nutritious and perishable food, including country foods. The Nutrition North Canada program is one way we're taking action in these regards. Through targeted subsidies and enduring partnerships, our government is working to improve the accessibility of nutritious foods for Northerners and Aboriginal people. The Government of Canada has committed $53.9 million in subsidies per year towards Nutrition North Canada. Also, Mr. Speaker, knowing the benefits of partnership, we've engaged Northern leaders so that together we will find concrete and lasting solutions for improved access to healthy and perishable food in the North. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of Northerners benefiting from abundant and healthy food choices. And I will reiterate again, Mr. Speaker, because this member worked with me at committee, it's important to understand that for the first time ever, there are subsidies on certain foods at the point of purchase in these communities, and we are developing and very enthusiastic about the prospects of continuing to decrease the price of country foods so that Northerners can eat their traditional foods at reduced costs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.